Hello and welcome back to our channel. I'm Ambisar and today we have got an exciting topic to dive into, cybersecurity for beginners. Whether you are new to the world of cybersecurity or just looking to enhance your online safety, this video is perfect for you. Cybersecurity is crucial in today's digital world. With the increasing number of online threats, it's essential to learn the basics of protecting your data, privacy, and online identity. In this video, we'll break down what cybersecurity is, why it matters, and how you can get started on your journey to becoming a cybersecurity savvy individual. We'll cover essential topics like encryption, passwords, and tips for safe online practices. And by the end of this video, you will have a solid understanding of how to protect yourself in the digital realm. But before we get started, if you want to become a cybersecurity expert and gain handsome salary packages, look at a wide range of cybersecurity courses offered by Simplilearn, and that is in collaboration with top universities across the globe. By enrolling in any of these certification programs, you will gain expertise in skills like IDS firewalls and honeypots, network packet analysis, security and risk management, identity and access management, software development security, Trojan backdoors and countermeasures, mobile and web technologies, and there's much more on the list. With hands-on experience in tools, you will catch the eye of top recruiters. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. And a year of experience is preferred to enroll in these courses. You can find the course link mentioned in the description box below and pinned comment. And make sure to subscribe to our channel, hit that notification bell, and give this video a thumbs up if you are excited to learn about cybersecurity. Also, let us know in the comments below what motivated you to learn about cybersecurity. Alright, now that you are all set, let's jump into the exciting world of cybersecurity.
She often shops from www.shoppingcart.com. She has her information like email ID, address, and credit card details saved on the website to enable a faster and hassle-free shopping experience. The required information is stored in a server. One day, Anne received an email which stated her eligibility for a special discount voucher from shoppingcart.com. In order to receive the coupon code, she was asked to fill in her shoppingcart.com account credentials. This didn't seem fishy to her at the time, as she thought it was just an account verification step. Little did she realize the danger she would be facing. She was knocked off her feet when a substantial amount of money was wiped off her account. How do you think this happened? Well, yes, the email she received was fake. Anne's shoppingcart.com account witnessed unauthorized access from a third party. This type of attack is known as a cyber attack, and the person who carries it out is called a hacker. Could Anne have prevented this attack? Indeed, she could have, with the help of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity involves techniques that help in securing various digital components, networks, data, and computer systems from unauthorized digital access. There are multiple ways to implement cybersecurity, depending on the kind of network you are connected to and the type of cyber attacks you are prone to. So, let's take a look at the various cyber attacks that Anne could have been exposed to. One of the most common types of cyber attacks is a malware attack like Trojan, adware, and spyware, to name a few. Had Anne downloaded any suspicious attachments online, her system could have gotten corrupted by certain malicious viruses embedded within the attachments. Next is a phishing attack, the type of cyber attack which Anne experienced. Here, the hacker usually sends fraudulent emails, which appear to be coming from a legitimate source. This is done to install malware or to steal sensitive data like credit card information and login credentials. Another type of attack is the man-in-the-middle attack. Here, the hacker gains access to the information path between Anne's device and the website's server. The hacker's computer takes over Anne's IP address. By doing so, the communication line between Anne and the website is secretly intercepted. This commonly happens with unsecured Wi-Fi networks and also through malware. Password attack is one of the easiest ways to hack a system. Here, Anne's password could have been cracked by using either common passwords or trying all possible alphabetical combinations. To prevent future cyber attacks, Anne sought to implement a few cybersecurity practices. First, she installed a firewall. As the name suggests, it is a virtual wall between Anne's computer and the internet. Firewalls filter the incoming and outgoing traffic from your device to safeguard your network, and they can either be software applications or hardware reinforcements. Secondly, Anne implemented honeypots. Just like how flowers attract bees, dummy computer systems, called honeypots, are used to attract attackers. These systems are made to look vulnerable in order to deceive attackers, and this, in turn, defends the real system. In addition to these, she also decided to use unique alphanumeric passwords, antivirus software, and started avoiding mails from unknown senders. That was Anne's story. Cyber attacks are not just confined to individuals, but also to public and private organizations. The cyber attacks carried out in such places are more deadly, and they result in colossal losses. Motives of such attacks are many, starting from tampering with crucial data to monetary gains. Let's have a look at a few of the cyber attacks that companies are subjected to. Various public sector organizations and large corporations face the Advanced Persistent Threat, APT. In this form of attack, hackers gain access to networks for a prolonged period in order to continuously gain confidential information. Companies also witness the denial of service attack, where networks are flooded with traffic, which in turn leaves legitimate service requests unattended. A variant of this is the distributed denial of service, DDoS attack, when multiple systems are used to launch the attack. When a hacker manipulates a standard SQL query in a database-driven website, it is known as a SQL injection attack. By doing so, hackers can view, edit, and delete tables from databases. Amidst a plethora of cyber attacks, it is indeed a challenge for organizations with several networks and servers to ensure complete security. This is not an easy task, and to help with this, cybersecurity professionals are hired to work on identifying cyber threats and securing a company's network. There are multiple job roles in the field of cybersecurity. If hacking fascinates you, then the role of an ethical hacker is something to be explored. Such professionals try to exploit a network's vulnerabilities, just like how a hacker would do, but only to identify those vulnerabilities and resolve them for protection against an actual cyber attack. But if you are looking to design robust security structures, then the role of a security architect is more apt. A Chief Information Security Officer, CISO, plays a crucial role in enterprise security and is entrusted with the overall safety of the information in an organization.
In today's digital age, cybersecurity is more critical than ever. With the ever-evolving threat landscape, ethical hackers play a pivotal role in safeguarding our digital world. Let's dive into the facts and figures that make this topic not just interesting, but essential. So moving to the introduction, cybercrime is expected to cost the world $10.5 trillion annually by 2025. Making it one of the most lucrative criminal activities in history. The demand for ethical hacking is skyrocketing with 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity jobs, and the average salary of a certified ethical hacker in the United States is approximately $97,000 per year, and it's consistently one of the highest paying IT certifications. Now let's explore the roadmap that will guide you to become an ethical hacker in 2024. And before that, if you are an aspiring cybersecurity professional looking for online training and certifications from prestigious universities and in collaboration with leading experts to enhance your credibility, then search no more. Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity from MIT University in collaboration with EC Council should be your right choice. The course is designed to accommodate a diverse range of learners, and this course requires just a bachelor's degree with a 50% average and no prior programming experience, and 1+ year of work experience is preferred. And for more details, you can use the link mentioned in the description box below. And if these are the types of videos you would like to watch, then hit the subscribe button, like, and press on the bell icon to never miss on future content. So stay tuned with us until the end of this video, and don't forget to register your opinion in the comment section below. Now starting with what is ethical hacking. Ethical hacking, often referred to as white hat hacking or penetration testing, is a cybersecurity practice in which individuals known as ethical hackers or penetration testers legally and responsibly attempt to uncover vulnerabilities and weaknesses in computer systems, networks, applications, and other digital infrastructure. The primary goal of ethical hacking is to identify and resolve security flaws before malicious hackers can exploit them. And now we'll see the essential skills for ethical hacker. Certainly, here are a list of essential skills for an ethical hacker, starting with strong understanding of networking. That is, ethical hackers need to have a deep understanding of networking protocols, how data travels across networks, and the vulnerabilities associated with different network configurations. Number 2, programming and scripting. Proficiency in programming languages like Python, C, C++, and scripting languages is crucial for writing custom exploits and tools. And the next is cybersecurity fundamentals. A solid grasp of basic cybersecurity concepts, including threats, vulnerabilities, risk management, and security principles, is fundamental. Now, coming to next, that is operating system. Familiarity with various operating systems, including Windows, Linux, and Unix, is essential for understanding their vulnerabilities and security configurations. And then comes the web application security. Knowledge of web technologies, web application vulnerabilities such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and security best practices for web development. And then comes the penetration testing tools. Proficiency in tools like Metasploit, Nmap, Wireshark, Burpsuit, and other penetration testing tools used to assess system vulnerabilities. And then we have cryptography, understanding of encryption, decryption, cryptographic algorithms, and their role in securing data. And then there is wireless security, expertise in wireless network security, including Wi Fi encryption protocols and vulnerabilities. And then we have security compliance and standards, knowledge of security standards and compliance regulations such as PCI DSS, HIPAA, and GDPR. And the next skill is incident response, being prepared to handle security incidents and breaches effectively, including forensics and analysis. Understanding of social engineering tactics used by attackers to manipulate individuals into revealing confidential information. And then comes ethical mindset. An ethical hacker must adhere to a strong code of ethics and prioritize responsible disclosure when vulnerabilities are found. And now we will move to Ethical Hacker Roadmap 2024. We'll start with step 1, that is, build a strong foundation. Building a strong foundation is crucial in the journey to become an ethical hacker. Start with a deep understanding of computer science, mastering the basics of hardware, software, and networks. Familiarize yourself with operating systems and their functionalities. Entry-level certifications like CompTIA A+ and Network Plus are your stepping stones, ensuring you grasp the core concepts of IT. A strong foundation forms the bedrock upon which you will build your ethical hacking skills and knowledge. And then comes step 2, learn programming. Learning programming is a gateway to unlocking endless possibilities in the digital world. Start by understanding the basics of coding logic and syntax. Explore languages like Python, known for its simplicity, or JavaScript for web development. Practice regularly, work on real projects, and seek online tutorials and courses. Embrace problem solving and debugging, and gradually you will master the art of programming, opening doors to a world of software development and innovation. Now, moving to the step 3, that is, understand cybersecurity basics. Understand cybersecurity basics is crucial for any aspiring ethical hacker. It involves comprehending the core principles of protecting digital systems and data. Key concepts include identifying threats, vulnerabilities, and the importance of risk management. Certification programs like CompTIA Security Plus can provide an entry point into this realm. These basics form the foundation for ethical hacking, enabling individuals to recognize and combat security weaknesses, making the digital world safer. And then comes the step 4, that is, dive into ethical hacking. Dive into ethical hacking is a critical step on the journey to becoming a skilled ethical hacker. During this phase, you will focus on honing your penetration testing skills and mastering the art of ethical hacking. The Certified Ethical Hacker certification will be your companion, providing you with the knowledge and tools to identify vulnerabilities and secure systems. You will explore real-world scenarios, test networks, and learn to think like a hacker while maintaining ethical standards. This stage prepares you to safeguard digital landscapes effectively. And then comes step 5, that is, continue learning. Continuing learning in ethical hacking is essential. The cybersecurity landscape evolves rapidly, so staying up to date is a must. Explore advanced certifications like CISSP and Certified Ethical Hacker CEH to deepen your knowledge. Follow industry news, blogs, and research to remain informed about emerging threats. Join ethical hacking communities, attend conferences, and engage in ongoing practice to hone your skills. Remember, continuous learning keeps you at the forefront of cybersecurity and ensures you will be well prepared to protect digital assets. And now we'll move to the step 6, that is, gain practical experience. Gaining practical experience in ethical hacking is crucial for honing your skills. Participate in Capture the Flag competitions, CDF, where you can solve real world challenges and learn to think like a hacker. Explore hands on labs and exercises that allow you to practice various hacking techniques in a controlled environment. Engage with ethical hacking communities, share knowledge, and collaborate on projects to build a strong practical foundation in cybersecurity. And then comes the step 7, seek employment. To seek employment as an ethical hacker, craft a resume highlighting your skills, certifications, and experience. Look for opportunities in industries such as finance, healthcare, and tech companies, where cybersecurity is paramount. Network with professionals in the field, explore job boards, and leverage online platforms. Ethical hackers are in high demand, so be proactive in your job search and showcase your commitment to safeguarding digital assets. And then comes the step 8, keep evolving. Keep evolving. The world of ethical hacking is constantly changing. To stay at the forefront, always be curious, embrace new technologies, and adapt to emerging threats. Regularly update your skills, earn advanced certifications, and network with fellow hackers. Remember, the cybersecurity landscape evolves, and so should you. Stay ethical, committed, and dedicated to safeguarding the digital realm. And now, moving to the job roles and average salary. So the first job role for an ethical hacker is security analyst, and the average salary in United States is $150,000 per annum, and in India it's 11 lakhs per annum. And then comes the penetration tester, and its average salary in United States is $145,000 per annum, and in India it's 13 lakhs per annum. And then comes security consultant. Its average salary in United States is $120,000 per annum, and in India it's 10 lakhs per annum. And then comes security engineer. Its average salary in United States is $156,000 per annum, and in India it's 8 lakhs per annum. And then comes the incident responder. Its average salary in United States is $105,000 per annum, and in India it's 7 lakhs per annum. And now moving to the companies hiring cybersecurity professionals or ethical hackers. So the companies are Amazon, Accenture, Google, Apple, and Intel. So these are the topmost companies, and there are tons of companies that hire ethical hackers. So in conclusion, the ethical hacker roadmap for 2024 is your key to a promising and rewarding career in cybersecurity. As the digital realm expands, so do the threats, and ethical hackers are the frontline defenders. Embrace this journey, and you will not only have a secure future but also the opportunity to be part of something bigger, protecting the digital world from malicious intent. And this was all for this tutorial. Hope you guys found it informative and helpful.
Exciting topic to discuss, and that's sure to pique the interest of all the aspiring ethical hackers out there. We will be diving deep into the top skills required for ethical hacking. Whether you are a beginner looking to get started or a seasoned pro looking to refine your skills, this video has something for everyone. And before starting, if you are an aspiring cybersecurity professional looking for online training and certifications from prestigious universities and in collaboration with leading experts to enhance your credibility, then search no more. Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity from MIT University in collaboration with EC Council should be your right choice. This course is designed to accommodate a diverse range of learners, and this course requires just a bachelor's degree with a 50% average and no prior programming experience, and 1+ year of work experience is preferred. For more details, you can use the tap link mentioned in the description box below and pinned comment. So let's get started. So first, we'll have an introduction to ethical hacking. That is, before we delve into the skills, let's first understand what ethical hacking is. Ethical hackers, also known as white hat hackers, are cybersecurity experts who legally breach systems to identify vulnerabilities and weaknesses. Their mission is to protect organizations and individuals from cyber threats. And to become a successful ethical hacker, you need to master several key skills. So let's get started with the key skills. So the first skill is excellent computer skills. To become an effective ethical hacker, you first need excellent computer skills. This involves quickly grasping and utilizing new technologies, thinking creatively to identify potential vulnerabilities, exploiting those vulnerabilities, and documenting your work for replication. Without these core skills, it's challenging to perform ethical hacking effectively. Moving to the next skill, that is strong foundation in networking. So the skill you need is a strong foundation in networking. You must understand how networks operate, including protocols, IP addressing, subnets, and routers. Without this knowledge, you won't be able to effectively analyze and secure network systems. And then comes the third skill, that is proficiency in operating systems. So skill number 3 is proficiency in operating systems. An ethical hacker should be comfortable with a variety of OS platforms such as Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. This knowledge is essential for understanding vulnerabilities and exploiting them. Linux is an invaluable operating system for ethical hackers. It provides access to system internals and potential vulnerabilities. Linux skills empowers hackers to create custom scripts and programs for task automation. Hands-on experience with various Linux distributions is the most effective way to learn and customize tools and techniques. And then comes the next skill, that is programming and scripting. So programming skills are fundamental to ethical hacking. Ethical hackers use their coding knowledge to discover vulnerabilities and propose solutions. Common programming languages used in ethical hacking include Python, Java, or PHP. A strong understanding of coding is necessary to comprehend how systems operate and where weaknesses might hide. So this was the fourth skill. Now moving to the next skill, that is database skills. So ethical hackers must master database skills. Understanding how databases are structured and function is crucial for identifying security vulnerabilities. Proficiency in database management tools enables hackers to manipulate data and access restricted information, that is a vital skill for the job. Crafting SQL queries to extract information from database is essential to find vulnerabilities. An ethical hacker's deep knowledge of how databases work and how to use SQL for manipulation is a critical skill. Now moving to the next skill, that is the sixth skill, and that is understanding of cybersecurity concepts. An in-depth understanding of cybersecurity concepts is a must. You should be well versed in cybersecurity models, encryption, access control, and risk management. Knowing how malicious hackers operate will help you defend against them. Now moving to the next skill, that is web application security. Web application security is crucial in today's digital landscape. You need to be skilled in identifying and fixing vulnerabilities like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and cross-site request forgery to protect web applications from attacks. Now moving to the next skill, that is familiarity with security tools. Familiarity with security tools is skill number. Tools like Wireshark, Metasploit, Nmap, and Burpsuit are essential for scanning, analyzing, and exploiting vulnerabilities. Mastering these tools will give you a significant advantage. And then comes the next skill, that is cryptography. Cryptography plays a crucial role in ethical hacking. It involves encrypting and decrypting information to protect data from unauthorized access. Ethical hackers use cryptography to safeguard information and create backdoors into systems, allowing access to sensitive data without raising alarms. And then comes the next skill, that is problem solving and critical thinking. Ethical hackers should have strong problem solving and critical thinking skills. You will often encounter complex security challenges that require creative solutions. Being able to think outside the box is a valuable skill. And then comes the next skill, that is continuous learning. Our final skill is a commitment to continuous learning. The world of cybersecurity evolves rapidly, and new threats and techniques emerge all the time. Staying up to date with the latest trends and technologies is vital to maintaining your effectiveness as an ethical hacker. And now moving to job roles and average salary for various cybersecurity roles. Starting with security analyst. So the average salary in US for security analyst is $150,000, and in India it's 11 lakhs per annum. And if we talk about the penetration tester, and now moving to the next role, that is penetration tester. And the average salary for penetration tester in US is $145,000 per annum, and in India it's 13 lakhs per annum. And the next role is security consultant, and the average salary in US for this role is $120,000 per annum, and in India it's 10 lakhs per annum. And moving to the next role, that is security engineer, and the average salary for this role in US is $156,000 per annum, and in India it is 8 lakhs per annum. Moving to the next role, that is incident responder, and the average salary for this role in US is $105,000 per annum, and in India it's 7 lakhs per annum. And now moving to the companies hiring cybersecurity professionals. And the topmost companies are Amazon, Accenture, Google, Apple, and Intel. And in conclusion, ethical hacking is a challenging but immensely rewarding field that demands a diverse set of core tech skills. These skills, from computer proficiency to critical thinking, enable ethical hackers to safeguard computer systems and networks from potential threats. If you are looking to enter this exciting domain, make sure to develop and refine these skills. If you want to become a cybersecurity expert and gain handsome salary packages, look at a wide range of cybersecurity courses offered by Simplilearn, and that is in collaboration with top universities across the globe. And a year of experience is preferred to enroll in these courses. You can find the course link mentioned in the description box below and pinned comment. And make sure to subscribe to our channel.
Now there are several reasons as to why you should learn cybersecurity. Here we have the top 10 reasons for the same. At number 10, the reason we have is basic requirements. There is a wrong notion that building a career in cybersecurity is daunting. Well, it is not. A fancy college degree is not at all that it takes to become a successful cybersecurity professional. You can venture into the domain of cybersecurity with some basic knowledge of IT and with an authorized cybersecurity certification. The overall eligibility criterion for the cybersecurity domain is relaxing across the world. IT professionals with cybersecurity certifications are known to receive higher salary packages. Certifications are always given extra weightage in the InfoSec field, and it opens doors to bigger opportunities. These cybersecurity certifications can be opted by anyone, as the eligibility for these are very basic. Cybersecurity certifications train professionals and thus helps in bridging the gap between the supply and demand of skilled cybersecurity professionals. So don't take a step back from learning cybersecurity thinking it is a tedious process. If you are a fresher or a professional, you can go ahead with just these basic requirements. Before moving on to our next reason, here is a question for you all. How many of you like mathematics? Please let us know in the comment section below. I'm sure not everyone loves mathematics, and that is completely okay when it comes to learning cybersecurity. And our ninth reason is, mathematics is not a concern for learning cybersecurity. Many of us find mathematics challenging. Some have the aptitude for dealing with numbers and some don't. And for those who don't, they find it difficult to proceed with a career that has maths involved. However, you can take your decision without any worries when it comes to cybersecurity, as the domain of cybersecurity does not involve mathematics. So if maths is not your strong point, then choosing to learn cybersecurity is a great choice. This can definitely be a relief to many. Instead, you can get acquainted with networking, network security control, and coding to build a career in cybersecurity. Our eighth reason is that cybersecurity is a profession that helps achieve the greater good. Cybersecurity consists of a set of measures and approaches that help companies and individuals' data from being compromised and stolen. Cybersecurity professionals have defended organizations from several deadly cyber attacks that aimed at jeopardizing an organization's confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Cybercrimes are currently on the rise. With different types of cyber attacks, the threat to organizations and individuals alike is only growing by the day. Government agencies, police forces, and cybercrime cells are tackling this threat. However, there is more requirement for skilled cybersecurity professionals who can protect data and work for the greater good. Therefore, if you want to bring about a positive impact and a meaningful difference to the society we live in, then learning cybersecurity is a great choice. Our seventh reason is that you get to travel the world. Who doesn't love to travel the globe? Learning cybersecurity is a great reason, especially for those of you who aspire to travel the world. With the lack of cybersecurity professionals in the world, there are plenty of opportunities for skilled experts to travel overseas to showcase their cybersecurity skills, which are in high demand. The increased demand for cybersecurity professionals is not just restricted to one area, but to the entire world. There are several employment opportunities for cybersecurity professionals across the globe, so learning cybersecurity can open new doors for you overseas as well. Our sixth reason is very interesting, and that is the fact that you get to work with secret agencies and high-profile ones. Like other professionals, cybersecurity professionals also have the opportunity to work with several prestigious multinational companies and big giants like Google, Dell, Accenture and others. However, a cybersecurity professional's career opportunities can go beyond MNCs, and they might get the opportunity to work with top government secret agencies like Mossad, NSA, NIA, FBI and so on. So what are you waiting for? Become a cybersecurity expert and showcase your skills to grab the chance to work with these top agencies. Our fifth reason is, it is never too late to begin with. There are very few professions that give you the liberty to begin late. And one such profession is cybersecurity. It is never too late to realize that you want to become a cybersecurity expert. Many people work as cybersecurity professionals even after their retirement if they have a good knowledge about IT. You could also join cybersecurity courses that train you irrespective of your age. As long as you have good cybersecurity skills, there is no need to worry about job security however late it is. Our fourth reason is, cybersecurity is an evergreen industry. Cybersecurity has gradually become an evergreen industry. In the current times, with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, businesses are moving online and shifting to cloud storage. The demand for cybersecurity is at its peak. There is a high demand for cybersecurity experts who can safeguard digital data. Hence, we can be rest assured that cybersecurity is here to stay, and this domain is only going to grow in the coming years. According to Cybersecurity Ventures, the number of internet users will hit a whopping 6 billion by 2022. These numbers speak volumes, and this reveals the growing demand for cybersecurity professionals across the globe. Digitalization is taking place across several industries. A cybersecurity expert finds opportunities in every field, as every organization wants to be secure on the digital front. So now is the right time if you are looking to learn and start a career in cybersecurity. Before moving to our top 3 reasons to learn cybersecurity, here's some crucial information for you all. As you know, with relevant certifications, you can grow your cybersecurity career, and here we are to help you with that. You can check out Simplilearn's Cybersecurity Expert Masters program to equip you with the necessary skills to become an expert in this rapidly growing domain. Training for highly sought after certifications like CompTIA Security Plus, CEH, CISM and CISSP is at the forefront of this course, preparing you for the industry's best jobs. So what are you waiting for? Get certified with Simplilearn and grow your career in cybersecurity today. So, our third reason to learn cybersecurity is because of the plenty of job opportunities it offers. According to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, the employment of information security analysts is projected to grow 33% from 2020 to 2030, much faster than the average for all occupations. With the world turning digital, there is a dire need for companies to hire cybersecurity experts who can protect and safeguard sensitive data. As firms work to improve their cybersecurity structure, they are also hiring several cybersecurity experts to design, implement and maintain their cybersecurity solutions. Cybersecurity jobs are not limited to the IT domain. Many security positions are found at companies outside of IT, including industries like media, sports or finance to name a few. This emphasizes on the fact that a cybersecurity expert is exposed to several job opportunities from different types of companies across the globe. Our second reason for you to learn cybersecurity is the good salary package it offers. Salaries play a crucial part in any job that you undertake, isn't it? Every individual likes to get duly rewarded for their work, and cybersecurity is one such domain that provides fat paychecks. Cybersecurity experts are the individuals who have come to the rescue with the unprecedented rise in cybercrimes across the world. Organizations are willing to pay sky-high salaries for these cybersecurity experts. There is a lack of skilled cybersecurity professionals, and this is another reason cybersecurity experts are paid well. The salaries of cybersecurity professionals are still expected to grow in the coming times owing to the high demand. Salaries in cybersecurity have a high growth potential, and if you are a skilled cybersecurity professional, you can always negotiate your salary. Finally, a top reason to learn cybersecurity is that you will have a job that never gets boring and a domain that offers unlimited potential for personal growth. Several times, individuals find themselves lost in their career due to lack of challenges, due to their mundane work, and also due to stagnation at work. These reasons play a major role when it comes to a professional quitting their job. However, a job role in cybersecurity tackles these reasons to an extent, and that is why we have this reason at number 1. Cybersecurity is a domain that is constantly evolving, and so are the nature of cyber attacks. Hackers are always trying to develop new methods to get to your data. They develop new exploits regularly, and hence, as a cybersecurity professional, you will face interesting challenges to find optimal solutions for new exploits. You will have new puzzles to solve. A cybersecurity career is not going to be stale. Along with failures, you will also be exposed to new and interesting discoveries. To keep yourself updated in this field and to tackle cyber attacks, you should be in a position to outsmart the hackers. Being in the field of cybersecurity allows you to constantly upskill and enhance your knowledge and experience. It also ensures that your learning journey will never stop.
With the world turning virtual, cyber attacks are constantly flooding new headlines. COVID-19 accelerated the current digital transformation, and the year 2020 witnessed several data breaches. Since technology has become more intertwined with our daily lives, it is no surprise that the need for skilled cybersecurity professionals is increasing. On that note, hey everyone, welcome yet to another exciting video by Simplilearn, which will take you through the top cybersecurity career options available today. But before we begin, if you're new here and haven't subscribed already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and that bell icon for interesting tech videos every day. There is a significant lack of skilled cybersecurity professionals who can tackle the cybersecurity challenges faced daily. Hence, a career in cybersecurity is demanding and equally rewarding. Finding the right career path in the cybersecurity industry isn't always easy. Here, we are here to help you with that. There are a few prerequisites for a career in cybersecurity, the basic one being a bachelor's degree in a subject relating to cybersecurity. However, if you don't have a relevant degree, you can always take up relevant cybersecurity certifications and kickstart your cybersecurity journey. A few other skills like networking, knowledge of operating systems, and cloud security are required to start and grow your cybersecurity career. You can check out our video on the top 5 cybersecurity skills to know more. Cybersecurity jobs vary from entry-level to executive management and everything in between. There are several cybersecurity paths available today. It is best if you start with entry-level and then move on to the next level with the help of certifications and relevant experience. Here, let us have a look at the top 5 cybersecurity job roles today. The first job role is that of a network engineer. Network engineers construct and administer a company's computer networks. They are responsible for installing, configuring, and supporting network equipment. They also configure and maintain firewalls, switches, and routers. This entry-level cybersecurity job can help you start your journey to become an ethical hacker. The annual average salary of a network engineer in the US is $85,098, and in India it is around 510,000 rupees. Second on our list is Information Security Analyst. As an Information Security Analyst, your primary duty is to protect sensitive information. Information Security Analysts create and implement plans for preventing cyber attacks. They monitor data access and ensure compliance with policies. Depending on the cyber threat, they decide if it has to be resolved or escalated further. In the US, an Information Security Analyst earns $89,140 annually. And in India, they earn 6,42,756 rupees. Third on our list is ethical hacker. They are also known as penetration testers. They are network security consultants who identify and exploit system vulnerabilities just like how a hacker would do. They probe and test the network using various penetration tools and software. They also design new penetration tools and document the test results. In the US, a certified ethical hacker earns around $93,000 on an annual average basis, and in India, they make around 5 lakh rupees. The fourth job role that we are going to talk about is security architect. Security architects research and plan the security elements for their organizations. They design robust security structures that are capable of preventing malware attacks. A security architect approves the installation of routers, VPN, and firewalls. Their duties go beyond just architecture building and including formulating company procedures, guidelines, and user guides. Security architects in the US make a handsome sum of $124,000 a year on an average, and in India, they make nearly 21,80,000 rupees. And finally, fifth on our list is Chief Information Security Officer, CISO. They are senior level officers in an organization. They ensure the safety of the information they develop, implement and maintain information security and risk management programs. They also interact with stakeholders and regularly brief them with information security concerns. The average annual salary of a Chief Information Security Officer in the States is a whopping $165,000 annually, and in India, it is 22,22,845 rupees. Several companies are looking for skilled cybersecurity professionals. Philips, Siemens, Google, Microsoft, and GE, to name a few. With passion, the right amount of experience, and relevant certifications, you can grow your cybersecurity career. You can check out Simplilearn Cybersecurity Expert Master's Program to equip you with the necessary skills needed to become an expert in this rapidly growing domain. This course will help you learn various methods as to how you can protect your infrastructure, secure your data, run risk analysis, achieve compliance, and much more.
According to Cybercrime magazine by Cybersecurity Ventures, globally there would be nearly 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity jobs by 2021, and the number of internet users will hit a whopping 6 billion by 2022. These numbers speak volumes, and this shows the growing demand for cybersecurity professionals across the globe. Now that you know the high demand for cybersecurity professionals, let us help you start your cybersecurity career by bagging the right skill set. Many of you out there might be waiting to become a cybersecurity professional but are unsure of how to go about it and what skills you would need to get a cybersecurity job. Not to worry, we are here to help you with that. After extensive research, we have come up with the top 5 skills that will help you get into the field of cybersecurity. Let's have a look at these skills individually. First, we have networking and system administration. The number one skill you need to have to enter the field of cybersecurity is computer networking. Networking is the backbone of the internet. It is imperative that you have an in-depth understanding of networking to start a career in cybersecurity. A network is a group of interconnected devices, and networking is the art of understanding how data is sent, transmitted, and received amongst these devices. You need to know various routing protocols. The TCP/IP and OSI models govern networking. The OSI model is comparatively newer. Basically, in these models, all the protocols are grouped into layers and work together to help you receive data on your device sent from a server. Learning networking will help you understand the technical aspects of data transmission, which will help you secure your data. You can take up networking certifications like Security Plus and Cisco CCNA to gain a strong networking foundation. Another skill that will be beneficial for you is to master system administration. If you think about it, all of us are sysadmins at some level. System administration is all about configuring and maintaining computers. You must be curious to know every aspect of your computer features and settings and play around a bit. Carry out a trial and error method and give yourself small tasks like recovering deleted files or monitoring old viruses on a VM. Explore new techniques, put them into use, and expand your knowledge. Let us now move on to our second skill: knowledge of operating systems and virtual machines. To become a cybersecurity professional, you need to have a strong knowledge of operating environments such as Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Cybersecurity professionals largely use Linux, and it comes with several tools. To learn operating systems, go ahead and set up and use virtual machines, that is VMs, and play around with them. This will help you gain hands-on experience. As a cybersecurity expert, you should be comfortable working on any OS. VMs allow you to train and research in an isolated environment and help you maximize your skills. The next point to remember is to know Kali Linux. It is the most widely known Linux distribution for ethical hacking and penetration testing. It comes with several hundred tools related to penetration testing, malware analysis, security research, computer forensics, and so on. Kali contains several projects and you can learn a lot. Another good thing about Kali is that it is free to use. So what are you waiting for? Download and start right away. Remember that Linux is the backbone of cybersecurity and a commonly asked topic for cybersecurity interviews, especially for pen testing roles. Moving on to our third skill. Our third skill is network security control. It is another basic skill that every cybersecurity professional should have. Network security control refers to the different measures which are employed to enhance the security of a network. It is simple. You can only safeguard your network if you know how it works, how routers, firewalls, and other devices work. A firewall is a hardware or software that blocks incoming or outgoing traffic from the internet to your computer. Firewalls are required to secure a network. As a cybersecurity expert, you must be able to leverage a firewall to filter and prevent unauthorized traffic onto the network. In addition to that, as a cybersecurity expert, you must know about intrusion detection systems, intrusion prevention systems, virtual private networks, and remote access. An intrusion detection system, IDS, is designed to detect unauthorized access to a system. It is used together with a firewall and a router. You should be able to operate the IDS and recognize any security policy violations and malicious traffic on the network. As many of you may have used, a VPN is a connection between a VPN server and a VPN client. It is a secure tunnel across the internet. Moving on, next up we have an interesting skill. Any idea what that is? If yes, pause and leave a comment as to what you think the next skill will be.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
And before we jump into this skill, if you find this video interesting, make sure to give it a thumbs up. Fourth skill on our list is coding. So you might be wondering if coding is really required to become a cybersecurity professional. Well, it is true that not all cybersecurity professionals have or need coding skills. However, having zero coding knowledge may limit your opportunities in the future. Knowing a couple of programming languages will help you identify the plan behind an attack and defend against deadly hacking techniques. So as seen on your screens, these are the best programming languages to learn to make your cybersecurity career worthwhile. We have C and C++. The C programming language is the backbone of most operating systems. C and C++ are low-level programming languages that you need to know as a cybersecurity professional. On the other hand, Python is a high-level programming language that is becoming popular among cybersecurity experts today. Knowing Python will give you an upper hand in your career. It will help you identify and fix vulnerabilities. JavaScript is another high-level programming language that adds interactivity to web pages. A good advantage of knowing JavaScript is that you can prevent cross-site scripting attacks from occurring. As in these attacks, the attacker implants malicious code in a web application. Speaking of PHP, because most of the websites are created using PHP, learning it will help you defend against intruders. Similarly, HTML is another language cybersecurity professionals should understand as most websites use it, and it is one of the easiest languages to learn. Another programming language that you can use is Golang. It is great for cryptography. You can solve various cybersecurity problems with it. Then we have SQL, that is structured query language. Attackers use this language to damage the stored data. One such example is the SQL injection attack. Hence, having a good understanding of SQL will be highly beneficial. Another point we'd like to highlight is to have knowledge of assembly language. This will help you become a cybersecurity engineer. Assembly will help you understand how malware functions and thereby help you defend against it. In the cybersecurity domain, you can't just lock into a single language, and hence it is advised that you're acquainted with a couple of them. You can also do a crash course for these languages and learn them. Hence, determine the best programming language for your cybersecurity role and get familiar with the basics. Moving on, our fifth skill on the list is cloud security. There is a growing demand for cybersecurity professionals with cloud security skills in the coming years. Companies are on the lookout for professionals with security skills applicable to public and hybrid cloud platforms such as Amazon Web Services and Azure. More organizations look to cloud infrastructure to store data and run applications. This includes the implementation of policies and technologies that protect cloud-based systems and devices. Just like application development security, cloud security also involves building secure systems from the start. Companies want professionals who can manage the cloud security tools to identify and prevent any cloud breaches. People with experience and knowledge in managing big platforms such as Microsoft, Azure, AWS, and the GCP are in high demand. Now that we have seen the top 5 cybersecurity skills, let us go through a set of additional skills that can help you get into the cybersecurity field. Remember that to become a successful cybersecurity expert, you must possess a rich and diverse skill set. So in our list of additional skills, first we have risk analysis. Identifying risks even before their arrival is a great skill. Cybersecurity professionals are required to identify, manage, and mitigate risks. Risk management and mitigation is a skill set that is going to be highly in demand in the coming years. Next, we have information security. Companies require skilled professionals who can protect their electronic data from unauthorized access. Here, in-demand skills are authentication, authorization, malware analysis, and data recovery. Next on our list is security incident handling and response. As a cybersecurity expert, you must be prepared to handle any forthcoming threat of violating an organization's security policy. By following an updated incident response plan, your team can proactively protect your data and minimize the damages. In security incident management, you are required to identify, manage, record, and analyze security threats in real time. A security incident can be an active threat or a successful compromise of data or an attempted intrusion. It can also be incidents like DDoS attacks, phishing, APTs, ransomware, and many more. Another important pointer is that as a security practitioner, you must also manage and analyze the security information and event management, SIEM tools and services. Moving on, we have security audit. Security auditing is an internal check that is carried out to find flaws in the organization's information system. You must be able to conduct a review of the organization's adherence to regulatory guidelines. Security audit and compliance knowledge are very crucial as any missed area of regulatory compliance could lead to hefty penalties. Soon, organizations will need people who are more familiar with the various data privacy regulations. If you are good at paperwork, you can capitalize on this skill. Companies will need people who can understand what paperwork to file and which security protocols to use to comply with the regulations. Finally, we have laws and regulations, an often overlooked cybersecurity aspect. There are several cybersecurity laws and regulations, and if you break these laws intentionally or not, it doesn't matter as you will still be charged. These laws define how you can use the internet, and it also defines how people can be protected from becoming the victims of cyber crimes. Knowing these laws and regulations and following the best practice will make you ethical at your job, and this will in turn be good for your organization. So those were our list of additional skills. Apart from these, make sure you stay updated with new hacks and learn new tools as cybersecurity is ever evolving. Another important skill apart from these technical skills is your soft skills. Having a set of good soft skills will help you bag your dream job. We have a video on the top 5 soft skills that will help you grow in your career. Do watch that and incorporate those skills as well.
We humans are highly tech-savvy in today's times. With the extensive use of the internet and modern technologies, there is a massive challenge in protecting all our digital data, such as net banking information, account credentials, and medical reports, to name a few. Have you heard about the deadly WannaCry ransomware attack? The attack happened in May 2017 in Asia, and then it spread across the world. Within a day, more than 230,000 computers were infected across 150 countries. The WannaCry cryptoworm encrypted the data and locked the users out of their systems. For decryption of the data, the users were asked for a ransom of $300 to $600 in Bitcoin. The users who used the unsupported version of Microsoft Windows and those who hadn't installed the security update of April 2017 were targeted in this attack. The WannaCry attack took a toll on every sector, top-tier organizations like Hitachi, Nissan, and FedEx had to put their businesses on hold as their systems were affected too. Now, this is what you call a cyber attack. To prevent such attacks, cybersecurity is implemented. We can define cybersecurity as the practice of protecting networks, programs, computer systems, and their components from unauthorized digital attacks. These illegal attacks are often referred to as hacking. Hacking refers to exploiting weaknesses in a computer network to obtain unauthorized access to information. A hacker is a person who tries to hack into computer systems. This is a misconception that hacking is always wrong. There are hackers who work with different motives. Let's have a look at 3 different types of hackers. Black hat hackers are individuals who illegally hack into a system for monetary gain. On the contrary, we have white hat hackers who exploit the vulnerabilities in a system by hacking into it with permission in order to defend the organization. This form of hacking is absolutely legal and ethical. Hence, they are also often referred to as ethical hackers. In addition to these hackers, we also have the gray hat hackers. As the name suggests, the color gray is a blend of both white and black. These hackers discover vulnerabilities in a system and report it to the system's owner, which is a good act. But they do this without seeking the owner's approval. Sometimes gray hat hackers also ask for money in return for the spotted vulnerabilities. Now that you have seen the different types of hackers, let's understand more about the hacking that is legal and valid, ethical hacking, through an interesting story. Dan runs a trading company. He does online training with the money his customers invest. Everything was going well, and Dan's business was booming until a hacker decided to hack the company's servers. The hacker stole the credentials of various trading accounts. He asked for a lump sum ransom in exchange for the stolen credentials. Dan took the hacker's words lightly and didn't pay the hacker. As a result, the hacker withdrew money from various customers' accounts, and Dan was liable to pay back the customers. Dan lost a lot of money and also the trust of his customers. After this incident, Dan gave a lot of thought as to what could have gone wrong with the security infrastructure in his company. He wished there was someone from his company who could have run a test attack to see how vulnerable his systems were before the hacker penetrated into the network. This was when he realized he needed an employee who thinks like a hacker and identifies the vulnerabilities in his network before an outsider does. To do this job, he hired an ethical hacker, John. John was a skilled professional who worked precisely like a hacker. In no time, he spotted several vulnerabilities in Dan's organization and closed all the loopholes. Hiring an ethical hacker helped Dan protect his customers from further attacks in the future. This, in turn, increased the company's productivity and guarded the company's reputation. So, now you know hacking is not always bad. John, in this scenario, exposed the vulnerabilities in the existing network, and such hacking is known as ethical hacking. Ethical hacking is distributed into 6 different phases. Let us look at these phases step by step with respect to how John, our ethical hacker, will act. Before launching an attack, the first step John takes is to gather all the necessary information about the organization's system that he intends to attack. This step is called reconnaissance. He uses tools like Nmap and hping for this purpose. John then tries to spot the vulnerabilities, if any, in the target system using tools like Nmap and Nexpose. This is the scanning phase. Now that he has located the vulnerabilities, he then tries to exploit them. This step is known as gaining access. After John makes his way through the organization's networks, he tries to maintain his access for future attacks by installing backdoors in the target system. The Metasploit tool helps him with this. This phase is called maintaining access. John is a brilliant hacker. Hence, he tries his best not to leave any evidence of his attack. This is the 5th phase, clearing tracks. We now have the last phase, that is reporting. In this phase, John documents a summary of his entire attack, the vulnerabilities he spotted, the tools he used, and the success rate of the attack. Looking into the report, Dan is now able to take a call and see how to protect his organization from any external cyber attacks. Don't you all think John is an asset to any organization? If you want to become an ethical hacker like John, then there are a few skills that you need to acquire. First and foremost, you need to have a good knowledge of operating environments such as Windows, Linux, Unix, and Macintosh. You must have reasonably good knowledge of programming languages such as HTML, PHP, Python, SQL, and JavaScript. Networking is the base of ethical hacking, hence, you should be good at it. Ethical hackers should be well aware of security laws so that they don't misuse their skills. Finally, you must have a global certification on ethical hacking to successfully bag a position of an ethical hacker like John. Few examples of ethical hacking certification are Certified Ethical Hacker Certification, CEH, CompTIA Pentest Plus, and Licensed Penetration Tester Certification, to name a few. Simplilearn provides a cybersecurity expert master's program that will equip you with all the skills required by a cybersecurity expert. You could have a look at it by clicking the link in the description.
So let's start it with what is ethical hacking. Now, plainly defined, ethical hacking is locating weaknesses or vulnerabilities of computers and information systems using the intent and actions of a malicious hacker. The major difference is here that we are hired to discover those weaknesses in a legal and ethical manner. That means, first and foremost, our intent should not be malicious. We do not wish any harm to the organization, and whatever we discover is reported back and not misused. Once we report back, we will also be trying to help them out to mitigate or remove those weaknesses or vulnerabilities to enhance the company's security posture. So essentially, we would have the same training or the same knowledge as that of a malicious hacker, except that the intent is going to be different. The intent is going to help the organization achieve security to protect themselves against malicious hackers. And the second most important thing about ethical hacking is that we are authorized to do that activity. I cannot in good faith hack somebody and then tell them, you know what, I just wanted to help you out, and here are your vulnerabilities, and this is the way you can prevent them. I first need the authorization from the other party, and only then can I perform an ethical hack. So in this example, hacker attacks an individual with malicious intent and makes misuse of whatever information they have gotten. They steal the data, they maybe fry the operating system, hardware, destroy it, and thus they leave the victim without a device. With authorization, an ethical hacker can also attack the same individual, minus the destruction, of course, and the intent is good, so they are willingly finding out the vulnerabilities and helping the victim plug them out so that they wouldn't be a victim of a malicious attack. Now here, the first thing is authorization from the victim, and the second thing is the good intent, where we do not misuse those vulnerabilities and we report them back to the victim or to the client and help them patch those vulnerabilities. That's the main difference between a white hat and a black hat. So security experts are normally termed as white hat hackers. Malicious hackers are termed as black hats. Now, the responsibilities of an ethical hacker are multifold. First and foremost, you have to create scripts, test for vulnerabilities. First, you have to identify those in the first place. So there's a vulnerability assessment, identifying those vulnerabilities, and then you're going to test them to see the validity and the complexity of those vulnerabilities. So one of your responsibilities would be to develop tools to increase security as well, or to configure security in such a way that it would be difficult to breach. Performing risk assessment. Now, what is a risk? Risk is a threat that is posed to an organization by a possibility of getting hacked. So let's say I, as an ethical hacker, run a vulnerability scanner on a particular client. I identify 10 different vulnerabilities. Within those 10 vulnerabilities, I do a risk assessment to identify which vulnerability is critical, would have the most impact on the client, and what would be the repercussions if those vulnerabilities actually get exploited. So I'm trying to find out in risk assessment that if the client gets hacked with the vulnerabilities identified, what is the loss they would be facing once they get hacked. And the loss could not only be loss of data, it could be financial losses, it could be loss of reputation, penalties they have to pay to the client for breaches, or penalties that they may have to pay the governments in case of breaches that happened that couldn't be controlled. Another responsibility of the ethical hacker is to set up policies in such a way that it becomes difficult for hackers to get access to devices or to protected data. And finally, train the staff for network security. So we've got a lot of employees in an organization. We need to train the staff of what is allowed and what is not allowed, how to keep themselves secure so that they don't get compromised, thus becoming a vulnerability themselves to the organization. The policies that we have talked about are administrative policies to govern the employees of the organization. For example, password policies. Most of the organizations will have a tough password policy where they say you have to create a password that meets a certain level of complexity before that can be accepted. And till you create that password, you're not allowed to log in or you're not allowed to register. So let's move on to understand what is penetration testing. Now for penetration testing, there is a phase called vulnerability assessment that happens before this. Vulnerability assessment is nothing but running a scanning tool to identify a list of potential flaws or vulnerabilities within the organization. Once you have identified the list of those vulnerabilities, you would then move on to penetration test. This is the part of ethical hacking where it specifically focuses on penetration only of the information systems. So you have identified that flaw. Maybe it could be a database with a SQL injection, or it could be a buffer overrun flaw, or it could be a simple password cracking attempt. Your idea is to create those tools, create those attacks, and try to penetrate into those areas where security is weak. The essence of penetration testing is to penetrate information systems using various attacks. The attacks could be anything like a phishing attack, a password cracking attack, a denial of service attack, or any other vulnerabilities that you have identified during the vulnerability scan. So what is Kali Linux and why is it used? Kali Linux is an operating system often used by hackers and ethical hackers both because of the tool sets that the operating system contains. It is an operating system created by professionals with a lot of embedded tools. It is a Debian based operating system with advanced penetration testing and security auditing features. There are more than 600 plus odd tools on that operating system that can help you leverage any of the attacks, man-in-the-middle attacks, sniffing, password cracking. Any of these attacks would be possible with all the tools available. You just need to know how to utilize the operating system and its tools. Contains, like I said, hundreds of tools that are used for various information security tasks like computer forensics, reverse engineering, information finding, even getting access to different machines, and then creating viruses, worms, trojans, anything that you will. 600 plus tools in the Kali Linux operating system. There are periodic updates that are given out to the operating system as well. It is open source. That means it is free to utilize. You can even have the source code. You can modify it if you want to. There's customizations available for all the tools. You can download third-party tools and install them if you want. There's a wide support for wireless network cards. Multiple languages are being supported at the same time as well. And you can create a lot of attacking scripts, you can create attacking tools, and you can write your own exploits as well on Kali Linux. So this all in all helps you create a very robust system where you can create your own attacks and then launch them against unsuspecting victims. Now that is illegal. So as far as ethical hacking is concerned, once you have authorization, you're going to identify which tools to be utilized, you're going to get the appropriate permissions, and only then are you going to attempt those attacks. Let's talk about the phases of penetration testing. Now, there are 5 different phases. The first one is the reconnaissance phase, also known as the information gathering phase. This is the most important phase for any hacker. This is where the hacker, or the ethical hacker if you will gather as much information about the target's victim, or vice versa, the victim, right? So once you have that information, you would then be able to identify what tool sets to include and how to attack the victim. For example, you want to find out the IP addresses, the domains, subdomains, the network architecture that is being utilized. You want to identify operating systems that are being utilized, the network IP ranges that are being utilized, and so on and so forth. You might want to identify employees within an organization for social engineering attacks in the future, email addresses, telephone numbers, anything and everything that will help you validate and give you information about the target is something that you want to do in the reconnaissance phase. At this point in time, we are not going to question whether whatever information we are getting is useful or not. Only time will tell, depending on the various attacks that we will be building up later on. This becomes your baseline, this becomes your database with all the information about the victim, so that you can come back from later stages back to the reconnaissance phase to look at the information that you have gathered, and then you can fine tune your attacks. Once you have done that, you're going to then start the scanning phase. Based on the information that you have gathered, you're going to identify live machines within the network. Once you have identified the live machines, you'll scan them for open ports, protocols and procedures, any processes that are running, and then we're going to identify vulnerabilities within these processes and within these open ports. So in the scanning phase, why do we need to find live machines? Because we want to find out the machines that have booted up, have an operating system, and are running on the network. If a machine is not available on the network or is in a shutdown mode, that machine cannot be hacked through a technical attack. Then it will be a physical attack where you physically go to the machine and then do whatever you want to do with it. For a technical attack, you will have to identify the machines that have booted up. Then you're going to scan the open ports because that's going to be our entry point. And on the port would be a service that is running, so you scan the service as well, identify the version of the service, and then do a vulnerability scan to identify if there are any vulnerabilities on those services that are running. And then based on all of this information, we are going to develop our attacks as we go on. So once we have this, we go on to the gaining access phase, where we are going to attack and try to get access to our victims' machines. Could be a social engineering attack based on the information gathering we have done. In the technical assessment and scanning phase, if we have identified a vulnerability, we are going to identify a relevant exploit and then use that exploit to try to gain access. Or we might just craft a Trojan and try to execute that Trojan on the victim's machine to check if we can get access through that particular manner. Once we have the access, could be even a simple password cracking attack, which we have been able to accomplish, and we have cracked the password of the person and now we have gained access to that person's computer, right? But these attacks would be temporary. For example, we have cracked a password, somebody changes the password every 30 days. After that period, our attack would be useless. If a Trojan is executed, we get a connection to that machine for once, but then how do we get a repeated connection over and over again if we want to reconnect to that machine? So that's where we come into the maintaining access phase, where we install rootkits, keyloggers, sniffers, and things like that, where we could get a backdoor entry to the victim's machine. If we have already been successfully installed a Trojan, we would want to add the Trojan to the startup menu so that every time the operating system starts, the Trojan gets automatically executed, and thus we maintain the backdoor entry to that victim's machine. Once we have done all of this, all these activities are going to leave a trace in the victim's machine. So if we install a Trojan being an application would create directories and files. A virus would be destructive in nature. If you're executing a script, it will leave some logs behind. If we even log in through the cracked password that we have, it will create a login entry for that particular timestamp along with the IP address that we utilized. In the covering tracks, we are essentially trying to avoid detection by deleting traces of our activity. That means that we need to identify where logs are being stored, we need to address those logs, and we need to delete them or modify them in such a way that our activity is not traceable. So these are the 5 main phases of a penetration test. Gather as much information as you can, scan for machines, ports, protocols and services running on the victim's device. Try to gain access by password cracking, Trojans, exploits for the vulnerabilities if any. Maintain that access by installing further software which will allow you to get backdoor access to that particular system, and then try to cover your tracks by deleting all traces of your activity. Once successful, the victim will have no idea and you have a backdoor entry and you can monitor the victim to the extent that you want. Now, in an ethical hacker's perspective, this penetration test can be done in multiple aspects. So again, understand the fact that we are doing an authorized activity. We have identified the tools that we have to use, identified the attacks, we have got the appropriate authorization, and based on that authorization, we are conducting a penetration test. The penetration test may be asked to be done in one of these manners. First is the black box test. The black box test is where no information is given to the ethical hacker about the IT infrastructure. So they have no idea what it is. They start right from the first phase of the information gathering, gather as much information they can, and based on the gathered information, they try to create and launch attacks to see if they are going to be successful. Now, not only does it test the knowledge of the penetration tester, it would also test the security implementations that the organization has done to see whether they can identify the attack and prevent it in the first place. So this is the simulation of a malicious hacker scenario, where a malicious hacker, having no idea about the organization, first tries to gather information and then tries to attack that organization. So no source code knowledge, no technological knowledge, nothing. They're just going to try to gather information, scan those devices, and then try to gain access. The second test is a gray box test, where some information is given or some knowledge of the IT infrastructure is given. Think of it from an employee's perspective. A regular employee in an organization who doesn't have extra privileges like an administrator but is just a regular employee, that means that they got limited access within the organization, based on which they get some knowledge of the IT infrastructure. So this is an attempt of an insider simulation attack, where a regular user may want to try to misuse the access that they've been given, and then try to gather information or try to gain access to other devices which they are not authorized to. The third test is white box, where there's full knowledge of the IT infrastructure that has been given. So this is again a simulation of an insider attack, a malicious insider, if you will. But at this point in time, the person has complete knowledge of the infrastructure, could be in an administrative position, and then they are trying to leverage their access to see if they can get information or they can compromise any of the data. So the three attacks would be: the first one, black box, where we are simulating an external threat, a hacker sitting outside the organization trying to gain access. The gray box is an insider threat, where there is a regular employee who is trying to get access to infrastructure that they are not authorized for. And then the third audit is a white box audit, where there's an administrator who has all the leverage, all the access and the visibility within the infrastructure, and then they are trying to misuse their access to see what else they can get from whatever access has been authorized to them. Now let's look at the areas of penetration testing. Where all could we do a penetration test, thus compromising the security of the application or of the server or of the user? So first and foremost, network services. It finds vulnerabilities and weaknesses in the security of the network infrastructure. So for example, we have switches, routers, firewalls in a network. All of these are devices that need a configuration. If they have been not correctly configured, or if they have not been correctly secured, they would leave some vulnerabilities behind. If we as ethical hackers are able to identify these flaws, these misconfigurations, these vulnerabilities, we could then try to exploit them and try to gain access to the network and devices within that network by getting access to the network in the first place. Then we have the web applications. Web applications are nothing but softwares that are developed over or deployed over a web server and are made available over the intranet or the internet. For example, websites that we visit, or web applications like Facebook, if you will, right? So if these applications have vulnerabilities within them, we then try to attack the web-based applications and thus try to bypass authentication or get access to database or try to leak information through those applications. If not, then we try to attack the client side. Now, web application is at the server level and is hosted by the deployer. So that's at the server side. The client side is where we as users are using a computer with a browser and trying to interact with the web application. Now, the browser and the operating system that we are utilizing would have its own vulnerabilities. Thus, identifying a client-side vulnerability and then exploiting it to either hack the client or then piggyback on the client's connection and try to get access to the server. So either you could attack the network, the web application, or the client side itself. Or you could attack wireless networks. This test would examine all the wireless devices which are used in a corporation. Most of the wireless would have laptops, smartphones, tablets, phablets, all of those connected to them. If you're able to access any of these devices through the wireless, it would help you gain access to other devices on the wireless as well. And then social engineering. So this is where you're trying to attack humans. You're tricking an employee of a corporation to reveal some confidential information, knowingly or unknowingly, by tricking them with fake mails or fake websites or malicious emails that you have sent to them, which they have failed to recognize as malicious, and they click on it, thus getting victimized. Social engineering attacks are always successful because of the gullibility of humans. Empathy, sympathy. Humans basically have emotions. Emotions can be toyed with and then taken advantage of if the person is not careful enough. For example, the most common social engineering attack that we see is the Nigerian fraud, where we receive an email that someone somewhere has died and has left a huge estate behind, a few $100 million, and we have been identified as the person through whom they want to transfer the money to a foreign land to save on taxes. What are the chances of that happening on a daily basis, right? How many princes are there? So that's something that we do not verify. It's just the greed, if you will, of striking it rich quickly that makes us believe these kind of emails. We have also received emails of lottery tickets that we have won over a period of time without even having bought a lottery ticket. So if you haven't bought one, what did you win? But we don't ask these questions. We just get excited about the amount of money that we have won, and then we try to bet on our luck and try to see if that email is going to fructify or is it just another scam. So social engineering attacks are dime a dozen these days, and we need to be very careful on what we trust on the internet. let's look at the penetration testing tools. There are hundreds and thousands of tools out there. Most of these have been concised and collected together and hosted on a operating system known as Kali Linux that we have talked about earlier. Now, the predecessor to Kali Linux was Backtrack. Backtrack is no longer continued, it has been discontinued, and Kali Linux has taken the place of Backtrack, within which are all the tools that you see on your screen. Metasploit is one of the most favorite penetration testing tools of hackers and ethical hackers. There are a lot of inbuilt exploits over there, and we'll be doing a demo at the end of the session on this. Nmap is the information gathering tool which will scan for live devices, scan for open ports, protocols, and services. Beef would be an application testing tool that would help us find exploits within applications. Nessus Vulnerability Scanner is a network and a host-based scanner that would help you identify vulnerabilities within such hosts. Wireshark is a network sniffer which allows you to capture network packets and analyze them to see if there is any information worth capturing within those packets. SQL Map is a automated tool used for SQL injection attacks. So you don't even have to craft your queries for SQL injection. It will be done by the SQL Map tool. You just need to identify whatever is possible through the queries that this SQL is going to create, and then based on the activity that you've identified, you just need to redefine your search parameters to get access to the database. We'll be doing a demo on SQL Map or SQL Map as well. And then there is John the Ripper. John the Ripper is a tool that is used for password cracking. So dictionary attacks, brute force attacks are done using John the Ripper. What is a dictionary attack? A dictionary attack is an attack where we create a list of all probable passwords, store them in a TXT file, and run that list against the password tool to see if any of those passwords are going to match. A brute force attack is trying the same attack but with every permutation and combination of the alphabet that we have, and we are going to try to figure out if we are able to crack the password at all. So these are just some of the tools. For every tool there are another supporting 100 tools or more than that. Like for Nessus Vulnerability Scanner, you'll have Qualys Vulnerability Scanner, you have GFI LAN card, and there are lots of other softwares out there. But these are some of the most commonly utilized tools. Let's look at the Metasploit attack. Metasploit is a framework of penetration testing that makes hacking very simple. You just need to know how to utilize the tool. You need to identify the vulnerability associated with a particular exploit and then run the exploit on Metasploit. We'll be demoing this during the practical. So there are active exploits and passive exploits. In active exploits, it exploits a specific computer, runs until execution and then exits, uses brute force and exits when an error occurs. In a passive exploit, these exploits wait for incoming requests and exploit them as soon as they connect. They can also be used in conjunction with emails and web browsers. So in passive exploits, we create a payload, like a reverse connection payload. We send it to the victim. Once the victim installs that software, the machine will then initiate a connection to us. Our machine will be in a listen mode, and then we will, once the software is executed at their end, we would then try to connect and exploit that particular vulnerability. This is the practical that we'll be doing on Metasploit. So let's move on with the demos, and then we'll see what we can discuss amongst them. Alright, let's have a look at some of the demos that we had talked about in the ethical hacking and penetration testing module. We are going to look at 3 different demos. The first one is going to be a SQL injection attack that we are going to perform on this tool that we have. The second one is a password cracking attack on Windows 7. And the third one is a MetaBreeder based or a Metasploit based shell shock attack on a Linux based web server. So let's get cracking. I've powered on this virtual machine, which is the OWASP Broken Web application. It is a tool that is provided for people who want to enhance their skills, and they can practice how to do these attacks in a legal manner. So we are going to go to this site. I'm just going to open up my browser. The IP address is 71.132, and that's the OWASP Broken Web application that we want to utilize. We are going to head off to Mutility 2. And we are going to look at a SQL injection attack where we want to bypass authentication. Now this takes us to the login screen, so we can just try our luck here and see that the authentication mechanism works. The account does not exist, so the username and password that we have supplied is not the correct one. So we want to ensure that there's a SQL database, and we can try to attack it and see if we can bypass the authentication. Now, what we want to do is we want to create a SQL-based malformed query that can give us a different output. So I'm just going to type in a single quote over here and type login, and you can see that this is now suddenly recognized as an operator, and there's an error that is given out compared to the login that we tried earlier. When we used a proper text-based login mechanism, it gave us the account does not exist, but here the single quote gave us an error, and it shows us how SQL works. This is the query that we had created. Now, in the trainings that you have for ethical hacking, there would be explanations of what these queries are all about, how this syntax works. Here we're just going to see if we can create a malformed query to log in as a user in this case. So what I'm going to do is create the query over here, and we're going to give it a comparison. So we're going to give it a OR 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. And if you now click login, you should be able to bypass authentication, and you can see user has been authenticated, and we now have admin access to this application. Now here the SQL queries need to be crafted in such a perspective that they're going to work. So there would be a lot of exercise in identifying what the database is. There's a Microsoft database, an Oracle database, and so on and so forth, and then you have to choose those proper commands. But identifying that would come in the training. Right now we're just looking at a demo. This is how a SQL injection attack works. Now let me log out here. Similarly, now we are in a login page. The same query worked wonders where it allowed us to bypass authentication. So it also depends on what kind of a page I am and what query would be accepted at this point in time. So here application understanding would also come into the picture, where which function we are calling upon when we are connected to a particular page. Now this is a user lookup function, right? So again, here we try the same method, test. That's not going to work. Authentication error, bad user or password. And if we type in the same query over here, single quote or, and give it a condition, single quote or 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. Now here it is not going to log us in because this is not a login page. This is a user lookup form. So here it would instead give us a dump of all the databases that it has. So you can see all the usernames and passwords coming in that are stored in the user lookup field. So this is where the understanding comes in of which query to create at what page, depending upon the function that is being called, right? So that's the SQL injection attack that we wanted to look at. Let's move on to password cracking. Now this is a Windows 7 machine that we have. I'm just going to do a very basic password cracking example. We're just going to log in. Now here the assumption is that we are able to log in. We have access to a computer, and we want to check out other users who are using this computer and see if we can find out their passwords, so that we can log in as a different user, steal data if required, and we wouldn't be to blame if there are any logs that are created. So here we've got a tool called Enable that is installed right here. Now I'm already an administrator on this machine. I'm checking out other administrators who share the same privileges, or any other user who may be on this system whose password I can crack, and thus I would be able to get access through their account and then do any malicious activity, right? So this allows me to go into a cracker tool, and it allows me to enumerate this machine and identify all the users and passwords that are there in this particular machine. Right? So I'm just going to click on the plus sign, and I'm going to import hashes from a local system. So where are these files stored? Where does Windows store its passwords? In what format are they stored? And what this tool does to retrieve those? That's something that we all need to know as an ethical hacker, right? So import the hashes from the local system, click on next. It's going to enumerate that file, and it is going to give you a list of all the users that are there. So you can see the users are hacker admin, test, the one that we are logged in as, and then there's a user called virus as well. And you can see that this is the hash value of the password that is being utilized. Now there's a particular format for a hash value for Windows and how it stores. But once we have these hash values, let's say if I want to crack this password, there are various attacks that we can do. For example, a dictionary based attack or a brute force attack. Let's try a brute force attack, right? NTLM is the hashing mechanism that is used by Windows. So we're going to try to create an NTLM hash attack. And here we are going to use a predetermined rule set. For example, we are not sure what characters are being utilized over here. So we just create an attack like this using all characters and lowercase a through z, uppercase a through z, numeric 0 through 9, and all the special characters. Let's say the password is between 7 and 16 characters. and this is the character set that we want to try the brute force attack on. What is a brute force attack? It is an attack where the computer is going to try each and every permutation and combination out of this character set and try to figure out if the password is going to be correct. So if we click start, it's going to start with a particular characters, and then it is going to identify if that NTLM hash is going to work against this character. And you can see the time is going to be phenomenal over here. So it's not necessary that this attack would be viable. It will be 100% successful given the time frame. However, the time frame is huge enough for this attack to become a little bit redundant. There are other attacks that we can do which can easily identify this data for us as well, but that is something that we will look on in future videos. So that's how we can get access to users and passwords. There are different mechanisms where, let's say we don't have login access, then what are we going to do? How we can create a fake user, login, or how we can remotely access a machine and then try to get the same access. And that is what we are going to try to do in the next demo on a Linux machine. So what we are doing in a Linux machine could also be doable on the Windows machine with a different exploit. So what I'm going to do is, this is the Linux web server that I have that I'm going to power on. I'm going to use a Kali Linux machine to hack that device, and I'm going to just power off my Windows 7 machine. Give it a minute till it boots up. Now this is also a demo machine that we have which has its own pre-configured vulnerabilities. So here we've got something from the pen testers lab and has a shell shock vulnerability implemented inside. Shell shock vulnerability affects Linux, Mac and Unix based operating systems for a particular version of the bash shell. Bash is the born again shell, which is the command line interface in these operating systems. So what we are trying to do here is we are going to use the Kali Linux machine, try to find out the vulnerability over here, and if it exists, we are going to use Metasploit to attack this machine. Now the first and foremost thing is we want to identify the IP address. We have no idea what the IP address is. We are in the same subnet, so we are assuming that we are able to connect to this machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a tool called ZenMap. I'm going to open up a command line interface, find out what my IP address is, and my IP address is this with a subnet mask of 255.255.255.0. So I want to see if there are any other machines that are live in the same subnet, and we are doing a ping sweep over here to identify which machines are live. In a minute we'll get all the IP addresses. 71.1, 2, 133, 254 and 128. We know that we are 128 at this point in time. 254 is the DHCP server. So we are assuming that 133 is the machine that we want to look at, and let's then try to see if we can scan that machine 133, and we're going to do an intent scan to find out which ports are open, what services are running over there, and if it is whether the pentest machine that we were looking for. You can see off the start port 22 and port 80, and somewhere here it's going to give us the ports that are open and the details about those ports, and somewhere here it will tell us that this is the pentester lab machine that we wanted, which is correct. So now we want to do a vulnerability analysis on this. What we are going to do is I'm going to use another GUI based tool called Sparta, which I can just find out from here. Sparta uses two tools in the background, a Nmap tool and a tool called Nikto. So we're just going to start scanning 192.168.71.133 was the IP address. Add to scope, and over a period of time you can see all of these will start populating with information. There we are. That's the Nikto tool coming in, scanning on port 80, which means that it's a web server using HTTP. It tells us it's an Apache HTTPD 2.2.21, and gives us the 22 port number as well. If we head over to the tab of Nikto, or let's look at the screenshot first. This is what the website would be looking like, and Nikto gives us the options over here. It tells us that there is a vulnerability over here for shell shock, and this is the path where the vulnerability is going to exist. So what we are going to do, we go back to the command line, we open up a new one, minimize all these other windows, and we are going to open up Metasploit. Metasploit is a penetration testing tool that is used by most hackers and ethical hackers to test applications and test existing exploits and vulnerabilities. So just give it a minute till it starts. You can see there are already around 1700 exploits right here. We are going to see all those exploits with these commands. There we are, sorry for the typo. And it will just give us a list of all the exploits that are stored in Metasploit in this version. So all of these are Windows based. If we scroll up, we will be looking at other vulnerabilities as well, or exploits, the Unix based exploits, Linux, OS X, multi exploits. And we are looking for an exploit for multi-based Apache or HTTP. Let's go up. Let's look at, so this is the one that we're looking for, Apache mod CGI bash environmental executable. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy it, go back to the bottom, say use exploit, and paste the one that we wanted. Press enter, say show options. So it will ask us to configure this. I'm just going to configure it based on the knowledge that we have. Set our host, which is the remote host, the victim's machine. So we put in the IP address. It asks us for the target URI. So that's the path that we saw. Set target URI to cgi-bin/status. Enter. Now with the exploit, we need to find a payload that is going to give us the output that we want. So we say show payloads, and it will give us a list of all the compatible payloads with this exploit. And we want to create a reverse TCP connection, which is this. So we know it's a Linux operating system. We want this payload to be set. So set payload, press enter. That's the payload coming in. Show options. Now that we have set the payload, this is the options for the exploit. And now we want to set our options for the payloads as well. So we are creating a reverse TCP connection, which means we are remotely executing code at the victim side and making the victim connect back to our machine, which means we need to set up a listener. So I need to put my IP address over here, set localhost or lhost 192.168.71.128, which was our IP address. Show options again, just to ensure everything is fine, which looks like it is, and we then type in the word exploit so that it will start this attack. I can see that it has created a meterpreter session at the victim side, and it has opened up a session. So if I do a pwd, now pwd is a Linux command for present working directory, and it will show us that we'll connect it to var cgi-bin. Do an ls, it will list all the files. That's the status file over there. Do a cd /, it will take us to the root of this machine.
If you are an aspiring cybersecurity professional looking for online training and certifications from the prestigious universities and in collaboration with leading experts to enhance your credibility, then search no more. Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity from MIT University in collaboration with EC Council should be your right choice. For more details, you can use the link mentioned in the description box below.
With the next generation of internet exchanges focused on maximum privacy and security, a variety of ways have been enforced to maintain them as such. Censorship has been shifted from the streets to the digital domain. It forces the standard citizen to derive alternative ways to maintain anonymity. A major weapon in this battle for privacy and security is the Tor browser, an independent browser meant to browse the internet while relaying information through the Tor network. It serves as a meaningful alternative to the standard internet browsing habits. To better understand the purpose of this browser and such, we must learn about the work of the Tor network. Featuring its own routing protocol, the Tor browser is an easy way to maintain anonymity while browsing without emptying one's wallet. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered today. We start at the explanation of what is the Tor network and its significance in the working of the Tor browser. We take a look at the onion routing protocol and how it transmits the data from the client devices to the Tor directories in order to circumvent government censorship. Moving on, we learn a few features of the Tor browser and the distinct advantages the Tor network provides. Next, we learn the difference between using a VPN and a Tor to anonymize internet usage. And finally, we have a live demonstration of the Tor browser anonymization features in action. Let's move on to learning about the Tor network. Tor, short for the Onion Router. It's an open source privacy network that permits users to browse the web anonymously. The Tor was initially developed and solely used by the US Navy to protect sensitive government communications before the network was made publicly available. The digital era has disrupted the traditional way of doing things in every sector of the economy. The rapid rise in development and innovation of digital products has given way to frequent data breaches and cyber thefts. In response, consumers are increasingly opting for products that offer data privacy and cybersecurity. Tor is one such underground network that was implemented for the purpose of protecting users' identities. The Tor network is one example of the many emerging technologies that attempt to fill a data privacy void in a digital space plagued by cybersecurity concerns. The Tor network intercepts the traffic from your browser and bounces a user's request of a random number of other user IP addresses. Then the data is passed to the user requester's final destination. These random users are volunteer devices which are called as nodes or relays. The Tor network disguises your identity by encrypting the traffic and moving it across different Tor relays within the network. The Tor network uses an onion routing technique for transmitting data, hence the original name of onion router. To operate within the Tor network, a user has to install the Tor browser. Any address or information requested using the browser is transmitted through the Tor network. It has its own feature set, which we will be covering over later in this video. As we discussed already, the data passing through the Tor network must follow a unique protocol known as the onion routing protocol. Let us learn more about its unique characteristics. In our normal network usage, the data is transmitted directly. The sender has data packets to transmit, which is done directly over a line of communication with either a receiving party or a server of some kind. However, since the data can easily be captured while being transmitted, the security of this exchange is not very reliable. Moreover, it becomes very easy to trace the origin of such requests. On many occasions, websites with questionable and controversial content are blocked from the ISP. This is possible since the ISP is able to detect and spy on user information passing through the network. Apart from ISPs, there is a steady chance of your private information being intercepted by hackers. Unfortunately, easy detection of the source and contents of a web request make entire network extremely vulnerable for people who seek anonymity over the internet. However, in the onion routing protocol, things take a longer route. We have a sender with the Tor browser installed on the client system. The network sends the information to node 1's IP address, which encrypts the information and passes it on to node 2's address, which performs another encryption and passes it on to node 3 address. This is the last address, which is also known as the exit node. This last node decrypts the encrypted data and finally relays the request to the final destination, which can be another device or a server end. This final address thinks the request came from the exit node and grants access to it. The encryption process across multiple computers repeats itself from the exit node to the original user. The Tor network obfuscates user IP addresses from unwanted surveillance by keeping the user's request untraceable. With multiple servers touching the data, it makes the tracking very difficult for both ISPs and malicious attackers. Now that we understand the way Tor works, let us learn more about the Tor browser. The Tor browser was developed by a non-profit organization as a part of the Tor project in 2008, and its first public release was announced. The Tor browser is a browser fork from the popular Firefox that anonymizes your web traffic using the Tor network. If you're investigating a competitor, researching an opposing litigant in a legal dispute, or just think it's creepy for your ISP or the government to know what websites you visit, the Tor browser might be the right solution. Before the Tor browser were developed, using that network to maintain anonymity was a huge task for everyday consumers. Starting from the setup to the usage, the entire process demanded a lot of knowledge and practice. The Tor browser managed to make it easy for users to traverse the relay servers in Tor and guarantee the privacy of the data exchange. A major feature of the Tor browser is the ability to delete all browser history, cookies, and tracking data the moment it is closed. Every new launch of the browser opens an empty slate, having your usage habits from being tracked and singled out. A major feature that is the highlight of the Tor network is the availability of onion links. Only a small portion of the World Wide Web is available to the general public. We have the deep web that contains links that are not allowed to be indexed by standard search engines like Google and Bing. The dark web is a further subset of the deep web which contains onion links. Tor browser gives you access to these .onion websites which are only available within the Tor network. Onion is a special use top-level domain which designates an anonymous onion service, which is also known as a hidden service. Similar to the links of the deep web, these onion links provide services like online shopping, cryptocurrency, and many other products not available in the consumer internet space. Often being considered as a haven for illegal activities and sales, onion links provide both information and assets in a private manner without the risk of spying by authorities. Browsing the web over Tor is slower than the ClearNet due to the multiple layers of encryption. Some web services also block Tor users. Tor browser is also illegal in authoritarian regimes that want to prevent citizens from reading, publishing, and communicating anonymously. Journalists and dissidents around the world have embraced Tor as a cornerstone of democracy, and researchers are hard at work at improving Tor's anonymity properties. Let us take a look at some of the advantages of using the Tor browser over standard web browsers. The highlight of using the Tor browser is to maintain anonymity over the internet. The cause for such requests can differ from person to person, but all of these concerns are answered by the Tor network. Routing the information via multiple nodes and relay servers make it entirely difficult for the ISP to keep a track of usage data. The entire Tor project is designed to be completely free and open source. Allowing the code for the browser to be inspected and audited by third parties helps in the early detection of faulty configurations and critical bugs. It is present for multiple operating systems, starting from laptops to mobile devices. A number of websites are blocked by governments for a variety of reasons. Journalists under authoritarian regimes have difficulty in getting the word out regarding the situation. Since the onion routing protocol transfers data between multiple servers of random countries, the domains being blocked become available when used via Tor. Usage of these encryption messaging platforms is easily enforced using the Tor browser, which otherwise would have been a difficult task under oppressive circumstances. Many people believe that a VPN offers the same benefits as the Tor browser. Let's put both of them to the test and see the differences between them. Coming to the first point of difference, Tor is completely free and open source. All of the code for the browser and the network can be audited and has been cleared for security concerns. When it comes to VPN, there are many different brands which have open source clients, but the same cannot be said for their counterparts. Some have partly open source, while some have completely locked up their code so that they cannot be stolen further. Moving on, Tor has multiple relay points in its data transfer protocol. Between the server and the receiver, there are 3 different IP nodes. That number can increase, but it will always be more than 2. Once the data is passed from the sender, it goes through all of those relay points, while in the case of a VPN, the connection is made from the client device to the VPN server and then to the requested destination. There is no other IP node that comes into work here, thereby making the connection a one-to-one between the client and a VPN. As a next point, since Tor handles multiple layers of encryption and the data passes through multiple systems along the way, the performance is slow compared to a VPN, where the performance is relatively fast due to the less number of nodes the data passes through. Similarly, the multi-layer encryption of Tor is consistent. If you use Tor browser, every single request passes through the same layer of encryption and follows the same routing protocol. In the case of a VPN, different companies offer different levels of encryption. Some have multi-hop, some prefer a single one-to-one connection, and these kind of differences make the choice much more variable. Finally, the nodes and relays being used in the Tor network are volunteer. There is no company holding over them, so jurisdiction becomes relatively straightforward. Whereas in the case of VPNs, many such VPNs are hosted by adware companies or are being monitored by central governments to note the usage information. Now that we have a better understanding of the Tor browser and its routing, let us take a look at how the Tor browser can anonymize and protect our internet usage. On opening up the Tor browser for the first time, this is the page that you are going to be welcomed with. You have the option of connecting to the Tor network before we start our browsing. So let's press connect, and we can see that it is connected. Coming to the anonymization, let's check my current location on Google Chrome. Currently is showing as Navi Mumbai in Maharashtra. If we check the same link on the Tor browser, we should get a different address. Now every link that we open in the Tor browser will be little delayed and the speed will be hampered because of the multiple layers of encryption like we discussed. Now as you can see, it's showing a German IP and the state of Bavaria. This is how the anonymization works. There is no VPN configured, there is no proxy attached. It's straight up the out-of-the-box settings that come inbuilt with the Tor browser. Similarly, we have an option of cleaning up the data. Let's say if you want to refresh your location and you want to use a different ID for the next browsing session. If you just restart it once, and we can have to check it again. we should be seeing a different country this time. As you can see, we have Netherlands right now. So this is how you can keep refreshing your address, you can keep refreshing your host location so that you cannot be tracked when in browsing the internet. Like we discussed, we have some onion links that can only be used on the Tor network. As you can see, these kind of links do not open in the Google Chrome browser. But once we copy these over to the Tor browser, as you can see, we have opened the hidden wiki, which is available only on the Tor network. This is kind of an alternative Wikipedia website where we can find articles to read and more information to learn. Similarly, we have another onion link over here, which is once again available only for the Tor browser. Now these kind of delays are expected, but they are a valid compromise because they maintain the anonymity that many people desire. Similarly, we have found a hidden wallet, which is a cryptocurrency wallet, which is specifically for dark web members. This operates over the Tor network, and this is used by mostly journalists and people who want to anonymize their internet transactions when it comes to dealing money. All of the transactions that occur over the Tor network are almost impossible to track. Therefore, these kind of cryptocurrency wallets are very big on the deep web. This is just one example, while having multiple different wallets for every single cryptocurrency available.
Jude is waiting at the airport to hop on her flight back home when she realizes that she missed making an important bank payment. She connects her laptop to the public Wi-Fi at the airport and goes ahead to carry out the bank transaction. Everything goes well, and Jude completes her transaction. After a couple of days, she was wiped off her feet when she learned that her bank account was subjected to a cyber attack and a hefty amount was wiped from her account. After getting in touch with the bank authority, she learned that her account was hacked at the airport. She then realized that the public Wi-Fi she used might have caused her this trouble. Jude wishes that had her bank transfer escaped the hacker's eyes, she would not have been a victim of a cyber attack. Bank officials advise her to use a VPN for future transactions, especially when connecting to an open or public network. Like most of us, Jude had come across the term VPN several times, but didn't know much about it, and little did she think that the repercussions of not using a VPN would be this bad. Let's understand how the hacker would have exploited Jude's transaction in the absence of a VPN. In this process, Jude's computer first connects to the Internet Service Provider, ISP, which provides access to the Internet. She sends her details to the bank's server using her IP address. Internet Protocol Address, or IP address, is a unique address that recognizes a particular device, be it a laptop or a smartphone on the Internet. When these details pass through the public network, the hacker, who passively watches the network traffic, intercepts it. This is a passive cyber attack, where the hacker collects Jude's bank details without being detected. More often or not, in such an attack, payment information is likely to be stolen. The targeted data here are the victim's username, passwords, and other personal information. Such an unsecured connection exposed Jude's IP address and bank details to the hacker when it passed through the public network. So would Jude have been able to secure her transaction with the help of a VPN? Well, yes. Picture Jude's bank transaction to be happening in a tunnel that is invisible to the hacker. In such a case, the hacker will not be able to spot her transaction, and that is precisely what a VPN does. A virtual private network, more often known as VPN, creates a secure tunnel between your device and the Internet. For using a VPN, Jude's first step would be to install software-based technology known as the VPN client on her laptop or smartphone that would let her establish a secure connection. The VPN client connects to the Wi-Fi and then to the ISP. Here, the VPN client encrypts Jude's information using VPN protocols. Data is encrypted to make sure it is secure. Next, the VPN client establishes a VPN tunnel within the public network that connects to the VPN server. The VPN tunnel protects Jude's information from being intercepted by the hacker. Jude's IP address and actual location are changed at the VPN server to enable a private and secure connection. Finally, the VPN server connects to Jude's bank server in the last step, where the encrypted message is decrypted. This way, Jude's original IP address is hidden by the VPN, and the VPN tunnel protects her data from being hacked. This explains how VPN makes your data anonymous and secure when it passes through the public network, and the difference between a normal connection and a VPN connection. After learning about this, Jude was certain that she should start using a VPN to carry out her online transactions in the future. This is also applicable to each one of us. Even if you work remotely or connect to public Wi-Fi, using a VPN is the safest option. In addition to providing a secure encrypted data transfer, VPNs are also used to disguise your whereabouts and give you access to regional web content. VPN servers act as proxies on the internet. This way, your actual location cannot be established. VPN enables you to spoof your location and switch to a server to another country and thereby change your location. For example, by doing so, you can watch any content on Netflix that might be unavailable for your region. Imagine our houses without a fence or boundary wall. This would make our property easily accessible to trespassers and robbers, and place our homes at great risk, right? Hence, fencing our property helps safeguard it and keeps trespassers at bay. Similarly, imagine our computers and networks without protection. This would increase the probability of hackers infiltrating our networks. To overcome this challenge, just like how boundary walls protect our houses, a virtual wall helps safeguard and secure our devices from intruders, and such a wall is known as a firewall. Firewalls are security devices that filter the incoming and outgoing traffic within a private network. For example, if you were to visit your friend who lives in a gated community, you would first take permission from the security guard. The security guard would check with your friend if you should be allowed entry or not. If all is well, your access is granted. On the other hand, the security guard would not grant permission to a trespasser looking to enter the same premises. Here, the entry access depends solely on your friend, the resident's discretion. The role of the security guard in this case is similar to that of a firewall. The firewall works like a gatekeeper at your computer's entry point, which only welcomes incoming traffic that it has been configured to accept. Firewalls filter the network traffic within your network and analyzes which traffic should be allowed or restricted based on a set of rules in order to spot and prevent cyber attacks. Your computer communicates with the internet in the form of network packets that hold details like the source address, destination address, and information. These network packets enter your computer through ports. A firewall works on a set of rules based on the details of these network packets, like their source address, a destination address, content, and port numbers. Only trusted traffic sources or IP addresses are allowed to enter your network. When you connect your computer to the internet, there is a high chance of hackers infiltrating your network. This is when a firewall comes to your rescue by acting as a barrier between your computer and the internet. The firewall rejects the malicious data packet and thus protects your network from hackers. On the other hand, traffic from trusted websites is allowed access to your network. This way, a firewall carries out quick assessments to detect malware and other suspicious activities, thereby protecting your network from being susceptible to a cyber attack. Firewalls can either be hardware or software. Software firewalls are programs installed on each computer. This is also called a host firewall. Meanwhile, hardware firewalls are equipments that are established between the gateway and your network. Linksys routers are a good example of a hardware firewall. Besides this, there are other types of firewalls designed based on their traffic filtering methods, structure, and functionality. A firewall that compares each outgoing and incoming network packet to a set of established rules, such as the allowed IP addresses, IP protocols, port number, and other aspects of the packet, is known as a packet filtering firewall. If the incoming network traffic is not per the predefined rules, that traffic is blocked. A variant of the packet filtering firewall is the stateful inspection firewall. These types of firewalls not only examine each network packet, but also checks whether or not that network packet is part of an established network connection. Such firewalls are also referred to as dynamic packet filtering firewalls. Our next type of firewall is called a proxy firewall. This draws close comparison to how you give proxy attendance for a friend. Like how you take the authority to represent your friend, the proxy firewall pretends to be you and interacts with the internet. They come between you and the internet and thereby prevents direct connections. This protects your device's identity and keeps the network safe from potential attacks. Only if the incoming data packet contents are protected, the proxy firewall transfers it to you. They are also known as application-level gateway. The firewall can spot malicious actions and block your computer from receiving data packets from harmful sources. In addition to preventing cyber attacks, firewalls are also used in educational institutions and offices to restrict users' access to certain websites or applications. It is used to avoid access to unauthorized content.
The year was 1971. An engineer named Bob Thompson at BBN, an American research and development company later acquired by Raytheon, created the world's first virus proof of concept, dubbed the Creeper. Although credited and referenced by various entities as the world's first computer virus, the Creeper actually exhibited the behavior of a worm. "I am the Creeper and catch me if you can." This is what the virus said. And the world was never the same. With over 12 types of malwares and over 100 types of viruses lurking around the network channels of the internet waiting to curb innocent users and exploit vulnerabilities, the 21st century saw a tremendous growth in cybercrimes. And so did the need and demand for cybersecurity experts. Hello everyone and welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this video, we'll take a look at malwares, the bread and butter of thousands of hackers globally, and what are its various types. We'll dive deep into understanding how each of these malwares function and how they differentiate from each other. But before that, if you enjoy watching these videos and find them attractive, then subscribe to our YouTube channel because we bring the best videos for you daily. Also, press the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. As we know, the demand for cybersecurity personnel is skyrocketing. So if you want to master the field of cybersecurity, then Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity in collaboration with MIT is clearly the right choice for you. This postgraduate program in cybersecurity is designed to equip you with the skills required to become an expert in the rapidly growing field of cybersecurity. This cybersecurity program aims to help you stay ahead of the latest cybersecurity trends. Key features of this program: Simplilearn's postgraduate certificate, master classes from MIT faculty, featuring modules from MIT SCC and EC Council, access to CEH kit, 25 plus hands-on projects, and many more. This cybersecurity certification program begins with introductory level skills and then progresses to advanced cybersecurity technologies. This program covers all the essential skills you will need to become an expert in the field of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is one of the top concerns of businesses today in any industry. From securing data to anticipating cyber attacks and placing enterprise-wide safeguards to prevent them, employers worldwide are increasingly looking for qualified cybersecurity professionals to join them. So what are you waiting for? Find the course link mentioned in the description box below and enroll today. So without any further delay, let's jump directly onto our topic for the day.
So let's start with what is malware. Malware is a short form for malicious software, and it's like a sneaky digital intruder that infiltrates your device without permission. It's created by cybercriminals who want to disrupt, damage, or gain unauthorized access to your personal information, financial data, or even control your device remotely. Think of malware as a digital bully that's up to no good. So let's understand, how does a malware work. Step 1. Intrusion. Malware sneaks into your device through various entry points like malicious email attachments, infected websites, software vulnerabilities, or even through removable storage devices like USB drives. Step 2 is execution. Once inside, the malware starts executing its malicious code. It may install additional files, modify system settings, or create hidden processes in the background to evade detection. Step 3 is persistence. To maintain control over your device, malware often tries to establish persistence. It may create registered entries, modify startup settings, or hide in system folders, ensuring it launches every time you boot up your device. Next step is exploitation. Malware takes advantage of vulnerabilities in your operating system, applications, or network to spread its reach. It may exploit security weaknesses to propagate across networks, infect other devices, or steal sensitive information. The step 5 is malicious activities. Now that the malware has settled in, it carries out its intended actions depending on its type. This could include stealing personal information, capturing keystrokes, encrypting files, displaying unwanted ads, or even hijacking your device for cybercriminals' remote control. The next step is concealment. Malware often employs techniques to hide its presence and avoid detection. It may use rootkit technology to hide its files and processes, employ anti-analysis measures, or encrypt its communication with command and control servers to evade security measures. The last step is damage or profit. Ultimately, malware aims to achieve its malicious objective. It may cause damage to your system, compromise your privacy, steal financial information, or create opportunities for cybercriminals to profit. Have you ever wondered how it feels to be a cybersecurity expert after gaining a certification? So let's take a minute to hear it out from our learners who have experienced massive success in their career after taking the cybersecurity course.
Hi, I'm Philip. I'm 61 years old, and last year I upskilled with Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity after working 30 years in the IT sector in various different profiles. I'm happy to tell you that I was able to clear and pass my CISSP and CCSP certification exams on the first attempt after taking the course. The course, I must say, was packed with practical examples. It was led by highly skilled certified instructors. I worked with many companies before as a security analyst and an architect on a contract basis, but I needed some stability, which I got with the job I just started with Infosys as a cybersecurity consultant. Happened after I took the course. But first and foremost, I've been a learner. Be a learner first.
Now that we have a good idea of how does a malware work, let's understand the different types of malware. More than 12 types of malwares are present in the world today, and each of them is threatening to different extent. So let's discuss some of the most common and hazardous malwares. The first is virus, a classic troublemaker that attaches itself to a program or file, replicating and spreading across your system. It can corrupt or destroy data and even render your device useless. The second one is worm, a sneaky creature that replicates itself and spreads across networks, causing congestion and slowing down systems. It can also exploit vulnerabilities to gain unauthorized access. The next one is Trojan horse. Inspired by the ancient Greek tale, this malware disguises itself as a legitimate software, tricking you into installing it. Once inside, it opens a backdoor, giving cybercriminals remote control over your device. The next is ransomware. This villainous malware holds your data hostage by encrypting it. The cybercriminals then demand a ransom to restore access, leaving you feel like a character in a digital hostage situation. Next is spyware, a nosy little malware that secretly monitors your activities, collecting sensitive information like password, browsing habits, and even keystrokes. Talk about an invasion of privacy. The next one is adware, an annoying troublemaker that bombards you with unwanted advertisements, pop-ups, and redirects. It's like a clingy digital salesperson that never takes no for an answer. So those are some of the truly menacing types of malware, but knowledge is power. So how can we protect ourselves from these digital villains? The first step is keep your software up to date. Regularly update your operating system, antivirus software, and applications. These updates often include security patches to fix vulnerabilities. Use strong and unique passwords. Avoid using common or easy to guess passwords. Opt for a combination of letters, numbers, and symbols. Next is be cautious while you are online. Avoid clicking on suspicious links, downloading files from untrustworthy sources, or opening email attachments from unknown senders. Stay vigilant. Next one is install reputable antivirus software. Invest in reliable antivirus software that can detect and remove malwares. Last is backup your data. Regularly backup your important files and data to an external hard drive or cloud storage. That way, even if your device gets infected, you can restore your files anytime. So I guess you guys must have got a good idea about what is a malware and how to stay safe from a malware.
Now you may be wondering, what is SQL injection? Well, let us explain. SQL injection is a serious vulnerability affecting web applications where attackers can execute unintended code on a server by injecting malicious SQL commands into a database query. If successful, an attacker can gain unauthorized access to sensitive data or even modify it. So if you are a web developer, this is something you must take seriously. But don't worry, in this video, we will explain how SQL injection works, why it's so dangerous, and how you can protect your application from it. So be sure to watch until the end to learn how to safeguard your apps from this threat. Before we begin, if you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch careers with cybersecurity by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity, that is, in collaboration with the modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Engineering. And the course link is mentioned in the description box that will navigate you to the course page where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered. And if these are the types of videos you would like to watch, then hit the subscribe button, like, and press the bell icon to never miss on any update. And here we go.
And now we'll see the agenda for our tutorial. Starting with, we'll first see what is SQL injection, then we'll see how does a SQL injection attack work, then we'll see what are types of SQL injection attacks, and then we'll see the detection and prevention of SQL injection attacks. Then we'll see some real life examples that happened with the SQL injections, and then we'll have an overview of impact of SQL injection attacks. Now we'll start with what is SQL injection. SQL injection is a technique used by attackers to manipulate a web application's database queries. By injecting malicious SQL code into input fields, attackers can execute unauthorized commands and potentially gain access to sensitive information. SQL injection attacks primarily target web applications that use SQL databases such as MySQL, Oracle, or Microsoft SQL Server. And now we will see how does a SQL injection attack work. So to understand how a SQL injection attack works, let's consider how a typical SQL query functions. Queries are used to retrieve or modify data from a database. Attackers exploit vulnerable input fields by injecting malicious SQL code that alters the intended behavior of the query. And attackers first study the targeted database to understand its structure and behavior. Then they craft a SQL query that the server interprets as a legitimate command. For example, or 1 equal to 1. That is a query's input field. An attacker can bypass authentication and gain unauthorized access. And SQL injection attacks can also be used to delete data, manipulate records, or retrieve information from multiple database tables using techniques like error-based injection, union-based attacks, or inferential SQL injection. Now we'll see an example to understand this concept more. So consider a website that has search feature where users can search for products by entering keywords. The website uses a SQL database to store product information. In a secure scenario, the website would take the user's input, sanitize it, and construct a SQL query to fetch the relevant products. For example, the query might look like this. That is, select star from products where name like and the entered keyword what they want to search. So this query retrieves products whose names contain the entered keyword. However, if the website is vulnerable to SQL injection, an attacker can manipulate the input to execute malicious SQL statements. Let's say the attacker wants to retrieve all products from the database, regardless of the entered keyword. In the search field, they entered or 1 equal to 1 hyphen hyphen. The input manipulates the SQL query, and this query becomes this, that is, select star from products where name like ampersand and then or 1 equal to 1 hyphen hyphen percent. In this case, the attacker uses the single quote to close the existing string, followed by or 1 equal to 1 hyphen hyphen to inject a new condition that is always true. The semicolon is used to terminate the previous statement, and the double hyphens are used to comment out the remaining portion of the original query. As a result, the modified query effectively becomes that you can see on the screen, and the condition 1 equal to 1 is always true, so the query retrieves all products from the database regardless of the keyword. And this example demonstrates how an attacker can exploit a vulnerable SQL injection point to modify the SQL query's logic and retrieve unintended data. Remember, this example is simplified for educational purposes, and real-world SQL injection attacks can be more sophisticated. It's crucial to secure web applications against SQL injection vulnerabilities to prevent unauthorized access and data breaches. Now we'll see types of SQL injection attacks. So there are different types of SQL injection attacks that attackers can employ. Let's explore a few of them. The first we'll explore is in-band SQL I. I is injection here, that is in-band SQL injection.
So this type includes error-based and union-based attacks, where attackers use the same channel to launch an attack and collect the results. And the next is inferential SQL injection, that is also known as blind SQL injection. This type involves sending data payloads to the database server to observe its response without directly seeing the results. It can be either Boolean based or time based. And the next is out of band SQL injection. In cases where in-band SQL injection is not possible, attackers leverage other channels such as DNS or HTTP request to retrieve data from the database. Now we'll see detecting and preventing SQL injection attacks. So detecting and preventing SQL injection attacks is crucial to safeguarding web applications. Here are some preventive measures. So the first measure is train employees on preventive methods. That is, educate your IT teams, including developers and system administrators, on SQL injection attack vectors and prevention techniques. Next we could do is implement input validation and parameterized queries. Validate and filter user input using an allow list approach, and use parameterized queries or prepared statements to separate SQL code from user input. That will not allow any malicious hacker to enter any SQL code into the input method. And the next is regular security scans. Perform regular security scans to identify and address potential vulnerabilities in web applications. And the next is keep software up to date. That is, ensure that all software, including databases and programming languages, are regularly updated to include the latest security patches and protections against SQL injection. And now we'll see some real-life examples of SQL injection attacks. So let's take a look at some real-life examples. The first is Tesla vulnerability. In 2014, security researchers discovered a SQL injection vulnerability on Tesla's website, which allowed attackers to gain administrative privileges and access user data. This was one of the SQL injection attacks. And the next was Fortnite vulnerability. In 2019, a SQL injection vulnerability was found in Fortnite that could have enabled attackers to access user accounts. The vulnerability was promptly patched. And the next was Cisco vulnerability. In 2018, a SQL injection vulnerability in Cisco Prime License Manager granted attackers shell access to computers with the installed license management system. Cisco addressed the issue promptly. And last, not the least, we'll see the impact of SQL injection attacks. So the impact of SQL injection attacks can be devastating for businesses. The first could be the unauthorized access to sensitive information and resources. And the next is potential data breaches and exposure to confidential data. And the next is data manipulation or deletion. And the next is network infiltration and system compromise. And the next is loss of customer trust and decreased revenue. And the last is reputational damage and long-term consequences for the business. And that wraps up our discussion on SQL injection. It's crucial for businesses and developers to be aware of this vulnerability and take necessary precautions to prevent attacks. Stay vigilant, keep your software up to date, and educate yourself and your team on best practices for web application security.
Jane is relaxing at home when she receives an email from a bank that asks her to update her credit card PIN in the next 24 hours as a security measure. Judging the severity of the message, Jane follows the link provided in the email. On delivering her current credit card PIN and the supposedly updated one, the website became unresponsive, which prompted her to try sometime later. However, after a couple of hours, she noticed a significant purchase from a random website on that same credit card, which she never authorized. Frantically contacting the bank, Jane realized the original email was a counterfeit or a fake message with a malicious link that entailed credit card fraud. This is a classic example of a phishing attack. Phishing attacks are a type of social engineering where a fraudulent message is sent to a target on the premise of arriving from a trusted source. Its basic purpose is to trick the victim into revealing sensitive information like passwords and payment information. It's based on the word phishing, which works on the concept of baits. If a supposed victim catches the bait, the attack can go ahead, which in our case makes Jane the fish and the phishing emails the bait. If Jane never opened the malicious link or was cautious about the email authenticity, an attack of this nature would have been relatively ineffective. But how does the hacker gain access to these credentials? A phishing attack starts with a fraudulent message, which can be transmitted via email or chat applications. Even using SMS conversations to impersonate legitimate sources is known as smishing, which is a specific category of phishing attacks. Irrespective of the manner of transmission, the message targets the victim in a way that coaxes them to open a malicious link and provide critical information on the requisite website. More often than not, the websites are designed to look as authentic as possible. Once the victims submit information using the link, be it a password or credit card details, the data is sent to the hacker who designed the email and the fake website, giving him complete control over the account whose password was just provided. Often carried out in campaigns where an identical phishing mail is sent to thousands of users, the rate of success is relatively low, but never zero. Between 2013 and 2015, corporate giants like Facebook and Google were tricked off of $100 million due to an extensive phishing campaign, where a known common associate was impersonated by the hackers. Apart from credit access, some of these campaigns target the victim device and install malware when clicked on the malicious links, which can later function as a botnet or a target for ransomware attacks. There is no single formula, for there are multiple categories of phishing attacks. The issue with Jane, where the hacker stole her bank credentials, falls under the umbrella of deceptive phishing. A general email is sent out to thousands of users in this category, hoping some of them fall prey to this scam. Spear phishing, on the other hand, is a bit customized version. The targets are researched before being sent an email. For example, if you never had a Netflix subscription, sending you an email that seems like the Netflix team sends it becomes pointless. This is a potential drawback of deceptive phishing techniques. On the other hand, a simple screenshot of a Spotify playlist being shared on social media indicates a probable point of entry. The hacker can send counterfeit messages to the target user while implying the source of such messages being Spotify, tricking them into sharing private information. Since the hacker already knows the target uses Spotify, the chances of victims taking the bait increase substantially. For more important targets like CEOs and people with a fortune on their back, the research done is tenfold, which can be called a case of whaling. The hackers prepare and wait for the right moment to launch their phishing attack, often to steal industry secrets for rival companies or sell them off at a higher price. Apart from just emails, farming focuses on fake websites that resemble their original counterparts as much as possible. A prevalent method is to use domain names like Facebook with a single O or YouTube with no E. These are mistakes that people make when typing the full URL in the browser, leading them straight to a counterfeit web page, which can fool them into submitting private data. A few more complex methods exist to drive people onto fake websites, like ARP spoofing and DNS cache poisoning, but they are rarely carried out due to time and resource constraints. Now that we know how phishing attacks work, let's look at ways to prevent ourselves from becoming victims. While the implications of a phishing attack can be extreme, protecting yourself against these is relatively straightforward. Jane could have saved herself from credit card fraud had she checked the link in the email for authenticity, and that it redirected to a secure website that runs on the HTTPS protocol. Even suspicious messages shouldn't be entertained. One must also refrain from entering private information on random websites or pop-up windows, irrespective of how legitimate they seem. It is also recommended to use secure anti-phishing browser extensions like Cloudfish to sniff out malicious emails from legitimate ones. The best way to prevent phishing is browsing the internet with care and being on alert for malicious attempts at all times.
If you are an aspiring cybersecurity professional looking for online training and certifications from the prestigious universities and in collaboration with leading experts to enhance your credibility, then search no more. Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity from MIT University in collaboration with EC Council should be your right choice. For more details, you can use the link mentioned in the description box below.
These DDoS attacks are getting more extreme, with hackers getting easy access to botnet farms and compromised devices. As can be seen in the graph, 3 of the 6 strongest DDoS attacks were launched in 2021, with the most extreme attack occurring just last year in 2020. Lately, cybercriminals have been actively seeking out new services and protocols for amplifying these DDoS attacks. Active involvement with hacked machines and botnets allow further penetration into the consumer space, allowing much more elaborate attack campaigns. Apart from general users, multinational corporations have also had their fair share of problems. GitHub, a platform for software developers, was the target of a DDoS attack in 2018. Widely suspected to be conducted by Chinese authorities, this attack went on for about 20 minutes, after which the systems were brought into a stable condition. It was the strongest DDoS attack to date at the time and made a lot of companies reconsider the security practices to combat such attacks. Even after years of experimentation, DDoS attacks are still at large and can affect anyone in the consumer and corporate space. Hey everyone, this is Vaibhav from Simplilearn, and welcome to this video on what is a DDoS attack. Let's learn more about what is a DDoS attack. A distributed denial of service attack, or DDoS, is when an attacker or attackers attempt to make it impossible for a service to be delivered. This can be achieved by thwarting access to virtually anything: servers, devices, services, networks, applications, and even specific transactions within applications. In a DOS attack, it's one system that is sending the malicious data or requests. A DDoS attack comes from multiple systems. Generally, these attacks work by drowning a system with requests for data. This could be sending a web server so many requests to serve a page that it crashes under the demand, or it could be a database being hit with a high volume of queries. The result is available internet bandwidth, CPU, and RAM capacity become overwhelmed. The impact could range from a minor annoyance from disrupted services to experiencing entire websites, applications, or even entire businesses taking offline. More often than not, these attacks are launched using machines in a botnet. A botnet is a network of devices that can be triggered to send requests from a remote source, often known as the command and control center. The bots in the network attack a particular target, thereby hiding the original perpetrator of the DDoS campaign. But how do these devices come under a botnet? And what are the requests being made to the web servers? Let's learn more about these and how DDoS attacks work. A DDoS attack is a two-phase process. In the first phase, a hacker creates a botnet of devices. Simply put, a vast network of computers are hacked via malware, ransomware, or just simple social engineering. These devices become a part of the botnet, which can be triggered anytime to start bombarding a system or a server on the instruction of the hacker that created the botnet. The devices in these networks are called bots or zombies. In the second phase, a particular target is selected for the attack. When the hacker finds the right time to attack, all the zombies in the botnet network send these requests to the target, thereby taking up all the server's available bandwidth. These can be simple ping requests or complex attacks like SYN flooding and UDP flooding. The aim is to overwhelm them with more traffic than the server or the network can accommodate. The goal is to render the website or service inoperable. There is a lot of wiggle room when it comes to the type of DDoS attack a hacker can go with. Depending on the target's vulnerability, we can choose one of the three broad categories of DDoS attacks. Volume-based attacks use massive amounts of bogus traffic to overwhelm a resource. It can be a website or a server. They include ICMP, UDP, and spoofed packet flood attacks. The size of volume-based attack is measured in bits per second. These attacks focus on clogging all the available bandwidth for the server, thereby cutting the supply short. Several requests are sent to the server, all of which warrant a reply, thereby not allowing the target to cater to the general legitimate users. Next, we have the protocol level attacks. These attacks are meant to consume essential resources of the target server. They exhaust the load balancers and firewalls, which are meant to protect the system against the DDoS attacks. These protocol attacks include SYN floods and Smurf DDoS, among others, and the size is measured in packets per second. For example, in an SSL handshake, server replies to the hello message sent by the hacker, which will be the client in this case, but since the IP is spoofed and leads nowhere, the server gets stuck in an endless loop of sending the acknowledgement without any end in sight. Finally, we have the application level attacks. Application layer attacks are conducted by flooding applications with maliciously crafted requests. The size of application layer attacks is measured in requests per second. These are relatively sophisticated attacks that target the application and operating system level vulnerabilities. They prevent the specific applications from delivering necessary information to users and hog the network bandwidth up to the point of a system crash. Examples of such an attack are HTTP flooding and BGP hijacking. A single device can request data from a server using HTTP POST or GET without any issues. However, when the requisite botnet is instructed to bombard the server with thousands of requests, the database bandwidth gets jammed and it eventually becomes unresponsive and unusable. But what about the reasons for such an attack? There are multiple lines of thought as to why a hacker decides to launch a DDoS attack on unsuspecting targets. Let's take a look at a few of them. The first option is to gain a competitive advantage. Many DDoS attacks are conducted by hacking communities against rival groups. Some organizations hire such communities to stagger their rivals' resources at a network level to gain an advantage in the playing field. Since being a victim of a DDoS attack indicates a lack of security, the reputation of such a company takes a significant hit, allowing the rivals to cover up some ground. Secondly, some hackers launch these DDoS attacks to hold multinational corporations at ransom. The resources are jammed, and the only way to clear the way is if the target company agrees to pay a designated amount of money to the hackers. Even a few minutes of inactivity is detrimental to a company's reputation in the global market, and it can cause a spiral effect, both in terms of market value and product security index. Most of the time, a compromise is reached and the resources are freed after a while. DDoS attacks have also found use in the political segment. Certain activists tend to use DDoS attacks to voice their opinion. Spreading the word online is much faster than any local rally or forum. Primarily political, these attacks also focus on online communities, ethical dilemmas, or even protests against corporations. Let's take a look at a few ways that companies and individuals can protect themselves against DDoS attacks. The company can employ load balancers and firewalls to help protect the data from such attacks. Load balancers reroute the traffic from one server to another in a DDoS attack. This reduces the single point of failure and adds resiliency to the server data. A firewall blocks unwanted traffic into a system and manages the number of requests made at a definite rate. It checks for multiple attacks from a single IP and occasional slowdowns to detect a DDoS attack in action. Early detection of a DDoS attack goes a long way in recovering the data lost in such an event. Once you've detected the attack, you will have to find a way to respond. For example, you will have to work on dropping the malicious DDoS traffic before it reaches your server so that it doesn't throttle and exhaust your bandwidth. Here's where you will filter the traffic so that only legitimate traffic reaches the server. By intelligent routing, you can break the remaining traffic into manageable chunks that can be handled by your cluster resources. The most important stage in DDoS mitigation is where you will look for patterns of DDoS attacks and use those to analyze and strengthen your mitigation techniques. For example, blocking an IP that's repeatedly found to be offending is a first step. Cloud providers like Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure, who offer high levels of cybersecurity, including firewalls and threat monitoring software, can help protect your assets and network from DDoS criminals. The cloud also has greater bandwidth than most private networks, so it is likely to fail if under the pressure of increased DDoS attacks. Additionally, reputable cloud providers offer network redundancy, duplicating copies of your data, systems, and equipment, so that if your service becomes corrupted or unavailable due to a DDoS attack, you can switch to a secure access on backed up versions without missing a beat. One can also increase the amount of bandwidth available to a host server being targeted. Since DDoS attacks fundamentally operate on the principle of overwhelming systems with heavy traffic, simply provisioning extra bandwidth to handle unexpected traffic spikes can provide a measure of protection. This solution can prove expensive as a lot of that bandwidth is going to go unused most of the time. A content delivery network, or a CDN, distributes your content and boosts performance by minimizing the distance between your resources and end users. It stores the cached version of your content in multiple locations, and this eventually mitigates DDoS attacks by avoiding a single point of failure when the attacker is trying to focus on a single target. Popular CDNs include Akamai CDN, Cloudflare, AWS CloudFront, etc. Let's start with our demo regarding the effects of DDoS attacks on a system. For our demo, we have a single device that will attack a target, making it a DOS attack of sorts. Once a botnet is ready, multiple devices can do the same and eventually emulate a DDoS attack. To do so, we will use the virtualization software called VMware with an instance of Parrot Security operating system running. For a target machine, we will be running another VMware instance of a standard Linux distribution known as Linux Lite. In a target device, we can use Wireshark to determine when the attack begins and see the effects of the attack accordingly. This is Linux Lite, which is our target machine, and this is Parrot Security, which is used by the hacker when trying to launch a DDoS attack. This is just one of the distros that can be used. To launch the attack, we must first find the IP address of our target. So to find the IP address, we open the terminal. We use the command ifconfig. And here we can find the IP address. Now remember, we're launching this attack in VMware. Now both the instances of Parrot Security and Linux Lite are being run on my local network. So the address that you can see here is 192.168.72.129, which is a private address. This IP cannot be accessed from outside the network. Basically anyone who is not connected to my Wi-Fi. When launching attacks with public servers or public addresses, it will have a public IP address that does not belong to the 192.168 subnet. Once we have the IP address, we can use a tool called hping3. hping3 is an open source packet generator and analyzer for the TCP/IP protocol. To check what are the effects of an attack, we will be using Wireshark. Wireshark is a network traffic analyzer. We can see whatever traffic that is passing through the Linux Lite distro is being displayed over here with the IP address, the source IP and the destination IP as to where the request is being transferred to. Once we have the DOS attack launched, you can see the results coming over here from the source IP, which will be Parrot Security. Now, to launch the hping3 command, we need to give sudo access to the console, which is the root access. Now, we have the root access for the console. The hping3 command will have a few arguments to go with it, which are, as you can see on the screen, -s and a flood, a -v, -p80, and the IP address of the target, which is 192.168.72.129. In this command, we have a few arguments such as the -s, which specifies SYN packets. Like in an SSL handshake, we have the SYN request that the client sends to the server to initiate a connection. The -flood aims to ignore the replies that the server will send back to the client in response to the SYN packets. Here the Parrot Security OS is the client and Linux Lite being the server. -v stands for verbosity, as in where we will see some output when the requests are being sent. The -p80 stands for port 80, which we can replace the port number if we want to attack a different port. And finally, we have the IP address of our target. As of right now, if we check Wireshark, it is relatively clear and there is no indication of a DDoS attack incoming. Now, once we launch the attack over here, we can see the requests coming in from this IP, which is 192.168.72.128. Till now, even the network is responsive, and so is Linux Lite. The requests keep on coming, and we can see the HTTP flooding has started in flood mode. After a few seconds of this attack continuing, the server will start shutting down. Now remember, Linux Lite is a distro that can focus on that serves as a backend. Now remember, Linux Lite is a distro, and such Linux distros are served as backend to many servers across the world. For example, a few seconds have passed from the attack. Now the system has become completely irresponsive. This has happened due to the huge number of requests that came from Parrot Security. You can see whatever I press, nothing is responded. Even the Wireshark has stopped capturing new requests because the CPU usage right now is completely 100%, and at this point of time, anyone who is trying to request some information from this Linux distro, or where this Linux distro is being used as a backend for a server or a database, cannot access anything else. The system has completely stopped responding, and any request, any legitimate request from legitimate users will be dropped. Once we stop the attack over here, it takes a bit of time to settle down. Now remember, it's still out of control, but eventually the traffic dies down and the system regains its strength. It is relatively easy to gauge right now the effect of a DOS attack. Now remember, this Linux Lite is just a VM instance. Actual website servers and web databases, they have much more bandwidth and are very secure, and it is tough to break into. That is why we cannot use a single machine to break into them. That is where a DDoS attack comes into play. What we did right now is a DOS attack, as in a single system is being used to penetrate a target server using a single request. Now, when a DDoS attack, multiple systems such as multiple Parrot Security instances or multiple zombies or bots in a botnet network can attack a target server to completely shut down the machine and drop any legitimate request, thereby rendering the service and the target completely unusable and inoperable. As a final note, we would like to remind that this is for educational purposes only, and we do not endorse any attacks on any domains. Only test this on servers and networks that you have permission to test on. Cybersecurity has become one of the most rigid industries in the last decade, while simultaneously being the most challenged. With every aspect of corporate culture going online and embracing cloud computing, there is a plethora of critical data circulating through the internet, all worth billions of dollars to the right person. Increasing benefits require more complex attacks, and one of these attacks is a brute force attack. A brute force, or known as brute force cracking, is the cyber attack equivalent of trying every key on your keyring and eventually finding the right one. Brute force attacks are simple and reliable. There is no prior knowledge needed about the victim to start an attack. Most of the systems falling prey to brute force attacks are actually well secured. Attackers let a computer do the work, that is, trying different combinations of usernames and passwords until they find the one that works. Due to this repeated trial and error format, the strength of password matters a great deal. Although with enough time and resources, brute force will break a system since they run multiple combinations until they find the right passcode. Hey everyone, this is Vaibhav from Simplilearn, and welcome to this video on what is a brute force attack. Let's begin with learning about brute force attacks in detail. A brute force attack, also known as an exhaustive search, is a cryptographic hack that relies on guessing possible combinations of targeted password until the current password is discovered. It can be used to break into online accounts, encrypted documents, or even network peripheral devices. The longer the password, the more combinations that will need to be tested. A brute force attack can be time consuming and difficult to perform if methods such as data obfuscation are used, and at times downright impossible. However, if the password is weak, it could merely take seconds with hardly any effort. Dictionary attacks are an alternative to brute force attacks, where the attacker already has a list of usernames and passwords that need to be tested against the target. It doesn't need to create any other combinations on its own. Dictionary attacks are much more reliable than brute force in a real-world context, but the usefulness depends entirely on the strength of passwords being used by the general population. There is a three-step process when it comes to brute forcing a system. Let's learn about each of them in detail. In step 1, we have to settle on a tool that we are going to use for brute forcing. There are some popular names on the market like Hashcat, Hydra, and John the Ripper. While each of them has its own strengths and weaknesses, Each of them perform well with the right configuration. All of these tools come pre-installed with certain Linux distributions that cater to penetration testers and cybersecurity analysts like Kali Linux and Parrot Security. After deciding what tool to use, we can start generating combinations of alphanumeric variables whose only limitation is the number of characters. For example, while using Hydra, a single 6-digit password will create 900,000 passwords with only digits involved. Add alphabets and symbols to that sample space and that number grows exponentially. The popular tools allow customizing this process. Let's say the hacker is aware of the password being a specific 8-digit word containing only letters and symbols. This will substantially increase the chances of being able to guess the right password since we remove the time taken to generate the longer ones. We omit the need for including digits in such combinations. These small tweaks go a long way in organizing an efficient brute force attack since running all the combinations with no filters will dramatically reduce the odds of finding the right credentials in time. In the final step, we run these combinations against the file or service that is being broken. We can try and break into a specific encrypted document, a social media account, or even devices at home that connect to the internet. Let's say there is a Wi-Fi router. The generated passwords are then fed into the connection one after the other. It is a long and arduous process, but the work is left to the computer rather than someone manually clicking and checking each of these passcodes. Any password that doesn't unlock the router is discarded and the brute force tool simply moves on to the next one. This keeps going on until we find the right combination which unlocks the router. Sometimes reaching the success stage takes days and weeks, which makes it cumbersome for people with low computing power at their disposal. However, the ability to crack any system in the world purely due to bad password habits is very appealing, and the general public tends to stick with simple and easy to use passwords. Now that we have a fair idea about how brute force works, let's see if we can answer this question. We learned about how complex passwords are tougher to crack by brute force. Among the ones listed on the screens, which one do you believe will take the longest to be broken when using brute force tools? Leave your answers in the comment section and we will get back to you with the correct option next week. Let's move on to the harmful effects of getting a system compromised due to brute force attacks. A hacked laptop or mobile can have social media accounts logged in, giving the hackers free access to the victim's connections. It has been reported on multiple occasions where compromised Facebook accounts are sending malicious links and attachments to people on their friends list. One of the significant reasons for hacking, malware infusion is best done when spread from multiple devices, similar to distributing spam. This reduces the chance of circling back the source to a single device which belongs to the hacker. Once brute forced, a system can spread malware via email attachments, sharing links, file upload via FTP, etc. Personal information such as credit card data, usage habits, private images and videos are all stored in our systems, be it in plain format or root folders. A compromised laptop means easy access to these information that can be further used to impersonate the victim regarding bank verification, among other things. Once a system is hacked, it can also be used as a mail server that distributes spam across lists of victims. Since the hacked machines all have different IP addresses and MAC addresses, it becomes challenging to trace the spam back to the original hacker. With so many harmful implications arising from a brute force attack, it's imperative that the general public must be protected against such. Let's learn about some of the ways we can prevent ourselves from becoming a victim of brute force attacks. Using passwords consisting of alphabets, letters, and numbers have a much higher chance of withstanding brute force attacks thanks to the sheer number of combinations they can produce. The longer the password, the less likely it is that a hacker will devote the time and resources to brute force them. Having alphanumeric passwords also allows the user to keep different passwords for different websites. This is to ensure that if a single account or a password is compromised due to a breach or a hack, the rest of the accounts are isolated from the incident. Two-factor authentication involves receiving a one-time password on a trusted device before a new login is allowed. This OTP can be obtained either via email, SMS, or specific 2FA applications like Authy and Aegis. Email and SMS based OTPs are considered relatively less secure nowadays due to the ease with which SIM cards can be duplicated and mailboxes can be hacked. Applications that are specifically made for 2FA codes are much more reliable and secure. CAPTCHAs are used to stop bots from running through web pages precisely to prevent brute forcing through their website. Since brute force tools are automated, forcing the hacker to solve CAPTCHA for every iteration of a password manually is very challenging. The CAPTCHA system can filter out these automated bots that keep refreshing the page with different credentials, thereby reducing the chances of brute force considerably. A definite rule that locks the account being hacked for 30 minutes after a specific number of attempts is a good way to prevent brute force attempts. Many websites lock account for 30 minutes after 3 failed password attempts to secure the account against any such attack. On an additional note, some websites also send an email instructing the user that there have been 3 insecure attempts to log into the website. Let's look at a demonstration of how brute force attacks work in a real-world situation. The world has gone wireless. With Wi-Fi taking the reins in every household, it's natural that their security will always be up for debate. To further test the security index and understand brute force attacks, we will attempt to break into the password of a Wi-Fi router. For that to happen, we first need to capture a handshake file, which is a connection file from the Wi-Fi router to a connecting device like a mobile or a laptop. The operating system used for this process is Parrot Security, a Linux distribution that is catered to penetration testers. All the tools being used in this demo can easily be found pre-installed in this operating system.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
To start our demo, we're going to use a tool called Airgeddon, which is made to hack into wireless networks specifically. At this point, it's going to check for all the necessary scripts that are installed in the system. To crack into a Wi-Fi and to capture the handshake file, we're going to need an external network card. The significance of the external network card is a managed mode and a monitor mode. For now, the WLX1 named card is my external network adapter, which I'm going to select. To be able to capture data over the air, we're going to need to put it in monitor mode. As you can see above, it's written it is in managed mode right now. So we're going to select option 2, which is to put the interface in monitor mode. And its name is now WLAN 0 monitor. The monitor mode is necessary to capture data over the air. That is the necessary reason why we need an external card, since a lot of inbuilt cards that come with the laptops and the systems, they cannot have a monitor mode installed. Once we select the mode, we can go into the 5th, which is the handshake tools menu. In the first step, we have to explore for targets, and it is written that monitor mode is necessary to select a target. So let's explore for targets and press enter. We have to let this run for about 60 seconds to get a fair idea about the networks that are currently working in this locality. For example, this ESS ID is supposed to be the Wi-Fi name that we see when connecting to a network. Geo24, Recover Me, these are all the names that we see on our mobile when trying to search for the Wi-Fis. This BSS ID is supposed to be an identifier, somewhat like a MAC address that identifies this network from other devices. The channels features on 1 or 2, or there are many channels that the networks can focus on. This here is supposed to be a client that is connected to one such network. For example, the station that you can see, 5626, this is supposed to be the MAC address of the device that is connected to a router. This BSS ID is supposed to be which Wi-Fi it is connected to. For example, 5895D8 is this one, which is the Geo24 router. So we already know which router has a device connected to it, and we can use our attack to capture this handshake. Now that it has already run for 1 minute, now that we press Ctrl C, we will be asked to select a target. See, it has already selected the number 5, which is the Geo24 router, as the one with clients. So it is easy to run an attack on, and it is easy to capture a handshake for. We select network 5 and we run a capture handshake. It says we have a valid WPA WPA2 network target selected and that the script can continue. Now, to capture the handshake, we have a couple of attacks, a deauth or a deauth air replay attack. What this attack does is kick the clients out of the network. In return, when they try to reconnect to the Wi-Fi, as they are configured that way, that when a client is disconnected, it tries to reconnect it immediately, it tries to capture a handshake file, which in turn contains the security key, which is necessary to initiate the handshake. For our demo, let's go with the second option, that is the deauth air replay attack. Select a timeout value, let's say we give it 60 seconds, and we start the script. We can see it capturing data from the Geo24 network, and here we go. We have the WPA handshake file. Once the handshake file is captured, you can actually close this, and here we go. Congratulations. In order to capturing a handshake, it has verified that a PMK ID from the target network has successfully been captured. This is the file that is already stored. It's a .cap file. For the path, let's say we can keep it in a desktop. Okay, we give the path and the handshake file is generated. We can already see a target over here, same Geo24 router with the BSS ID. Now if we return to its main menu, we already have the handshake file captured with us. Now our job is to brute force into that handshake capture file. The capture file is often encrypted with the security key of the Wi-Fi network. If we know how to decrypt it, we will automatically get the security key. So let's go to the offline WPA WPA2 decrypt menu. Since we'll be cracking personal networks, we can go with option 1. Now to run the brute force tool, we have two options. Either we can go with the air crack or we can go with the hashcat. Let's go with air crack plus crunch, which is a brute force attack against a handshake file. We can go with option 2. It can already detect the capture file that we have generated. So we select yes. The BSS ID is the one which denotes the Geo24 router. So we're going to select yes as well. The minimum length of the key, for example, it has already checked that the minimum length of a Wi-Fi security key, which is a WPA to PSK key, will always be more than 8 digits and below 64 digits. So we have to select something in between this range. So if we already know, let's say that the password is at least 10 digits, we can go with the minimum length as 10. And as a rough guess, let's say we put the maximum length as 20. The character set that we're going to use for checking the password will affect the time taken to brute force. For example, if we already know that, or we have seen a user use a password while connecting to the router as something that has only numbers and symbols, then we can choose accordingly. Let's say if we go with only uppercase characters and numeric characters, go with option 7 and it's going to start decrypting. So how aircrack is working right here, you can see this passphrase over here. The first 5 or 6 digits are A. It starts working its way from the end, from the last character. It keeps trying every single combination. You can see the fourth character from the right side, the D. It will eventually turn to E because it keeps checking up every single character from the end. This will keep going on until all the single characters are tested and every single combination is tried out. Since the handshake file is encrypted using the security key, that is the WPA2 key of the router, whichever passphrase is able to decrypt the handshake key completely will be the key of the Wi-Fi router. This is the way we can brute force into Wi-Fi routers anywhere in the world.
Cyber attacks are frequently making headlines in today's digital environment. At any time, everyone who uses a computer could become a victim of a cyber attack. There are various sorts of cyber attacks ranging from phishing to password attacks. In this video, we'll look into one such attack that is known as botnet. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon never to miss an update. To begin with, let's take a look at some of the famous botnet attacks. The first one is Mirai botnet, which is a malicious program designed to attack vulnerable IoT devices and infect them to form a network of bots that on command perform basic and medium level denial of service attacks. Then we have the Zeus bot, specifically designed for attacking the system for bank related information and data. Now let's see what exactly a botnet is. Botnet refers to a network of hijacked interconnected devices that are installed with malicious codes known as malware. Each of these infected devices are known as bots, and a hijacked criminal known as bot herder remotely controls them. The bots are used to automate large-scale attacks, including data theft, server failure, malware propagation, and denial of service attacks. Now that we know what exactly a botnet is, let's dive deeper into learning how a botnet works. During the preparation of a botnet network, the first step involves preparing the botnet army. After that, the connection between the botnet army and the control server is established. And the end, the launching of the attack is done by the bot herder. Let's understand through an illustration. Firstly, we have a bot herder that initiates the attack. According to the control server commands, the devices that are infected with the malware programs and begins to attack the infected system. Let's see some details regarding the preparation of the botnet army. The first step is known as the prepping the botnet army. The first step is creating a botnet is to infect as many as connected devices as possible. This ensures that there are enough bots to carry out the attack. This way, it creates bots either by exploiting the security gaps in the software or websites or using phishing attacks. They are often deployed through Trojan horses. For the next step we have establishing the connection. Once it hacks the device, as per previous step, it infects it with a specific malware that connects the device back to the control bot server. A bot herder uses command programming to drive the bot's actions. And the last step is known as launching the attack. Once infected, a bot allows access to admin level operation like gathering and stealing of data, reading and rewriting the system data, monitoring user activities, performing denial of service attacks, including other cybercrimes. Now let's take a look at the botnet architecture. The first type is known as client-server model. The client-server model is a traditional model that operates with the help of a command and control center server and communication protocols like IRC. When the bot herder issues a command to the server, it is then relayed to the client to perform malicious actions. Then we have peer-to-peer model. Here controlling the infected bots involves a peer-to-peer network that relies on a decentralized approach. That is, the bots are topological interconnected and acts as both C and C servers, that is, the server and the client. Today hackers adopt this approach to avoid detection and single point failure. In the end, we will see some points on some countermeasure against botnet attacks. The first step is to have updated drivers and system updates. After that, we should avoid clicking random pop-ups or links that we often see on the internet. And lastly, having certified antivirus, anti-spyware softwares, and firewall installed into a system will protect against malware attack. The internet is an endless source of information and data. Still, in some cases, we come across some occurrences like cyber attacks, hacking, forced entry, which may affect our time on the web. Hi everyone and welcome to the Simplilearn channel. Today we will discuss a topic that secretly records our input data, that is known as keyloggers. But before we begin, if you like watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. To understand the keylogging problem better, let's take a look at an example. This is June. She works in a business firm where she manages the company's data regularly. This is Jacob from the Information Department, who is here to inform her about some of the security protocols. During the briefing, she informed him about some of the problems her system was facing with, which included slow reaction speed and unusual internet activity. As Jacob heard about the problems with the system, he thinks of the possibility what could be the reason behind these problems her system was facing with. The conclusion that he came across was the keylogging issue. Unknown to the problem her system was facing with, she asked him about some of the details regarding it. For today's topic, we learn what exactly keyloggers are and how they affect our system, what are the harmful effects that keylogging can bring into the system. To begin with, we learn what exactly the keylogging program is. As the name suggests, keylogger is a malicious program or a tool that is designed to record keystrokes that are typed during data input and record them into a log file. Then the same program secretly sends these log files to its origin, where they can be used for malicious acts by the hacker. Now that we know what the keylogging program is, let's take a look how they enter into the system. Searching for a suitable driver for a system can often lead to the installation of the keylogging program into the system. If we often visit suspicious sites and uncertified software are installed into our system. Then, if we use unknown links or visiting unknown websites which come through unknown addresses can also be a reason behind the keylogging issue entering into the system. And lastly, there are often cases where different pop-ups that we often see on social sites or different media sites can lead to the installation of keylogging program into a system. Now that we know how the problem gets into the system, let's take a look how to identify whether the system is infected by the keylogging issue. The keylogging issue can be identified if there are often cases when a keyboard lags behind the system. The data that we enter sometimes is stuck in between when we type through the input. Then, there are cases when the system freeze occurs unknowingly to what exactly could be the reason behind them. And also there are delayed reaction time for different applications that run on the system. And lastly, there are different cases when we often see suspicious internet activity on the system that we don't know about. This could lead to the identification of a problem into the system. Now, we'll take a look at different types of keyloggers that are present on the net which can harm our system differently. The first problem that keyloggers arouse is API based. The most common keylogging case, which uses APIs to keep a log of the type data and share it to its origin for malicious purposes. Each time we press a key, the keylogger intercepts the signal and logs it. Then we have form grabbing based keyloggers. As the name suggests, they are based keyloggers that store the form data. That is, if we often use web forms or different kinds of forms to enter different data, they can be recorded into the system by the program and sent it to its origin. Then we have kernel-based keyloggers. These keyloggers are installed deeply into the operating system, where they can hide from different antivirus if not checked properly, and they record the data that we type on the keyboard and send it to its origin. And lastly, we have hardware keyloggers. These keyloggers are present directly into the hardware, that is, they are embedded into system where they record the data that we type on the keyboard. Now let's take a look how hackers differentiate different type of recorded data and exploit them. When hackers receive information about the target, they might use it to blackmail the target, which may affect the personal life of the target and also blackmail them for different money related issues. Then, in case of company data that is recorded by the keylogging program can also affect the economic value of the company in the market, which may lead to the downfall of the company. Also, in some cases, the keylogging program can also log data about military secrets, which may include nuclear codes or security protocols which are necessary to maintain the security of a country. Now let's take a look whether mobile devices get infected with the keylogging issue or not. In the case of hand devices, infection of keyloggers are low in comparison to the computer systems, as they use on-screen keyboard or virtual keyboard. But in some cases, we often see different kinds of malicious programs getting installed into the hand device if we often visit different uncertified websites or illegal websites or torrent sites. And also, the device that is infected with the keylogging issue or different kind of malicious program can often lead to the exploitation of data that includes photos, emails, or important files by the hacker or the cyber criminal that installed the particular malicious program into the system. Now, to prevent a system from getting infected by the keylogging program, let's take a look at different points. The first point includes using of different antivirus softwares or tools which can prevent the entering of malicious program into the system. Then, keeping system security protocols regularly updated is also a good habit. And lastly, using virtual keyboard to input our sensitive data, which may include bank details, login details, or different passwords related to different websites. Now that we have some understanding about the topic of keyloggers, let's take a look at the demo to further increase the knowledge about the topic. For the first step, we have to download some of the important libraries that are required into the system, which is this library. Now we'll run it. The system says the library is already installed into the system. Now let's take a look what exactly modules are required from the particular library. From this library, we'll import the keyboard module, which will help us to record the data that we type on the keyboard. Now, from the same, we'll also import key module and the listener module, and also the logging module, which will help us to record the data into a log file. For the next part, we'll write a piece of code that will allow us to save the data that is recorded by the program into a text file that will be named as key_log text file along with the date and time stamp. Let's take a look. Now, we'll provide it with the file name that will be given as keylog.txt file, and also show the part where the format of the data is recorded. Put the brackets over here to contain the file name. Now we'll write the format in which the data will be recorded into the log file, which will be given as the format would be the message and the timestamp, which would be given as along with the timestamp given as percentage and ending it with the bracket. Now, for the next step, we'll design two of the functions that will be used into the program that will be termed as while press function and while release function. Let's take a look. While press function would be a function that will come into play when the keyboard key has been pressed is pressed. And this would go for the format that we designed in the above line, and logging the pressed key info, a string file to be recorded into the log file. Now we'll design a function that is while release. That will come into play when the escape key has been pressed. That is, the program will terminate itself and the program will stop from running. And in the end, we require for the functioning of the program to loop these functions, that is while press and while release, to continue its cycle. That will be going for while press and on release will contain while release function as listener. And now this part would join the different threads and store them into the log file. Now that we have completed the code for the program, let's run it. We have to wait for a moment so the program runs it. Now, to verify the program, let's open Notepad. And on the Notepad, we'll write hello world, which will be the basic whether the program is working or not. Let's take a look. And we'll go for the main page on Jupyter Notebook and refresh the page. Go to the bottom. Over here, we see the keylog text. That is a text file that we created. Let's open it. And over here, we have the data that is created. As we started with note, then this is the hello world part that we created just now, which shows that the program we created is working properly. Now that we have reached the end of the module, let's take a look at the summary. Firstly, we learned what exactly keyloggers are. Then we understood what different modes are present, how the system get infected with the keylogging problem. Then we learned how to detect the problem into our system. Then we learned what different types of keyloggers are present on the net. We also understood how hackers use the recorded data from the program. And we also learned whether mobile devices get infected with the keylogging problem or not. And lastly, we understood what different points can be taken to prevent the entering of the keylogging problem into the system.
Before we learn about the Pegasus platform, let us understand what spyware is and its working. Spyware is a category of malware that can gather information regarding a user or a device straight from the host machine. It is mostly spread by malicious links via email or chat applications. When a link with the malware is received, clicking on this link will activate the spyware, which allows the hacker to spy on all our user information. With some spyware systems, even clicking on the link isn't necessary to trigger the malicious payload. This can ultimately cause security complications and further loss of privacy. One such spyware system that is making the rounds in the tech industry today is Pegasus. The Pegasus is a spyware system developed by an Israeli company known as the NSO Group. It runs on mainly mobile devices, spanning across the major operating systems like the Apple's iOS on iPhone and the standard Android versions. This is not a newly developed platform since Pegasus has existed since as early as 2016. A highly intricate spyware program that can track user location, read text messages, scan through mobile files, access device camera and microphone to record voice and video. Pegasus has all the tools necessary to enforce surveillance for any client that wishes to buy its services. Initially, the NSO group had designed the software to be used against terrorist factions of the world. With more and more encrypted communication channels coming to the forefront, Pegasus was designed to maintain control over the data transmission that can be a threat to national security. Unfortunately, the people who bought the software had complete control over who, how, and up to what level they can put surveillance limits on. Eventually, the primary clients became sovereign nations. Spying on public information that is supposed to stay private became really easy with this service. Multiple devices can be affected with the same spyware system to create a network information. This network keeps feeding data to the host. To understand how a network can be created, let's know how a mobile device can be affected by Pegasus. We all communicate with friends and family over instant messaging applications and email in some instances. If you check your inbox on a regular basis, you must have noticed that we receive some spam emails that the mail providers like Gmail and Yahoo can just filter into the spam folder. Some of these messages bypass this filter and make their way into a person's inbox. They look like generic emails which are supposed to be safe. The Pegasus spyware targets such occurrences, bypassing malicious messages and links which install the necessary spy software on the user's mobile device, be it Android or an iPhone. This isn't unique to the email ecosystem, since it's equally likely to be targeted via SMS text, WhatsApp, Instagram, or even the most secure messaging apps like Signal and Threema. Once the malicious links are clicked, a spyware package is downloaded and installed on the device. After the spyware is successfully installed, the perpetrator who sent the payload to the victim can monitor everything the user does. Pegasus can collect private emails, passwords, images, videos, and every other piece of information that passes through the device network. All this data is transmitted back to the central server, where the primary spying organization can monitor the activities at a granular level. This is not even surface level, since complex spyware software like Pegasus can access the root files on our mobiles. These root files hold information that is crucial to the working of the Android and iOS operating systems. Leaking such private information is a massive blow to the security and the privacy of an individual. The information that may seem trivial, like the name of your Wi-Fi connection or the last time you ordered an item from Amazon, are indeed all valuable information. This exploitation is primarily possible due to the zero-day vulnerabilities known as bugs in the software development process. The zero-day bugs are the ones that have just been discovered by some independent security company or a researcher. Once they are found, reporting these vulnerabilities to the developer of the platform, which would be either Google for Android or Apple for iOS, is the right thing to do. However, many such critical bugs make their way onto the dark web, where hackers can use them to create exploits. These exploits are then sent to innocent users with a link or a message, like we had discussed before. Pegasus was able to affect the latest devices with all the security patches installed, but some bugs are not reported to the developers or just cannot be fixed without breaking some core functionality. These become the gateway for spyware to enter into the system. You can never be 100% safe, but you sure can give it all in protecting yourself. The one thing where Pegasus stands out is its zero-click action feature. Usually in spam emails, the malicious code is activated when the user clicks the malware link. A user doesn't need to click the link in the new version of the Pegasus and a few other spyware programs. Once the message arrives in the inbox of WhatsApp, Gmail, or any other chat applications, the spyware gets activated and everything can be recorded and sent back to the central server. The primary issue with being affected by spyware as a victim is detection. Unlike crypto miners and Trojans, spying services usually do not demand many system resources, which makes them tough to detect after they have been activated. Since many devices slow down after a couple of years, any kind of performance hit due to such spyware is often attributed to poor software longevity by the users. They do not check meticulously for any other causes that is causing this slowdown. When left unchecked, These devices can capture voice and video from the mobile sensors while keeping the owner in the dark. Let's take a moment to check if we are well aware of the causes of such attacks. How do users fall prey to such spyware programs? A. By installing untested software. B. By clicking on the third-party links from email and messages. C. By not keeping their apps and phones updated. Or D. All of the above. Let us know your answers in the comment section below and we will reveal the correct answer next week. But what about the unaffected devices, the vulnerable ones? While we cannot be certain of our security, there are a few things we can do to boost our device, be it against Pegasus or the next big spyware on the market. Let's say we are safe now and we have the time to take the necessary steps to prevent a spyware attack. What are the things we can go for? Our primary goal must always be to keep our apps and the operating system updated with the latest security patches. The vulnerabilities that the exploits target are often discovered by developers from Google and Apple, which send the security patches quickly. This can be done for individual apps as well, so keeping them updated is of utmost importance. While the most secure devices have fallen prey to Pegasus as well, a security patch from developers may help in minimizing the damage at a later stage, or maybe negate the entire spyware platform altogether. Another big factor is the spread of malware is the trend of sideloading Android applications using .apk files. Downloading such apps from a third-party website have no security checks involved and are mostly responsible for adware and spyware invasions on user devices. Avoiding the sideloading of apps would be a major step in protecting yourself. We often receive spam emails or texts from people we may not know on social medias. They are accompanied with links that allow malware to creep into our device. We should try to follow the trusted websites and not click on any links that redirect us to unknown domains. Spyware is a controversial segment in governance. While the ramifications are pretty extreme in theory, it severely impacts user privacy against authoritarian regimes. Sufficient resources and a contingent plan can alter the false veil of democracy altogether. Even if our daily life is rather simplistic, we must understand that privacy is not about what we have to hide. Instead, it portrays the things we have to protect. It stands for everything we have to share with the outside world, both rhetorically and literally. Hey everyone, today we look at the hack which took the world by storm and affected multiple governments and corporations, the SolarWinds attack. The global statistics indicate that upward of 18,000 customers have been affected, potentially needing billions to recover the losses incurred. Before we have a look at this hack, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell to never miss an update from Simplilearn. The date is December 8th, 2020. FireEye, a global leader in companies specializing in cybersecurity, released a blog post that caught the attention of the entire IT community. A software known as Orion, which was developed by SolarWinds Incorporated, had become a victim of a remote access Trojan or a RAT. The breach was estimated to be running since the spring of 2020 and went virtually unnoticed for months. The reveal sent the developers of the Orion software into a frenzy as they quickly released a couple of hotfixes for their platform in order to mitigate this threat and prevent further damage. But how did this come into existence? We first need to understand the platform which was responsible for this breach. SolarWinds, a software company based in Texas, United States, had developed a management platform known as Orion. Catering to corporations and governments worldwide, Orion was responsible for the monitoring and management of IT administration. This included managing the client servers, virtualization components, and even the organization's network infrastructure that bought the platform. SolarWinds claims they have more than 300,000 clients, including US government agencies and several Fortune 500 companies. This entire chain can be classified as a supply chain attack. In this variant of cybercrime, the hackers target relatively weaker links in an organization's chain of control and delivery. These are preferably services rendered by a third party since there is no direct jurisdiction over it. In this case, the Orion platform was the primary target. The culprit, however, was software updates. The update server for SolarWinds Orion had a malicious version attached with malware, or a Trojan to be precise. This was made possible since the code repository that handled the software updates was breached. Once the update server repository was compromised, the source code of the applications became open to modification and malicious code found its way onto the software. A remote access Trojan was attached to a potential update nicknamed the Sunburst update. This update gave hackers backdoor access to any client that uses the correct version. On its release, many clients believed the update to be legitimate since it came from the right source and they had no reason to believe otherwise. American government agencies were supposedly hit the hardest, as the list of victims included the US Departments of Homeland Security, Treasury, and Health. Several private companies like Cisco, Nvidia, and Intel were compromised, according to a list published by the cybersecurity firm TrueSec. Most of the companies had issued quick updates to fix these vulnerabilities introduced by the software. While the actual perpetrators have never been found, it is believed that this was an act of cross-border corporate espionage conducted by state-sponsored hackers either from Russia or China. Before we move forward, let's take a recap of the things we learned. What category of malware was responsible for the SolarWinds hack? Was it one, a virus, a remote access Trojan, a spyware, or a worm? Let us know your answers in the comment section right away, and we will reveal the correct answer in a week. Coming to possible reparations, the Biden government has launched a full investigation on the effects and the repercussions of this breach. There are a couple of things that we as consumers must always tend to when working our way through the World Wide Web. Using a password manager is highly recommended, which can generate secure alphanumeric passwords. You must also use different passwords for different accounts, thereby reducing the chances of a single point of failure should one of those accounts get breached. Usage of two-factor authentication applications is also encouraged since it acts as a safety net if hackers directly get a hold of our credentials. Clicking on unknown links transmitted via emails is also a strict no, as is installing applications from unverified sources. The SolarWinds hack is estimated to cost the parent company nearly $18 million as reparations, making it one, if not the biggest hacks in cyberspace history. As recently as of July 2021, the hackers accessed some US attorneys' Microsoft 365 email accounts as part of the attack. Criminal organizations like the FBI and CIA are determined to figure out the culprits responsible for this debacle. However, the intricacy and the full extent of the breach makes it a way more complicated job than it looks on paper.
The day is 26th February 2022. The world is hit with breaking news that Russian state TV channels have been hacked by Anonymous, a hacktivist collective and movement who have made a name taking part in multiple cyber wars in the past decade. This was in response to the Russian aggression on Ukrainian territory in the hopes of annexation. Anonymous hacked the Russian state TV networks to combat propaganda in Russia and highlight the damage to life meted out by the Kremlin in Ukraine. They also hacked 120,000 Russian troops' personal information and the Russian central bank, stealing 35,000 files. This served as a clear indicator of how cyber war can change the momentum in battle, something which people had never seen so closely. So, what is cyber war? A digital assault or series of strikes or hacks against a country is sometimes referred to as a cyber war. It has the ability to cause havoc on government and civilian infrastructure, as well as disrupt essential systems, causing state harm and even death. In this day and age, the internet plays a bigger role than just watching videos and learning content. It's where you have your personal data and carry financial transactions. So rather than resorting to physical violence, cyber wars become the new means to cause havoc, considering the vulnerability of the data passing through the internet. In most circumstances, cyber warfare involves a nation-state attacking another. In certain cases, the assaults are carried out by terrorist organizations or non-state actors pursuing a hostile nation's aim. In June 2021, Chinese hackers targeted organizations like Verizon to secure remote access to their networks. Stuxnet was a computer worm designed to attack Iran's nuclear facilities, but evolved and expanded to many other industrial and energy-producing sites in 2010. Since the definition of cyber war is so vague, applying rules and sanctions based on digital assault is even tougher, making the field of cyber warfare a lawless land, not bound by any rules or policies. There are multiple ways in which these attacks can be carried out. A major category of cyber attack is espionage. Espionage entails monitoring other countries to steal critical secrets. This might include compromising vulnerable computer systems with botnets or spear phishing attempts before extracting sensitive data in cyber warfare. The next weapon in cyber war is sabotage. Government agencies must identify sensitive data and its dangers if it is exploited. Insider threats, such as disgruntled or irresponsible personnel or government staff with ties to the attacking country, can be used by hostile countries or terrorists to steal or destroy information. by overwhelming a website with bogus requests and forcing it to handle them. Denial of service attacks prohibit real users from accessing it. Attacking parties may use this form of assault to disrupt key operations and systems and prevent citizens, military, and security officials and research organizations from accessing sensitive websites. But what benefits does cyber war offer in contrast to traditional physical warfare? The most important advantage is the ability to conduct attacks from anywhere globally without having to travel thousands of miles. As long as the attacker and target are connected to the internet, organizing and launching cyber wars is relatively less tedious than physical warfare. People living in or battling for a country are subjected to propaganda attacks in an attempt to manipulate their emotions and thoughts. Digital infrastructure is highly crucial in today's modern world. Starting from communication channels to secure storage servers, crippling a country's footprint and control on the internet is very damaging. But what are some of the ways we as citizens protect ourselves in the case of a cyber war? In the unfortunate event that your country is involved in warfare, be sure to fact-check every piece of information and follow only trusted sources in that frame of time. Even conversations online should be limited to a need-to-know basis, considering propaganda campaigns have the power to influence the tide of war drastically. It is highly crucial to follow basic security guidelines to secure our devices, like regularly updating our operating systems, occasionally running full system antivirus scans, etc. If your country or organization is being attacked, having devices segregated in a network goes a long way in bolstering security. Try to avoid sharing a lot of personal data online. In this era of Instagram and Facebook, divulging private information can be detrimental to keeping a secure firewall for your data. The more information an attacker has access to, the higher his chances of being able to devise a plan to infiltrate defenses.
If you are an aspiring cybersecurity professional, looking for online training and certifications from the prestigious universities, and in collaboration with leading experts to enhance your credibility, then search no more. Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity from MIT University in collaboration with EC Council should be your right choice. For more details, you can use the link mentioned in the description box below.
We bring you the top 10 computer hacks of all time. But before we begin, if you're new here and haven't subscribed already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon for interesting tech videos every day. Let's see what we have at number 10. From April 27, 2007, Estonia, the European country, faced a series of cyber attacks that lasted for weeks. This happened when the Estonian government decided to move the bronze soldier from Tallinn center to a less prominent military cemetery located on the city's outskirts. Unprecedented levels of internet traffic took down Estonian banks' online services, media outlets, broadcasters, and government bodies. Botnets sent massive waves of spam and vast amounts of automated online requests. According to researchers, the public faced DDoS attacks. There were conflicts to edit the English language version of the Bronze Soldier's Wikipedia page as well. Although there is no confirmation, Russia is believed to be behind these cyber attacks that largely crippled the Estonian society. Let's now move on to the next attack. On December 23, 2015, several parts of Ukraine witnessed a power outage. And this was not a typical blackout, it was indeed the result of a cyber attack. Information systems of 3 energy distribution companies in Ukraine were compromised. It is the first known victorious cyber attack on a power grid. It is said that here hackers sent out phishing emails to the power companies. 30 substations were switched off and about 230,000 people were left in the dark for about 1 to 6 hours. US investigators believed that Russia-based hackers were responsible for this. Experts have warned that other countries could also be vulnerable to such attacks. Let's see what we have at number 8. In the year 1999, a cyber attack caused a 21-day shutdown of NASA computers. Unbelievable, isn't it? The hacker was none other than the then 15-year-old Jonathan James. He first penetrated US Department of Defense Division's computers and installed a backdoor on its servers. This allowed him to intercept more than 1,000 government emails, including the ones containing usernames and passwords. This helped James steal a piece of NASA software and crack the NASA computers that support the International Space Station, which cost the Space Exploration Agency's $41,000 as systems were shut down for 3 weeks. He was the first person to carry out a computer hack against the American Space Agency. Let's now move on to the next attack. In late November 2014, there was a leak of confidential data from the film studio of Sony Pictures. Information about Sony Pictures employees, their emails, copies of the then unreleased Sony films, future propositions, and other crucial data were leaked. This cyber attack was carried out by a hacker group named Guardians of Peace. So what did the hackers want? Well, they demanded that Sony withdraw its then upcoming movie, The Interview. This movie was a comedy storyline to assassinate the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. Sony then decided to cancel the film's theatrical release due to the threats at cinemas screening the movie. It is indeed hard to trace the roots of a cyber attack. In this case, after evaluation, the US intelligence officials arrived at the theory that the attack was in a way related to the government of North Korea. However, North Korea had denied the same. Moving on to our number 6. In December 2006, TJX, the US retailer company, identified that 45.6 million debit and credit card details were stolen. This happened from one of its systems over 18 months by an unknown number of intruders. It was one of the first, largest ever cyber attacks involving the loss of personal data. As a result, banks in the affected regions had to reissue and block thousands of payment cards. A group of hackers did this, Albert Gonzalez being the mastermind. The group was from Miami, the place where the TJX heist was believed to have originated. Reports said that the TJX data breach occurred because of weak web encryption at 2 of its Marshall stores in Miami. Next, moving on to our top 5, let us see what we have at number 5. The year 2010 witnessed the discovery of the deadly computer worm Stuxnet. This malware's motive was unlike any other usual cyber attacks. It aimed at destructing the equipment the computers controlled. Stuxnet came with the deadly purpose of damaging Iran's nuclear infrastructure. It infected more than 200,000 computers, including 14 industrial sites and a uranium enrichment plant in Iran. Stuxnet initially spread via Microsoft Windows and targeted Siemens industrial control systems. Although it was discovered only in 2010, it is believed to have been silently sabotaging Iran's nuclear facilities. It was one of the first discovered malware that was capable of hampering hardware systems. It largely damaged the centrifuges of the Iranian reactors. This is believed to be a cyber weapon created by the US and the Israeli intelligence, although there is no documented evidence or acceptance by either of the countries for the same. Moving on to number 4. In the year 2014, Home Depot was the victim of one of the deadliest cyber attacks. 56 million payment cards were compromised along with 53 million customer email addresses stolen. This security breach happened from April to September 2014. Criminals were believed to have used a third-party vendor's username and password to enter the perimeter of Home Depot's network. The attackers were then able to deploy custom-built malware on its self-checkout systems in the US and Canada. Moving on to our top 3. As you might be aware, the PlayStation gaming system is one of Sony's most popular products. Unfortunately, in April 2011, Sony executives witnessed abnormal activity on the PlayStation network. This resulted in the compromise of approximately 77 million PlayStation users' accounts and prevented users of PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Portable consoles from accessing this service. This forced Sony to turn off the PlayStation network on April 20th. On May 4th, Sony confirmed that personally identifiable information from each of the 77 million accounts had been exposed. The outage lasted for 23 days. Sony released almost daily announcements concerning the system outage. In the end, Sony is believed to have invested approximately $170 million to improve the network security, to investigate the attack, and to cover the expenses of caring for the consumers that had been affected. Let's now move on to the next attack at number 2. In May 2017, one of the most dangerous cyber attacks took place. It was known as the WannaCry ransomware attack, caused by the WannaCry crypto worm. The victims were the users that used the unsupported version of Microsoft Windows and those who hadn't installed the new security update. This did not take place through phishing like other attacks, but through an exposed vulnerable SMB port. The attack originated in Asia and then eventually spread across the globe. In a day, more than 200,000 computers were infected across 150 countries. The WannaCry crypto worm locked the users out of the targeted systems and encrypted their data. The users were asked for a ransom of $300 to $600, which had to be paid via Bitcoin in exchange for their data. This attack took a toll on both private and government organizations. It resulted in damages from hundreds of millions to billions of dollars. In a matter of few days, the emergency patches released by Microsoft halted the attack. Also, the discovery of a kill switch prevented the infected computers from spreading the crypto worm. Security experts in a few countries believed that North Korea was behind this attack. And finally, let's see what we have at number 1. More than 2 decades ago, in March 1999, the Melissa virus, a mass-mailing macrovirus, was released. It targeted Microsoft Word and Outlook-based systems and created considerable network traffic. Melissa virus infected computers via emails. The email would look like an important message? Well, yes, it was fake. If the recipient opens the attachments in the mail and downloads the document and then opens it with Microsoft Word, a virus was released on their computers. This would then mass mail itself to the first 50 people in the victim's contact list and then disable multiple safeguard features on Microsoft Word and Microsoft Outlook. This began spreading like a wildfire across the internet. David L. Smith released the virus. The virus caused nearly 80 million worth of damages. It did not steal data or money, however, it caused a havoc. Almost 1 million email accounts were disrupted worldwide, agencies were overloaded, and some had to be shut down entirely, and internet traffic in some locations was slowed down.
Security was traditionally considered an afterthought in software development. It is becoming an increasingly important concern for all aspects of app development, from design to deployment and beyond. The number of programs produced, distributed, deployed, and patched across network continually increases. As a result, application security features must deal with a wide range of risks. Let's take an example. A malicious script may be mirrored on the victim's web browser or kept in a database and run whenever the user contacts the proper function, depending on the kind of attack in question here. This allows malicious code to be entered in the case of an output. The major cause of this attack is faulty user input validation, which allows malicious input to enter the final output. An evil user can enter a script that will be injected into the website's code. The browser will then be unable to determine whether the processed code is harmful. As a result, a malicious script is performed on the victim's browser, or a bogus form is shown to the users. Are you aware of which attack this is? If not, do stay till the end to find the correct answer. Are you aware of which attack this is? If not, please stay till the end of the video to know the correct answer. Hey everyone, welcome to today's video on application security. Before we move forward, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from us. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered today. We start by learning about application security and its different types. We learn about the most common vulnerabilities in AppSec, followed by the importance of application security in today's cybersecurity space. Next, we cover some attacks against application layer security and end the video with some protection techniques to enforce application security parameters. So let's start by learning about application security from a grassroots perspective. Application security, which is often known as AppSec, protects application software from external security threats by utilizing security software, hardware, methodologies, best practices, and different processes. Organizations require application security technologies that safeguard all of their programs, from internal to popular external apps on consumer mobile phones. These solutions must address the whole development cycle and provide testing after an application has been deployed to detect possible issues. Application security mechanisms must be capable of testing web pages for possible and exploitable vulnerabilities, analyzing code, and assisting in the administration of development and safety management processes. The testing solutions must also be simple and easy to install for system administrators worldwide. Consumers utilize hundreds of applications daily to access theoretically important and favored services such as e-commerce, banking, music, etc. To be productive, these professionals use a variety of software solutions as well, ranging from online word checkers to tablet-based creative tools, among other things. Backend software, of course, exists to automate essential operations and processes and decrease this human labor. But to make matters worse, the quantity and complexity of these apps and their backend code is increasing. The software security problem 10 years ago was about securing desktop apps and static web pages that were natively harmless and easy to scale through and defend. Because of outsourced development, the number of legacy programs and in-house development that uses third-party, open source, and commercialized off-the-shelf software modules, the software supply chain has become considerably more convoluted. Now that we understand application security on a general level, let us go through some of the different categories or the types of application security. The three major types to be covered in this section: web application security, API security, and cloud native application security. A web application is a program available through the internet and it operates on a web server. The client is accessed using a web browser. The applications, by definition, must allow connections from clients across unsecured networks. This exposes them to a variety of risks. Many online apps are mission critical and include sensitive customer data, making them an attractive target for attackers and a top concern for any cybersecurity program or framework. The advent of HTTPS, which offers an encrypted channel of communication, guards versus man in the middle attacks or MITM attacks, has addressed several online application weaknesses. Many weaknesses, though, still persist. Many security providers have created solutions specifically geared to safeguard online applications in response to the rising challenge of web application security. A web application firewall is an example of a security technology meant to identify and prevent application layer assaults in the case of web applications. When it comes to APIs that have security flaws are the root of many major data breaches. They have the potential to reveal sensitive data and disrupt vital corporate processes. API security flaws include insufficient authentication, unintended data disclosure, and a failure to apply rate restriction, which allows API abuse. The requirement for API security, like the necessity for web application security, has led to the creation of sophisticated equipment that can discover API vulnerabilities and protect APIs in production level. The third type is cloud native application security. Infrastructure and environments are often built up automatically in cloud native apps depending on declarative configuration, which is known as infrastructure as code or IAC. Developers are tasked with developing declarative settings and application code, both of which should be secure. Because practically everything is defined during the development stage, shifting left is even more crucial in cloud native setups. Traditional testing techniques can help cloud native apps, but they are insufficient. Dedicated cloud native security solutions are mandatory at this point of time, which are capable of instrumenting vessels, container clusters, and serverless operations, reporting on security concerns, and providing developers with a quick feedback loop. Now that we have covered the different types of application security, let us go through some of the most common vulnerabilities that these frameworks face on a daily basis. First is cryptographic failure. When data is not adequately safeguarded in transit and at rest, cryptographic failures, which are formerly known as sensitive data exposures, occur. It has the potential to reveal credentials, health information, credit card details, and personal information as well, depending on the type of data being protected in that particular case. Injection attacks. See, threat actors can use injection vulnerabilities to convey malicious information to a web application interpreter. It has the potential to assemble and execute this data on the server. SQL injection is a popular type of injection, which I've already covered in an introduction for this video. Another major vulnerability are outdated components. Vulnerable and out-of-date components encompass any vulnerability caused by obsolete or unmaintained software. It can happen if you construct or even use an application without first learning about its core components and versions. Authentication failures. Identification and authentication failure, which are previously known as broken authentication, encompass any security issue involving user identities. Identity attacks and exploitation may be avoided by implementing secure session administration, authentication, and validation for all identities in their organization. In the next section, let us cover some of the protection mechanisms employed by cybersecurity firms and third-party automated software to prevent the application layer from being bombarded with SQL injections and other attacks. The first is a web application firewall or WAF. A web application firewall monitors and filters HTTP traffic between a web application and the World Wide Web. Web application firewall architecture does not address all risks, but it may be used in conjunction with other defense mechanisms. It can be used with a portfolio of security solutions to provide a comprehensive defense against diverse attack routes. It is a protocol layer 7 protection in the open systems interconnection or the OSI model paradigm that helps defend online application against attacks such as cross-site scripting, cross-site fraud, SQL injection, and file intrusion. Unlike a proxy server which conceals the identity of client computers by an intermediary, a WAF functions as a reverse proxy, shielding the server from exposure. It acts as a barrier in front of a web application, protecting it from the internet. The clients must pass through the web application firewall before they can access the application. The second is threat assessment. A list of sensitive assets to safeguard will assist you in understanding the threat to your firm and how to minimize them. Considering how a hacker can infiltrate an application, if existing security protections are in place and whether additional tools or defense capabilities are required, it's also crucial to keep your security expectations in check. Nothing is impenetrable, even with the most stringent security measures. It would be best if you were realistic about what you believe your team can handle in the long run. When pushed too aggressively, safety regulations and procedures might be disregarded. Remember that safety is a lengthy and time taking project that requires the collaboration of other employees and sometimes even your customers. The next topic is privilege management. Limiting privileges is vital, especially for mission critical and sensitive systems. The least privilege principle states that access to programs and data should be limited to those who require them when they require them. For two reasons, the least privilege principle is absolutely critical. The first is that hackers may compromise less privileged accounts, and ensuring they do not acquire access to highly sensitive systems is critical. The second is that internal dangers are equally harmful as external adversaries. If insiders go bad, it's critical to ensure they never have more power than they need, minimizing the harm that they may be able to cause to the organization. Network security is a set of technologies that protects the usability and integrity of a company's infrastructure by preventing the entry or proliferation within a network. Its architecture comprises of tools that protect the network itself and the applications that run over it. Effective network security strategies employ multiple lines of defense that are scalable and automated. Each defensive layer here enforces a set of security policies which are determined by the administrator beforehand. This aims at securing the confidentiality and accessibility of the data and the network. Every company or organization that handles a large amount of data has a degree of solutions against many cyber threats. The most basic example of network security is password protection. It has the network the user chooses. So recently, network security has become the central topic of cybersecurity, with many organizations involving applications from people with skills in this area. It is crucial for both personal and professional networks. Most houses with high-speed internet have one or more wireless routers, which can be vulnerable to attacks if they are not adequately secured. Data loss, theft, and sabotage risk may be decreased with the usage of a strong network security system. Your workstations are protected from hazardous spyware thanks to network security. Additionally, it guarantees the security of the data which is being shared over a network. By dividing information into various sections, encrypting these portions, and transferring them over separate pathways, network security infrastructure offers multiple levels of protection to thwart man-in-the-middle attacks, preventing situations like eavesdropping, among other harmful attacks. It is becoming increasingly difficult in today's hyper-connected environment as more corporate applications migrate to both public and private clouds. Additionally, modern applications are also frequently virtualized and dispersed across several locations, some outside the physical control of the IT team. Network traffic and infrastructure must be protected in these cases since assaults on businesses are increasing every single day. We now understood the basics of network security, but we need to understand how network security works in the next section in slightly more detail. Network security revolves around two processes: authentication and authorization. The first process, which is authentication, is similar to access cards, which ensure that only those who have the right to enter a building. In other words, authentication checks and verifies that it is indeed the user belonging to the network who is trying to access or enter it, thereby preventing unauthorized intrusions. Next comes authorization. This process decides the level of access provided to the recently authenticated user. For example, network admin needs access to the entire network, whereas those working within it probably need access to only certain areas within the network. Based on the network user's role, the process of determining the level of access or permission level is known as authorization. Today's network architecture is complex and faces a threat environment that is always changing and attackers that are always trying to find and exploit vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities can exist in many areas, including devices, data, applications, users, and locations. For this reason, many network security management tools and applications are in use today that address individual threats. When just a few minutes of downtime can cause widespread disruption and massive damage to an organization's bottom line and reputation, it is essential that these protection measures are in place beforehand. Now that we know a little about network security and its working, let's cover the different types of network security. The fundamental tenet of network security is the layering of protection for massive networks and stored data that ensure the acceptance of rules and regulations. As a whole, there are three types. The first of which is physical security, the next being technical, and the third being administrative. Let's look into physical security first. This is the most basic level that includes protecting data and network through unauthorized personnel from acquiring control over the confidentiality of the network. These include external peripherals and routers that might be used for cable connections. The same can be achieved by using devices like biometric systems. Physical security is critical, especially for small businesses that do not have many resources to devote to security personnel and the tools as opposed to large firms. When it comes to technical network security, it focuses mostly on safeguarding data either kept in the network or engaged in network transitions. This kind fulfills two functions. One is defense against unauthorized users, the other is a defense against malevolent actions. The last category is administrative. This level of network security protects user behavior, like how the permission has been granted and how the authorization process takes place. This also ensures the level of sophistication the network might need to protect it through all the attacks. This level also suggests necessary amendments that have to be done to the infrastructure. I think that's all the basics that we need to cover on network security, in which our next topic we're going to go through two mediums of network security, which are the transport layer and the application layer. The transport layer is a way to secure information as it is carried over the internet, with users browsing websites, emails, instant messaging, etc. TLS aims to provide a private and secure connection between a web browser and a website server. It does this with a cryptographic handshake between two systems using public key cryptography. The two parties to the connection exchange a secret token, and once each machine validates this token, it is used for all communications. The connection employs lighter symmetric cryptography to save bandwidth and processing power. Since the application layer is the closest layer to the end user, it provides hackers with the largest threat surface. Poor app layer security can lead to performance and stability issues, data theft, and in some cases, the network being taken down. Examples of application layer attacks include distributed denial of service attacks or DDoS attacks, HTTP floods, SQL injections, cross-site scripting, etc. Most organizations have an arsenal of application layer security protections to combat these and more, such as web application firewalls, secure web gateway services, etc. Now that we have the theory behind network security has been covered in detail, let us go through some of the tools that can be used to enforce these network security policies. The first tool to be covered in this section is a firewall. A firewall is a type of network security device that keeps track of incoming and outgoing network traffic, and it decides which traffic to allow or deny in accordance to a set of security rules. For more than 25 years, firewalls have served as network security's first line of defense. They provide a barrier between trustworthy internal protected and regulated networks from shady external networks like the internet at some points. The next tool which can be used to bolster network security is a virtual private network, or VPN for short. It's an encrypted connection between a device and a network via the internet. The encrypted connection aids the secure transmission of sensitive data. It makes it impossible for unauthorized parties to eavesdrop on the traffic and enables remote work for the user. The usage of VPN technology is common in both corporate and personal networks. Next, we cover the importance of intrusion prevention systems in network security or IPS frameworks. An intrusion prevention system is a network security tool that continually scans the network for harmful activity and responds to it when it does occur by reporting, blocking, or discarding it. It can be either hardware or software. It's more sophisticated than an intrusion detection system or an IDS framework, which can just warn an administrator and merely identify harmful activities, while in the case of an IPS, it actually takes against that activity. The next tool in this section and the final one are going to be behavioral analytics. Behavioral analytics focus more on the statistics that are being carried over and stored through months and years of usage. Once some kind of similar pattern is noted, where the IT administrator can detect some kind of attack, the similar attacks can be stopped and the security can be further enhanced. Now that we have covered all that we need to know about network security, the necessary tools, its different types, etc., let's go to the benefits of network security as a whole. The first, which is protection against external threats. The objective for cyber assaults can be as varied as the offenders themselves. Although they're typically initiated for financial gain, whether they are industrial spies, hacktivists, or cyber criminals, these bad actors all have one thing in common, which is how quick, clever, and covert the attacks are getting. A strong cybersecurity posture that considers routine software updates may assist firms in identifying and responding to the abuse techniques, tools, and the common entry points. The next benefit is protection against internal threats. The human aspect continues to be the cybersecurity system's weakest link. Insider risk can originate from current or former workers, third-party vendors, or even trusted partners, and they can be unintentional, careless, or downright evil. Aside from that, the rapid expansion of remote work and the personal devices used for business purposes, while even IoT devices in remote locations, can make it easier for these kind of threats to go undetected until it's too late. However, by proactively monitoring networks and managing access, these dangers may be identified and dealt with before they become expensive disasters. The third benefit is increased productivity. It is nearly impossible for employees to function when networks and personal devices are slowed to a crawl by viruses and other cyber attacks during the operation of website and for the company to run. You may significantly minimize violations and the amount of downtime required to fix the breach by implementing various cybersecurity measures such as enhanced firewalls, virus scanning, and automatic backups. Employee identification of possible email phishing schemes, suspicious links, and other malicious criminal activities can also be aided by education and training. Another benefit is brand trust and reputation. Customer retention is one of the most crucial elements in business development. Customers today place a premium on maintaining brand loyalty through a strong cybersecurity stance, since this is the fastest way to get other businesses back, get referrals, and sell more tickets overall. Additionally, it helps manufacturers get on the vendor list with bigger companies as a part of the supply chain, which is only as strong as its weakest link. This opens possibilities for potential future endeavors and development.
With the rise in censorship and general fear over privacy loss, consumer security is at an all-time high risk. Technology has made our lives so much easier while putting up a decent target on our personal information. It is necessary to understand how to simultaneously safeguard our data and be up to date with the latest technological developments. Maintaining this balance has become easier with cryptography taking its place in today's digital world. So hey everyone, this is Bev from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on cryptography. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So here's a story to help you understand cryptography. Meet Anne. Anne wanted to look for a decent discount on the latest iPhone. She started searching on the internet and found a rather shady website that offered a 50% discount on the first purchase. Once Anne submitted her payment details, a huge chunk of money was withdrawn from her bank account just moments after. Devastated, Anne quickly realized she had failed to notice that the website was a HTTP web page instead of an HTTPS one. The payment information submitted was not encrypted and it was visible to anyone keeping an eye, including the website owner and hackers. Had she used a reputed website which has encrypted transactions and employs cryptography, our iPhone enthusiast could have avoided this particular incident. This is why it's never recommended to visit unknown websites or share any personal information on them. Now that we understand why cryptography is so important, let's take a look at the topics to be covered today. We take a look into what cryptography is and how it works. We learn where cryptography is being used in our daily lives and how we are benefiting from it. Then we will understand the different types of cryptography and their respective uses. Moving on, we will look at the usage of cryptography in ancient history and a live demonstration of cryptography and encryption in action. Let's now understand what cryptography is. Cryptography is the science of encrypting or decrypting information to prevent unauthorized access. We transform our data and personal information so that only the correct recipient can understand the message. As an essential aspect of modern data security, using cryptography allows the secure storage and transmission of data between willing parties. Encryption is the primary route for employing cryptography by adding certain algorithms to jumble up the data. Decryption is the process of reversing the work done by encrypting information so that the data becomes readable again. Both of these methods form the basis of cryptography. For example, when Simplilearn is jumbled up or changed in any format, not many people can guess the original word by looking at the encrypted text. The only ones who can are the people who know how to decrypt the coded word, thereby reversing the process of encryption. Any data pre-encryption is called plain text or clear text. To encrypt the message, we use certain algorithms that serve a single purpose of scrambling the data to make them unreadable without the necessary tools. These algorithms are called ciphers. They are a set of detailed steps to be carried out one after the other to make sure the data becomes as unreadable as possible until it reaches the receiver. We take the plain text, pass it to the cipher algorithm, and get the encrypted data. This encrypted text is called the ciphertext, and this is the message that is transferred between the two parties. The key that is being used to scramble the data is known as the encryption key. These steps, that is the cipher and the encryption key, are made known to the receiver, who can then reverse the encryption on receiving the message. Unless any third party manages to find out both the algorithm and the secret key that is being used, they cannot decrypt the messages, since both of them are necessary to unlock the hidden content. Wonder what else we would lose if not for cryptography? Any website where you have an account can read your passwords. Important emails can be intercepted and their contents can be read without encryption during their transit. More than 65 billion messages are sent on WhatsApp every day, all of which are secured thanks to end-to-end encryption. There is a huge market opening up for cryptocurrency, which is possible due to blockchain technology that uses encryption algorithms and hashing functions to ensure that the data is secure. If this is of particular interest to you, you can watch our video on blockchain, the link of which will be in the description. Of course, there is no single solution to a problem as diverse as explained. There are three variants of how cryptography works and is in practice. They are symmetric encryption, asymmetric encryption, and hashing. Let's find out how much we have understood until now. Do you remember the difference between a cipher and ciphertext? Leave your answers in the comments, and before we proceed, if you find this video interesting, make sure to give it a thumbs up before moving ahead. Let's look at symmetric encryption first. Symmetric encryption uses a single key for both the encryption and decryption of data. It is comparatively less secure than asymmetric encryption, but much faster. It is a compromise that has to be embraced in order to deliver data as fast as possible without leaving information completely vulnerable. This type of encryption is used when data rests on servers and identifies personnel for payment applications and services. The potential drawback with symmetric encryption is that both the sender and receiver need to have the same secret key, and it should be kept hidden at all times. Caesar cipher and Enigma machine are both symmetric encryption examples that we will look into further. For example, if Alice wants to send a message to Bob, she can apply a substitution cipher or a shift cipher to encrypt the message. But Bob must be aware of the same key itself, so he can decrypt it when he finds it necessary to read the entire message. Symmetric encryption uses one of the two types of ciphers, stream ciphers and block ciphers. Block ciphers break the plain text into blocks of fixed size and use the key to convert it into ciphertext. Stream ciphers convert the plain text into ciphertext one bit at a time instead of resorting to breaking them up into bigger chunks. In today's world, the most widely used symmetric encryption algorithm is AES 256, that stands for Advanced Encryption Standard, which has a key size of 256-bit with 128-bit and 196-bit key sizes also being available. Other primitive algorithms like the Data Encryption Standard, that is the DES, the Triple Data Encryption Standard 3DES, and Blowfish have all fallen out of favor due to the rise of AES. AES chops up the data into blocks and performs 10 plus rounds of obscuring and substituting the message to make it unreadable. Asymmetric encryption, on the other hand, has a double whammy at its disposal. There are two different keys at play here, a public key and a private key. The public key is used to encrypt information pre-transit, and a private key is used to decrypt the information post-transit. If Alice wants to communicate with Bob using asymmetric encryption, she encrypts the message using Bob's public key. After receiving the message, Bob uses his own private key to decrypt the data. This way, nobody can intercept the message in between transmissions, and there is no need for any secure key exchange for this to work, since the encryption is done with the public key and the decryption is done with a private key that no one except Bob has access to. Both the keys are necessary to read the full message. There is also a reverse scenario where we can use the private key for encryption and the public key for decryption. A server can sign non-confidential information using its private key, and anyone who has its public key can decrypt the message. This mechanism also proves that the sender is authenticated and there is no problem with the origin of the information. RSA encryption is the most widely used asymmetric encryption standard. It is named after its founders Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, and it uses block ciphers that separate the data into blocks and obscure the information. Widely considered the most secure form of encryption, albeit relatively slower than AES, it is widely used in web browsing, secure identification, VPNs, emails, and chat applications. With so much hanging on the key's secrecy, there must be a way to transmit the keys without others reading our private data. Many systems use a combination of symmetric encryption and asymmetric encryption to bolster security and match speed at the same time. Since asymmetric encryption takes longer to decrypt large amounts of data, the full information is encrypted using a single key, that is, symmetric encryption. That single key is then transmitted to the receiver using asymmetric encryption, so you don't have to compromise either way. Another route is using the Diffie-Hellman key exchange, which relies on a one-way function and is much tougher to break into. The third variant of cryptography is termed as hashing. Hashing is the process of scrambling a piece of data beyond recognition. It gives an output of fixed size, which is known as the hash value of the original data, or just hash in general. The calculations that do the job of messing up the data collection form the hash function. They are generally not reversible without resilient brute force mechanisms and are very helpful when storing data on website servers that need not be stored in plain text. For example, many websites store your account passwords in a hashed format so that not even the administrator can read your credentials. When a user tries to log in, they can compare the entered password's hash value with the hash value that is already stored on the servers for authentication, since the function will always return the same value for the same input. Cryptography has been in practice for centuries. Julius Caesar used a substitution shift to move alphabets a certain number of spaces beyond their place in the alphabet table. A spy can't decipher the original message at first glance. For example, if he wanted to pass confidential information to his armies and decides to use the substitution shift of +2, A becomes C, B becomes D, and so on. The word attack, when passed through a substitution shift of +3, becomes DWWDFN. This cipher has been appropriately named the Caesar cipher, which is one of the most widely used algorithms. The Enigma is probably the most famous cryptographic cipher device used in ancient history. It was used by the Nazi German armies in the World Wars. They were used to protect confidential political, military, and administrative information, and it consisted of 3 or more rotors that scrambled the original message depending on the machine's state at that time. The decryption is similar, but it needs both machines to stay in the same state before passing the ciphertext so that we receive the same plain text message. Let's take a look at how our data is protected while we browse the internet thanks to cryptography. Here we have a web-based tool that will help us understand the process of RSA encryption. We see the entire workflow from selecting the key size to be used until the decryption of the ciphertext in order to get the plain text back. As we already know, RSA encryption algorithm falls under the umbrella of asymmetric key cryptography. That basically implies that we have two keys at play here, a public key and a private key. Typically, the public key is used by the sender to encrypt the message and the private key is used by the receiver to decrypt the message. There are some occasions when this allocation is reversed, and we will have a look at them as well. In RSA, we have the choice of key size. We can select any key from a 512-bit to 1024-bit all the way up to a 4096-bit key. The longer the key length, the more complex the encryption process becomes, and thereby strengthening the ciphertext. Although with added security, more complex functions take longer to perform the same operations on similar size of data. We have to keep a balance between both speed and strength because the strongest encryption algorithms are of no use if they cannot be practically deployed on systems around the world. Let's take a 1024-bit key over here. Now we need to generate the keys. This generation is done by functions that operate on passphrases. The tool we are using right now generates these pseudo-random keys to be used in this explanation. Once we generate the keys, you can see the public key is rather smaller than the private key, which is almost always the case. These two keys are mathematically linked with each other. They cannot be substituted with any other key, and in order to encrypt the original message or decrypt the ciphertext, this pair must be kept together. The public key is then sent to the sender and the receiver keeps the private key with himself. In this scenario, let's try and encrypt a word Simplilearn. We have to select if the key being used for encryption is either private or public, since that affects the process of scrambling the information. Since we are using the public key over here, let's select the same and copy it and paste over here. The cipher we are using right now is plain RSA. There are some modified ciphers with their own pros and cons that can also be used, provided we use it on a regular basis and depending on the use case as well. Once we click on encrypt, we can see the ciphertext being generated over here. The pseudorandom generating functions are created in such a way that a single character change in the plaintext will trigger a completely different ciphertext. This is a security feature to strengthen the process from brute force methods. Now that we are done with the encryption process, let's take a look at the decryption part. The receiver gets this ciphertext from the sender with no other key or supplement. He or she must already possess the private key generated from the same pair. No other private key can be used to decrypt the message since they are mathematically linked. We paste the private key here and select the same. The cipher must also be the same used during the encryption process. Once we click decrypt, you can see the original plaintext we had decided to encrypt. This sums up the entire process of RSA encryption and decryption. Now some people use it the other way around. We also have the option of using the private key to encrypt information and the public key to decrypt it. This is done mostly to validate the origin of the message. Since the keys only work in pairs, if a different private key is used to encrypt the message, the public key cannot decrypt it. Conversely, if the public key is able to decrypt the message, it must have been encrypted with the right private key and hence the rightful owner. Here we just have to take the private key and use that to encrypt the plaintext and select the same in this checkbox as well. You can see we have generated a completely new ciphertext. This ciphertext will be sent to the receiver and this time we will use the public key for decryption. Let's select the correct checkbox and decrypt, and we still get the same output. Now let's take a look at practical example of encryption in the real world. We all use the internet on a daily basis, and many are aware of the implications of using unsafe websites. Let's take a look at Wikipedia here. Pretty standard HTTPS website where the H stands for secured. Let's take a look at how it secures the data. Wireshark is the world's foremost and most widely used network protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at a microscopic level, and we are going to use this software to see the traffic that is leaving our machine and to understand how vulnerable it is. Since there are many applications running in this machine, let's apply a filter that will only show us the results related to Wikipedia. Let's search for something that we can navigate the website with. Okay, once we get into it a little, you can see some of the requests being populated over here. Let's take a look at the specific request. These are the data packets that basically transport the data from our machine to the internet and vice versa. As you can see, there's a bunch of gibberish data here that doesn't really reveal anything that we searched or watched. Similarly, other secured websites function the same way, and it is very difficult, if at all possible, to snoop on user data this way. To put this in perspective, let's take a look at another website, which is a HTTP web page. This has no encryption enabled from the server end, which makes it vulnerable to attacks. There is a login form here, which needs legitimate user credentials in order to grant access. Let's enter a random pair of credentials. These obviously won't work, but we can see the manner of data transfer. Unsurprisingly, we weren't able to get into the platform. Instead, we can see the data packets. Let's apply a similar filter that will help us understand what request this website is sending. These are the requests being sent by the HTTP login form to the internet. If we check here, see, whatever username and password that we are entering, we can easily see it with the Wireshark. Now, we used a dummy pair of credentials. If we select the right data packet, we can find our correct credentials. If any website had asked for our payment information or our legitimate credentials, it would have been really easy to get a hold of these. To reiterate what we have already learned, we must always avoid HTTP websites and just unknown or not trustworthy websites in general, because the problem we saw here is just the tip of the iceberg. Even though cryptography has managed to lessen the risk of cyber attacks, it is still prevalent and we should always be alert to keep ourselves safe online.
There are two types of encryption in cryptography: symmetric key cryptography and asymmetric key cryptography. Both of these categories have their pros and cons and differ only by their implementation.
If you want to become a cybersecurity expert and gain handsome salary packages, look at a wide range of cybersecurity courses offered by Simplilearn, and that is in collaboration with top universities across the globe. And a year of experience is preferred to enroll in these courses. You can find the course link mentioned in the description box below and pinned comment. And make sure to subscribe to our channel.
Cybersecurity is one of the most in-demand and fast-growing fields in the world today. As more and more aspects of our lives depend on digital technologies, the need to protect them from malicious attacks also increases. But how do you become a cybersecurity professional? Do you need a degree in cybersecurity to enter this field? And is it worth the time, money, and effort to pursue one? The answer to these questions is not straightforward, as there are many factors to consider when deciding whether a cybersecurity degree is right for you. In this video, we will explore some of the pros and cons of getting a cybersecurity degree, as well as some alternative paths to consider. But before we begin with this video, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and press the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So let's understand the growing importance of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is no longer afterthought for businesses and organizations. It's a core component of their strategies. As technology continues to advance, so do the tactics of cybercriminals. From data breaches to ransomware attacks and identity theft, the consequence of cybersecurity threats can be devastating. The impact of these cyber dangers can be very harmful. To prevent these threats, companies and groups must take cybersecurity seriously. They need to put safeguards in place to protect their system, data, and customers. It's not something that can be overlooked. In fact, it should be a top priority. A breach in security can lead to financial losses and damage to a company's reputation. As technology keeps advancing, it's crucial for businesses to keep up with the latest cybersecurity practices to stay safe. They must be vigilant and prepared to defend against cyber threats. Cybersecurity is no longer just a choice, it's a necessity. Alright, so this was about the growing importance of cybersecurity in today's world. Now, let's have a look at some pros of a cybersecurity degree. The increasing reliance on technology, the internet, and cloud services means that more sensitive data is at risk. This is where cybersecurity professionals comes into play. They are responsible for safeguarding digital assets, protecting privacy, and preventing potential catastrophes. The significance of their role in today's society cannot be overstated. A cybersecurity degree can provide you with many benefits, such as a solid foundation of technical and theoretical knowledge. A cybersecurity degree can teach you the fundamental concepts, principles, and techniques of cybersecurity, such as cryptography, network security, malware analysis, digital forensics, ethical hacking, and more. You can also learn about the legal, ethical, and social aspects of cybersecurity, such as data privacy, compliance, and governance. Next is a competitive edge in the job market. Yes, it provides you a competitive edge in the job market. A cybersecurity degree can demonstrate your commitment, credibility, and competence to potential employers. According to a 2019 report by Burning Glass Technologies, 88% of cybersecurity job postings requires at least a bachelor's degree, and a cybersecurity degree can also help you meet the eligibility criteria for certain certifications such as CISSP or CISM, which can boost your career prospects and salary potentials. Alright, so the third one is a wide range of career options. So a degree in cybersecurity provides you a wide range of career options and opportunities. A cybersecurity degree can open the door to various roles and sectors in the cybersecurity field, such as information security, penetration tester, security engineer, security consultant, cyber threat intelligence analyst, and more. You can also work in different industries that need cybersecurity professionals, such as finance, healthcare, government, education, retail, and more. Next one is cons of a cybersecurity degree. So let's have a look at this. So a cybersecurity degree also has some drawbacks, such as first is a high cost and time commitment. A cybersecurity degree can be expensive and time consuming to complete. So depending on the level of type of degrees you choose, associate, bachelor's, master's, you may need to spend 2 to 6 years of a full-time study and pay tens of thousands of dollars in the tuition fees. You may also need to take out like student loans or work part-time to finance your education. Next one is a fast-changing and dynamic field. A cybersecurity degree can provide you with the strong foundation of knowledge and skills, but it may not be enough to keep up with the ever-evolving nature of cybersecurity. Cyber threats are constantly changing and becoming more sophisticated, while new technologies and tools are emerging and disrupting the field. You may need to update your skills and knowledge regularly through self-learning, online courses, certifications, or continuing education programs. So now the third one, which is a challenging and stressful work environment. So a cybersecurity degree can prepare you for a challenging and rewarding career, but it can also expose you to a high pressure and demanding work environment. You may need to deal with tight deadlines, heavy workloads, complex systems, unpredictable situations, and constant threats. You may also face ethical dilemmas, legal issues, or emotional stress from dealing with sensitive data or incidents. So this was about the cons of a cybersecurity degree. So we have covered pros and cons of a cybersecurity degree. Now next we will move on to the next topic, which is alternatives to a cybersecurity degree. So a cybersecurity degree is not only a way to enter or advance in cybersecurity field. There are some alternative paths that you can consider, such as boot camps. Boot camps are intensive training programs that teach you the practical skills and tools needed for a specific role or domain in cybersecurity. They usually last from weeks to a few months and are delivered online or in person by experts or instructors. They can help you gain hands-on experience through projects or simulations and prepare you for the certifications or job interviews. One of the example is Caltech Cybersecurity Bootcamp by Simplilearn. Through this bootcamp, you will gain all the relevant skills and a Caltech CTME bootcamp certificate. So, a bootcamp basically is a good alternative to a cybersecurity degree for various reasons. Now, coming to the another alternative of a cybersecurity degree, that is certifications. So certifications are the credentials that validate your knowledge and skills in a specific area of topic of cybersecurity. So they are usually offered by professional organizations or vendors and require you to pass an exam or complete a project. They can help you demonstrate your competence and credibility to employers or clients and enhance your career opportunities or salary potential. Some examples of this kind of certifications are the Cybersecurity Masters Program, Professional Certificate Program in Cybersecurity, Advanced Executive Program in Cybersecurity, etc. So, if you are looking to become a cybersecurity expert and gain handsome salary packages, then have a look at a wide range of cybersecurity courses by Simplilearn in collaboration with top universities across the globe. By enrolling in any of these certification programs, you will gain expertise in skills, ethical hacking, penetration testing, defensive cybersecurity, cryptography, ransomware analysis, malware analysis, firewalls, network security, vulnerability assessment, and much more. So what are you waiting for? Just hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box. So now coming to the next alternative, that is self-learning. Yes, self-learning is a process of acquiring new skills and knowledge on your own. Using various resources and methods, you can use books, blogs, podcasts, videos, online courses, or other materials to learn about cybersecurity. And the topics related to cybersecurity that interest you or are relevant to your goals. You can also use online platforms, tools, or labs to practice your skills and test your knowledge. Some examples of self-learning resources are Cybery, Hack the Box, or Try Hack Me. So this was about the alternatives to a cybersecurity degree. So whether a cybersecurity degree is worth it or not depends on your goals. A degree can help you get certain jobs, but there are other ways to succeed, like getting certifications or learning on your own. Think about what you want to do, how much money you have, and what you want to learn. It's important to keep learning about cybersecurity because it's always changing. The value of degree is about how well it helps you to reach your goals in the cybersecurity world. So choose what's best for you based on what you want to achieve.
Where our lives are closely connected with technology, cybersecurity has emerged as a very important concern. The ever-evolving landscape of cyber threats requires professionals who are very well versed in the intricacies of cybersecurity. With 2024 fast approaching, it's essential to identify the best cybersecurity specializations or certifications that will equip you to tackle the challenges for tomorrow. In this video on which cybersecurity specialization is best in 2024, we will discuss some best certifications or specializations that will pave your way to cybersecurity career. In this video, we will cover why cybersecurity specializations are important. After that, we will cover certifications like CISSP, CompTIA Security Plus, CISA, CISM, SSCP, and CEH. But before we begin with these specializations, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and press the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Alright, so let's move on with the first topic, that is why cybersecurity specializations are important. So cybersecurity specializations or certifications are like your digital armor. They are essential because they teach you how to protect your online world from the bad guys. It's like having a superpower to keep your information safe. In the world where everything is connected to the internet, like your phones, computers, and even your fridge, bad people can try to steal your secrets. These specializations and certifications are your shield, making you a digital hero who can stop the villains and keep your data safe. So they are not just important, they are your ticket to becoming a cybersecurity superhero. So now, let's have a look at the best specializations of cybersecurity. First one is Certified Information System Security Professional, that is CISSP. So the CISSP certification is widely recognized as a premier certification in the field of information security. It covers a broad range of topics including security and risk management, asset security, security engineering, communication and network security. Other topics include security assessment, testing, etc. CISSP holders possess a deep understanding of these domains, making them valuable assets in protecting organizations from cyber threats. The CISSP certification is highly regarded due to its rigorous requirements, experience prerequisites, and adherence to a code of ethics, ensuring professionals with these certifications are well-rounded and trustworthy. So this was about CISSP. Now let's have a look at the next certification. So the next certification is CompTIA Security Plus. So the CompTIA Security Plus certification is an entry-level certification that provides a solid foundation in cybersecurity principles and practices. It covers topics such as network security threats and vulnerabilities, identity management, access control, cryptography, and risk management. This certification is highly regarded for the vendor-neutral approach, making it applicable across different technology platforms. It is an excellent starting point for individuals looking to enter the cybersecurity field or enhance their knowledge in information security. The Security Plus certification is recognized globally and is often a prerequisite for more advanced certification, making it a valuable stepping stone in one's cybersecurity career. Also, if you want to become a cybersecurity professional, then consider Advanced Executive Program in Cybersecurity by Simplilearn. This advanced executive program in cybersecurity will help you develop expertise in defensive cybersecurity, application security, malware analysis, ethical hacking, etc. In partnership with IIIT Bangalore and NPCI, the cybersecurity program provides you with the deep understanding needed to spot the opportunities for disruption in the cybersecurity industry. So what are you waiting for? Enroll now, get certified and get ahead. So this was about the CompTIA Security Plus certification. Next best certification on the list is Certified Information System Auditor, that is CISA. The CISA certification is specially designed for professionals involved in auditing, controlling, and monitoring information systems. It focuses on accessing vulnerabilities and ensuring compliance with regulatory standards. CISA holders possess expertise in auditing processes, IT governance systems and infrastructure, lifecycle management, and information systems. This certification is highly regarded for its emphasis on risk management and its alignment with international auditing standards. CISA certified professionals are in high demand as they provide assurance to organizations that their information systems are secure, reliable, and compliant. So this was about CISA, that is Certified Information System Auditor. Now coming to the next certification, which is CISM, that is Certified Information Security Manager. So the CISM is tailored certification for professionals responsible for managing, designing, and overseeing an enterprise information security program. It covers 4 domains: information security governance, risk management, information security program development and management, and information security incident management. CISM holders possess a comprehensive understanding of these domains, enabling them to align information security with businesses' goals and objectives effectively. This certification is highly regarded as its focus on strategic management and its emphasis on the relationship between information security and business success. CISM certified professionals are sought after for their ability to establish and manage an organization's information security program effectively. So this was about CISM certification. Now let's have a look at the next certification, which is SSCP, System Security Certified Practitioner. The SSCP certification is designed for professionals involved in the hands-on implementation and operation of information security systems. It covers topics such as access controls, security operations and administration, risk identification and mitigation, incident response, and cryptography. SSCP holders possess practical knowledge and skills in various areas of information security, making them valuable assets in implementing and maintaining security systems. This certification is highly regarded for its emphasis on technical expertise and its alignment with industry best practices. SSCP certified professionals are sought after for their ability to apply security controls and countermeasures to protect organizations from evolving threats. So this was about SSCP. Now the next certification is CEH, that is Certified Ethical Hacker. So the Certified Ethical Hacker certification offered by EC Council is a highly respected certification in the field of cybersecurity. It focuses on training individuals to think and act like malicious hackers to identify vulnerabilities and weaknesses. The CEH certification covers topics such as footprinting and scanning networks, enumeration, system hacking, malware threats, social engineering, and more. This certification equips professionals with the skills and knowledge needed to access and strengthen an organization's security posture. With its emphasis on ethical hacking, the CEH certification plays a crucial role in helping organizations proactively defend against cyber threats and safeguard their critical assets. So, if you want to prepare for all these specializations, then you can opt for Simplilearn's Cybersecurity Expert Master's Program. The Cybersecurity Expert Master's Program will equip you with the skills needed to become an expert in the rapidly growing domain. You will learn comprehensive approaches to protecting your infrastructure, including securing data and information, running risk analysis and mitigation, architecturing cloud-based security, achieving compliance, and much more with this best-in-class program. This certification will equip you with the skills that entail industry-leading certifications like CompTIA Security Plus, CEH, CISM, CISSP, and CCSP. Enroll now. The link is in the description box. So the certifications that we have covered in this video are considered the best due to their comprehensive coverage of essential cybersecurity domains, their recognition in industry, and their alignment with industry standards and best practices. They provide professionals with the knowledge, skills, credibility needed to excel in the field of information security and contribute to the protection of organizations from cyber threats.
Today we have an incredibly important topic to discuss, especially in this day and age where online threats are constantly evolving. We are diving deep into the world of cybersecurity, and we will be talking about the top cybersecurity tools for 2024. So whether you are an individual concerned about your online safety or a business looking to protect your digital assets, you are in the right place. So let's get started. And before starting, if you are an aspiring cybersecurity professional looking for online training and certifications from prestigious universities and in collaboration with leading experts to enhance your credibility, then search no more. Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity from MIT University in collaboration with EC Council should be your right choice. This course is designed to accommodate a diverse range of learners, and this course requires just a bachelor's degree with a 50% average and no prior programming experience, and 1+ year of work experience is preferred. For more details, you can use the link in the description box below. Now let's get started. With the increasing reliance on digital technologies, our privacy and safety are at risk more than ever before. Cybersecurity tools play a vital role in protecting us from potential online threats. So we'll start with objectives of cybersecurity tools. So cybersecurity tools have various objectives, and they are designed. The first is to analyze infrastructure data to detect anomalies and vulnerabilities. And the next objective is to automate cybersecurity workflows for efficiency. And then we have build secure web-based services. And then monitor network operations and user activities. So these are the objectives of cybersecurity tools. Now we'll see the considerations for choosing cybersecurity tools. Choosing the right cybersecurity tools for your specific needs is crucial. Here are some key considerations when selecting these tools. Number 1 is scalability. Ensure the tool can protect many endpoints and devices across a wide parameter. And then we have integration. It should seamlessly integrate with your existing systems. And the next consideration is opt for tools with reliable support as cybersecurity is ever evolving. And the next consideration is purpose built. Look for tools designed to address different scenarios effectively. And the next is compatibility. The tool should work with various device variants, operating systems, and cloud vendors. So these are the considerations for choosing cybersecurity tool. Now, let's dive into the exciting part, that is the top cybersecurity tools for 2024. So these tools are designed to keep you safe in the digital world. So first, we will start with SolarWinds Security Event Manager. The SolarWinds Security Event Manager is a powerful network monitoring platform with real-time packet analysis capabilities and dynamic baselines to detect genuine performance deviations. And now we'll see the key features for the SolarWinds Security Event Manager. So the first key feature is smarter scalability. SolarWinds Security Event Manager offers scalable solutions suitable for large environments. Whether your organization has numerous endpoints or diverse devices spread across a wide perimeter, this tool can adapt and protect your network effectively. Then we have multi-vendor network monitoring. This feature allows you to monitor not only your network but also a variety of vendors, ensuring that you can keep an eye on all aspects of your digital infrastructure. This is essential in today's interconnected and multi-vendor network environments. And then we have Advanced Alerting System. SolarWinds Security Event Manager provides an advanced alerting system that helps you detect and respond to security threats swiftly. By setting up customized alerts, you can proactively address potential issues before they escalate into major breaches. And then we have Monitor End-to-End Network. Understanding the entire network path is crucial for identifying bottlenecks, vulnerabilities, and potential threats. SolarWinds tool enables you to monitor end-to-end network paths, ensuring that you have full visibility into your network's performance. And the next key feature is cross-stack network data correlation. With cross-stack network data correlation, you can connect the dots between various network elements and pinpoint the root cause of issues quickly. This capability is a game changer when it comes to troubleshooting and responding to security incidents. So this was all about the first tool, that is SolarWinds Security Event Manager. Now moving to second tool, that is Wireshark. It's an open source network protocol analyzer that helps professionals identify network security weaknesses by capturing and analyzing data packets in real time. Now we'll see the key features of Wireshark. So the first key feature is cross-platform compatibility. Wireshark is a cross-platform tool, which means it can be installed on a variety of operating systems, making it accessible to a wide range of users. Then we have open source architecture. Being open source means that Wireshark is continually improved by a global community of developers. This openness also facilitates easy integration with other cybersecurity tools and systems. And then the next feature is real-time data capture and analysis. Wireshark provides real-time packet capture and analysis, allowing you to monitor network activity as it happens. This feature is invaluable for identifying anomalies, security threats, and performance issues. And then the next feature is decryption protocol support. It supports decryption for multiple network protocols and various output formats, enabling you to understand encrypted traffic and identify potential security vulnerabilities. And now moving to the next tool, that is the third tool, and that is AXCrypt. So AXCrypt Premium offers advanced encryption features in a user-friendly package, ensuring your data remains secure. It supports various platforms, making it convenient for users. And now we'll see the key features of AXCrypt. The number one is 256-bit encryption. AXCrypt employs strong 256-bit encryption, which is virtually unbreakable with current technology. This level of encryption ensures that your data remains secure and confidential. And the next is user-friendly interface. One of AXCrypt's standout feature is its user-friendly interface. Encrypting and decrypting files is as simple as dragging and dropping them into the AXCrypt window. This accessibility makes it usable for users and all technical levels. And the next is secure file deletion. AXCrypt goes beyond encryption by offering secure file deletion. This feature ensures that when you delete an encrypted file, it becomes virtually impossible to recover, providing an additional layer of data protection. And then the next feature is cross-platform compatibility. AXCrypt supports various operating systems, including Windows, Mac OS, Android, and iOS. This versatility allows you to encrypt and decrypt files seamlessly across different devices and platforms. And then the next feature is user support. AXCrypt provides user support through email, forums, and even second-level support via chat. if you encounter any issues or have questions about using the tool. There's a support system in place to assist you. And then the next feature is public key cryptography. AXCrypt offers the option to use public key cryptography, which allows you to securely share encrypted files with others. Only those with the appropriate decryption key can access the files, enhancing collaboration while maintaining security. So why AXCrypt matters? Data protection. AXCrypt is a crucial tool for safeguarding sensitive data, whether you are an individual protecting personal files or a business securing confidential documents. AXCrypt ensures that your information remains private. And now moving on to the fourth tool, that is Kali Linux. Kali Linux is a widely used cybersecurity tool with over 300 utilities for scanning network systems. It's a great for both experts and entry-level professionals, making it versatile and effective. And now moving to key features for Kali Linux. The number one feature is versatile toolset. Kali Linux boasts an extensive collection of over 300 cybersecurity tools, making it incredibly versatile for various tasks, including network analysis, vulnerability assessment, and penetration testing. And then we have user-friendly interface. Despite its powerful capabilities, Kali Linux offers a user-friendly interface, making it accessible even to those with limited Linux experience. Its menu-driven navigation amplifies and simplifies the process of selecting and using tools. And the next is customizable. Kali Linux allows users to customize and tailor the distribution to their specific needs. This means you can install additional tools or remove unnecessary ones to create streamlined and efficient environment. And then we have regular updates to stay ahead of emerging threats and vulnerabilities. Kali Linux is continuously updated. The development team ensures that the tools within the distribution are up to date with the latest security patches and improvements. And then we have wide device compatibility. Kali Linux is compatible with a wide range of hardware and can be installed on various devices, including laptops, desktops, and even Raspberry Pi devices. This flexibility ensures that you can take your cybersecurity toolkit with you wherever you go. And the next we have is community support. Kali Linux has a vibrant and active community of users and developers who contribute to its growth and provide support through forums. This community aspect makes it easier to learn and troubleshoot any issues you may encounter. Now moving to the fifth tool, that is AirCrackNG. AirCrackNG is an open source suite of wireless tools used for analyzing Wi-Fi network security weaknesses. It's a comprehensive solution that's entirely free. Now we'll see and learn some of the key features of AirCrackNG. The first feature is open source architecture. AirCrackNG is an open source software, which means it's freely available for anyone to use, modify, and contribute to its development. This open nature fosters a community of users and developers continuously working to enhance its capabilities. And the next is compatibility. AirCrackNG is versatile in terms of compatibility. While it primarily works on Linux, it has also been adapted to run on other operating systems, including Windows, Mac OS, FreeBSD, OpenBSD, NetBSD, Solaris, and even Ecom Station 2. This compatibility ensures that users from various backgrounds and preferences can harness its power. Now, the next feature is suite of programs. AirCrackNG comprises a suite of programs, each serving a specific purpose in wireless network security. Some of the notable components include AirDecapNG, AeroDumpNG, AirTunNG. So these command line tools allow for intricate scripting and customization, making AirCrackNG a valuable asset for professionals seeking to fine-tune their wireless security efforts. And the next feature is Wi-Fi security assessment. AirCrackNG is particularly adept at assessing the security of Wi-Fi networks. And the next is password cracking. One of the standout features of AirCrackNG is its ability to crack Wi-Fi passwords, while it's essential to use its capability responsibly and legally. The next is community support. AirCrackNG boasts an active and engaged user community. So this was the features of AirCrackNG. Now moving on to the tool 6, that is Nikto. So Nikto is an excellent open source tool focused on scanning the web for vulnerabilities covering both web servers and networks. It's continuously updated to help users identify threats. Now moving on to see the key features of Nikto. Number 1 is comprehensive scanning. NICTO's database consists of approximately 6,400 distinct types of security threats covering both web servers and networks. It scans websites for a wide range of vulnerabilities, including outdated software, misconfigured servers, and known security issues. The next feature is web server and network focus. NICTO is specialized in scrutinizing web servers and the networks they operate on. It doesn't just look for issues on the surface, it digs deep into the server's configuration to identify potential weaknesses. The next is continuous updates. The tool is continuously updated to keep pace with emerging threats and vulnerabilities. The next is lightweight and versatile. NICTO is a lightweight web application vulnerability scanner, making it easy to use and integrate into existing security workflows. The next is plugin system. NICTO's plugin system allows for easy extensibility. New plugins can be created to make it compatible with different systems, making it adaptable to a wide variety of web server setups. So how NICTO works? NICTO operates by sending HTTP requests to the target web server and analyzing the responses it receives. It looks for specific patterns or characteristics that indicate vulnerabilities. NICTO doesn't exploit vulnerabilities but rather provides a comprehensive report highlighting potential issues, allowing administrators to take appropriate action. So this was all about the NICTO tool. Now moving to the seventh tool, that is ForcePoint. ForcePoint is a tool used to customize SD-WAN, helping track and prevent malicious activities within networks. It offers a high level of customization and real-time content analysis. Now moving to see the key features of this tool. The number one is high-level security. ForcePoint provides a high level of security across various applications and resources within your network. The next is seamless integration. The tool seamlessly integrates with different network components, ensuring that it doesn't disrupt your existing infrastructure. And the next is customization. One of the standout features of ForcePoint is its customization capabilities. Users can tailor policies, fingerprints, and classifiers to meet their specific security requirements. The next is real-time content analysis. ForcePoint offers real-time content analysis and classification. This means that it can identify and classify content flowing through your network in real time. The next is cross-portfolio intelligence. ForcePoint leverages cross-portfolio and third-party global shared threat intelligence networks. This means that it has access to a vast pool of threat data, making it more effective in identifying and mitigating emerging threats. So this was all about the ForcePoint tool. Now moving on to the eighth tool, that is Nessus Professional tool. Nessus Professional is a handy vulnerability scanner that's updated daily with new threat data. It's an essential tool for improving network integrity. Now we'll see the key features of this tool. The number one is remote scanning tool. Nessus Professional is a remote scanning tool that excels in high-speed asset discovery. The next is daily threat data updates. One of the standout features of Nessus Professional is its commitment to staying up to date with the ever-changing threat landscape. And the next is ease of deployment and use. Unlike some complex cybersecurity tools, Nessus Professional is known for its ease of deployment and user-friendliness. And the next is support from Tenable's expert vulnerability research team. With Nessus Professional, you are not just getting a software tool. You are gaining access to the expertise of Tenable's vulnerability research team. This ensures that you have top-notch support and access to the latest insights into the cybersecurity landscape. And the next feature is cross-platform compatibility. Nessus Professional is compatible with various operating systems, including Mac, Linux, and Windows. This broad compatibility makes it accessible for a wide range of users and organizations. And this was all for this tutorial.
Picture an employee at her computer working with data. In the background, a hacker secretly accesses her company's or his company's confidential files. He or she steals sensitive information and sells it to criminals who then hold the company ransom for a profit. It sounds like something out of a movie, but unfortunately it's a common occurrence in today's online landscape. This is why cybersecurity has become such a vital part of any business strategy, and cybersecurity specialists are in demand now more than ever. Let me share you some fascinating statistics with you that illustrate the impact and potential of cybersecurity before we delve into the fascinating cyber world. According to Glassdoor, the average salary of a cybersecurity engineer is $130,000 in the US, and in India it's 7 lakh per annum. Learning AI offers numerous benefits ranging from career opportunities and innovations to personal growth and ethical consideration. It equips with you valuable skills and knowledge that can have a profound impact on a various aspects of society and the world at large. But choosing the right course to excel in the field of cybersecurity can be challenging. With so many options available out there in the market, how do you know which one is the right for you? Well, we are here to help you. Without any further ado, let's discuss the top 5 cybersecurity certification for 2024. Number 1 on the list is Postgraduate Program in Cybersecurity in collaboration with MIT University. This postgraduate program in cybersecurity is designed to equip with the skills required to become an expert in the rapidly growing field of cybersecurity. This cybersecurity program aims to help you stay ahead of all the latest trends in the cybersecurity as well. This course will help you learn comprehensive approaches to protecting your infrastructure and securing data, including risk analysis, mitigation, and compliance. You will get foundational to advanced skills through industry-leading cybersecurity certification courses in the program. This postgraduate program in cybersecurity includes cybersecurity technology, application, and policy from MIT SCC. This program leverages MIT's academic excellence in cybersecurity and provides comprehensive understanding of the field. To ensure your readiness for the industry, you will also engage in multiple projects, allowing you to hone your skills and emerge as an exceptional cybersecurity professional. For admission to this postgraduate program in cybersecurity, candidates should have a bachelor degree with an average of 50% or higher grades, have a non-programming background, not required to have a prior works experience. So join now, seats are filling fast. The course link is in the description box below. Number 2 on the list is IIIT Bangalore Advanced Executive Program in Cybersecurity. Become an industry-ready professional with an advanced executive program in cybersecurity and transform your career in 6 months. This course provides a high engagement learning experience with real-world application and is designed for individuals who want to start a new, more fulfilling career. This advanced executive program in cybersecurity will help you develop expertise in defensive cybersecurity, application security, malware analysis, ethical hacking, and many others. In partnership with IIIT Bangalore and NPCI, the cybersecurity program provides you with a deep understanding of needed to spot the opportunity for disruption in cybersecurity industry. After completing the course, Simplilearn learners have made successful career transition, boosted career growth, and got average healthy hike of 70% and maximum salary hike of 150%. So why to join this program? So why IIIT Bangalore Advantage, virtual internship with NPCI, integrated labs, career mentorship. For admission to this postgraduate program in cybersecurity, candidate should have a bachelor degree with an average 50% or higher grades, have a non-programming background, are not required to have prior work experience. So join now, seats are filling fast. The course link is in the description box below. Number 3 on the list is Cybersecurity Expert Master Program. The Cybersecurity Expert Master Program will equip with the skills needed to become an expert in this rapidly growing domain. You will learn comprehensive approaches to protecting your infrastructure, including securing data and information, running risk analysis and mitigation, architecting cloud-based security, achieving compliance, and much more with this best-in-class program. Simplilearn Cybersecurity Expert Master Program provides cybersecurity professionals with foundational level, intermediate level, and advanced level skills that entail industry-leading certification like CompTIA Security Plus, CEH, CISM, CISSP, and CCSP. The program begins with industry-level technology training, then progresses to intermediate-level hacking techniques such as reverse engineering and network penetration testing. This course will enable you to stay up to date with the latest cybersecurity news and trends, and then make sure are implementing adequate cybersecurity measures in your organization using suitable hardware and software. So join now, seats are filling fast. The course link is in the description box below. Number 4 on the list is IIT Kanpur Professional Certificate Program in Cybersecurity, Red Team. Boost your career as a cybersecurity expert through this cybersecurity program in collaboration with IIT Kanpur. In just 6 months, you will learn advanced offensive cybersecurity strategies to protect networks and data from breaches, theft, attacks, and more. The professional certificate program in cybersecurity Red Team empowers you with a skill set to analyze the threat landscape and create strategies to ensure system stability and security. Master essential cybersecurity skills through hands-on training in real-world cases. Simplilearn's professional certificate program in cybersecurity red team leverages IIT Kanpur academic excellence in cybersecurity and equips students with key skills through a unique applied learning approach. These programs provide you with the necessary skills to leverage offensive cybersecurity to strengthen the stability and security of IT system. You will benefit from and be better able to master the highly sought after cybersecurity capabilities owing to the comprehensive curriculum of the program. To gain admission to this program, candidates should have a bachelor degree in a related field, basic knowledge of programming, and cybersecurity 2+ years of work experience preferred. So join now, seats are filling fast. The course link is in the description box below. The last one on the list is CEH V12 Certified Ethical Hacking course. Learning advanced processes in CEH Certified Ethical Hacking course. In this online ethical hacking certification training, you will learn master advanced network packet analysis and system penetration testing techniques to build your network security skill set and prevent hackers. You will get access to certified expert professionals who will guide you throughout your learning journey. Simplilearn CES certification course provides the hands-on experience required to master the techniques hackers leverage to penetrate network system and fortify your against it. This certified ethical hacking course is aligned with the latest CEH V12 by the E-Council and will adequately prepare you to scale your skills. This ethical hacking certification verifies the skills required to thrive in information security domain. Many IT departments have made CEH compulsory for security-related posts. CEH certified ethical hacker professionals earn 44% higher salaries than non-certified professionals. This ethical hacking certification need to possess an undergraduate degree or a high school diploma in any discipline as may be prevalent and accepted in their respective country of residence and or work. So join now, seats are filling fast. The course link is in the description box below.
Imagine a digital realm where brave companies are guardians of our online safety. These companies have the most excellent tools and tricks to protect us from sneaky hackers and all sorts of digital baddies. In this video, we'll introduce you to the top 10 superheroes of the cybersecurity world. These companies are like the Avengers of the internet, but instead of capes, they wear the lines of code. They have got high-tech gadgets, super smart experts, and a mission to keep our digital world safe. We'll introduce a few organizations that stand in paramount in the fight against digital threats with their best-in-class teams, and a few more spearhead to shield the confidential information through their robust tactics. Let me share some fascinating statistics with you that illustrate the impact and potential of cybersecurity before we delve into the fascinating cyber world. According to Glassdoor, the average salary of a cybersecurity engineer is $130,000 in the United States and rupees 7 lakh per annum in India. So get ready to meet the cyber shield wielding champions who are stopping the hackers in their tracks and making sure your online world is as safe as it can be. It's time to dive into the world of cybersecurity superheroes. So welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today, we bring you the list of the exact top 10 organizations that are the titans of the cybersecurity world in 2024. Before we get started, if these are the type of videos you would like to watch, then hit that subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified whenever we drop a new video.
This postgraduate program in cybersecurity will help you learn comprehensive approaches to protecting your infrastructure and securing data, including risk analysis, mitigation, and compliance. You'll get foundational to advanced skills through industry-leading cybersecurity certification courses in this program. For admission to this postgraduate program in cybersecurity, candidates should have a bachelor's degree with an average of 50% or higher marks. Candidates may have a non-programming background, and candidates with 1+ year of work experience are preferred for this program. So join now, seats are filling fast. The course link is mentioned in the description box below. So without any further delay, let's hand over this session to our training expert.
So these are the top 10 cybersecurity companies for 2024. So moving forward, we will see about these companies one by one: Palo Alto Network, Fortinet, CrowdStrike, McAfee, Okta, IBM, Avast, Cisco, Microsoft Services, Checkpoint. So moving forward, let's start with Palo Alto Network. Founded in 2005, Palo Alto Network is a leading global cybersecurity company with over 54,000 customers in approximately 150 countries. Their platform automates security tasks using analytics, simplifying protection for the users, data, and application. They offer cybersecurity solutions to various industries like manufacturing, finance, retail, healthcare, and oil and gas, and many more other, covering network, cloud and mobile devices in private, SAS, and public cloud environment. Palo Alto Network provides advanced firewall, endpoint protection, cloud security, threat detection, and prevention. Notably, their cloud-based security products and advanced firewalls are trusted by over 85 Fortune 100 companies and 63% of the Global 2000. Moving forward, next let's see the Fortinet. Fortinet network security provider is not averse to rigorous testing, earning its placement on second of our foremost list for cybersecurity software and hardware. Despite achieving sales exceeding 4 billion, cyber analysts anticipate a robust 35% of annual growth rate over next 5 years. Fortinet excels its core network security domain and exhibits significant prowess in other critical security areas like SIEM and EDR. Fortinet has leveraged its networking expertise to assume leadership roles in related markets such as SD-WAN, software-defined wide area network. The companies enjoy high customer satisfaction ratings, particularly in aspects like product capabilities, value, ease of use, and support, which have enabled it to penetrate small business market as well. Analysts have also commended Fortinet frequently featuring in alongside Palo Alto and other in prominent posting in Gartner Magic Quadrants and Forrester Wave reports. Moving forward, let's see CrowdStrike. The CrowdStrike Falcon presents an integrated platform that effectively tackles critical security issues such as threat intelligence, IT security, and cloud protection. Moreover, it comes fully equipped with extended detection and response XDR capabilities to provide comprehensive defense against threat. Through XDR, CrowdStrike has the capability to gather and analyze data across networks, cloud environments, and various platforms, enabling a deep understanding of threat levels and the early detection of anomalies before they result in irreversible harm. So next on the list is Avast. Founded in 1988, Avast has gained prominence as a notable provider of cybersecurity solutions. The company boasts a growing patent portfolio encompassing location technologies, machine learning, artificial intelligence, malware detection and prevention, and IoT Internet of Things technologies. Avast also take pride in its extensive range of threat protection product designed for the businesses, including its highly sought after Cloud Care solution. It's worth nothing that Cloud Care solution offers both network and endpoint security. While Avast offers free antivirus software, it's essential to remark that it may not detect all the types of malware. The free version provides essential real-time protection which proves valuable, especially if you have a family members who tend to click on every download now. So moving forward, let's see McAfee. McAfee, with its effective security solution, offers protection against potential risks. These services encompasses all aspects of your company asset, including mobile devices and substantial cloud resources. For instance, McAfee has established a partnership with the prominent technology solution provider Xerox to address the security concern of their customer. Through this collaboration, the technology giant has introduced Connect Key technology in tandem with McAfee to ensure secure data transmission to and from their cities. This encryption capabilities empowers users to concentrate on innovating their products without the burden of security breach concern. Moving next, let's see Okta. Okta aims to break away from the conventional network perimeter security model and instead provides integrated solution for countering threats across various platforms. With Okta's support, you can effectively oversee potential threats while safeguarding both your organization's on-premises networks and cloud infrastructure. Okta employs a programmatic approach to deliver automated response to threats when combined with adaptive multi-factor authentication. This platform establishes a robust layer of security around all your assets. So next on the list is Checkpoint. Checkpoint provides a distinctive approach to cybersecurity solution through a multi-tiered architecture known as Infinity, designed to bolster protection. Additionally, it is equipped with advanced GNV threat prevention capabilities to safeguard data within the cloud and on remote devices such as mobiles. What sets organization apart? Its dedicated intelligence, complemented by an incident response team that specialize in data-driven services with features like threat hunting and tabletop exercises. It ensures comprehensive protection for all interconnected systems. So next on the list is Cisco. Cisco stands out as one of the rapidly expanding cybersecurity solution providers in the market. The company distinguishes itself through its adaptable offering, highlighted by the feature known as secure remote work. These components render this package ideally suited for evolving landscape of remote work models. So, number one is global access to WebEx meetings and messaging. Second is distinct identity verification for user devices and application. The third is robust umbrella security to combat a wide array of threats. The fourth one is email security measures to eradicate malware and virus infection. Cisco also delivers continuous updates and leverages threat intelligence to streamline the security process. You can invest in versatile solutions like cloud, endpoint, and firewall security. So next on the list is Microsoft Services. Another prominent entry on the roster is Microsoft, a technology giant headquartered in Washington. Microsoft is dedicated to providing cybersecurity solutions that align with your strategic goals. Much like IBM, it employs a structured approach to identify and mitigate risk. This methodology encompasses stages such as first one is evaluating the risk level, the second is conducting a dynamic identify framework assessment, the third is implementing measures to secure against lateral account movement, the fourth one is ensuring rapid response and recovery in the event of incidents. Businesses have warmly embraced this brand considering Microsoft's claim of surpassing the 10 billion threshold in security services revenue alone. In just 1 year, the security industry experienced a remarkable 40% growth. So next on the list is IBM, Cybersecurity Services. IBM, a technology behemoth, ranks among the leading companies offering a comprehensive array of cybersecurity services tailored to your company's requirement. The organization asserts its capability to assess and mitigate risk through the four distinct methods. The first one is identification. In this phase, the objective is to devise a strategy for managing and reducing risk that impact critical elements like people, data, and system. The second one is protection. Emphasizing digital transformation, IBM fortify every corporate asset and reduce resources through a zero trust approach. The third one is detection. The enterprise leverages artificial intelligence to proactively respond to emerging risks and assesses potential threats based on historical data. The fourth one is response. To expedite the response time and minimize system risk, IBM offers round-the-clock incident response services. These are the cybersecurity companies to which you can apply for the cybersecurity jobs, being cybersecurity analyst, cybersecurity engineer, risk analyst, and enjoy the handsome package or salary.
Thank you for watching today's video on cybersecurity for beginners. I hope you find it informative and helpful in your journey to enhance your online security. Remember, knowledge is the first step in protecting yourself online. If you have any questions or want to explore more about cybersecurity, check out our other videos on this topic, and don't forget to subscribe for more content to keep you updated and informed about the ever-changing world of cybersecurity. Stay safe out there in the digital realm, and I will see you in the next video. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more exciting content. See you next time and stay secure.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.